Volume 14. Chapter 1301, Chu Luo of the Ghost Order, 8. Chapter 1301, Chu Luo of the Ghost Order, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Of course, this matter had attracted a great sensation amongst the great protectors. It has even attracted the governor's attention. However, she does not regret it. You should understand that based on Gu Shengxiao's unique physical qualities, he would never achieve greatness if he stayed as a human. Only as a puppet will he be able to reach the peak of existence on this mainland with a single leap. Furthermore, this is the type of existence that is useful to the Wen family. You, on the other hand, had set Gu Shengxiao free just as grandfather was halfway into victory. He will never thank you. Instead, he will hate you for costing him this chance to successfully become a top cultivator. When you finally reacted? Her indifferent gaze landed upon Wenya as she snorted icily and exclaimed, "Do you really think that anyone would still feel any happiness after being turned into a puppet? So what if his powers aren't strong enough? At least he would have his free will. If he becomes a puppet, he wouldn't even be able to recognize his own family and would have to accept your every order for the rest of his life. You are still too naive. There are few powerful cultivators in this world who still acknowledges their families. Only when one no longer recognizes their own family can one rise into the unsurpassed stage." Wen Ye's gaze turned towards her. "So, even if the Wen family turns him into a puppet, he would thank us from the bottom of his heart. After all, he would never be able to gain this type of power without our intervention. You, on the other hand, have damaged his chances of becoming a powerful cultivator." When you shook her head and said nothing more. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. She has very different ideas from these people. Saying any more to them would only be a waste of breath. When you lowered her head and stared gracefully at the woman in front of her, curling her lips into a smile, grandfather was extremely enraged by this. "I had to make painstaking efforts in order to persuade him to spare you. Now, as long as you become Zuisher's woman, grandfather would never lay a hand on you again, no matter what." When you lowered her eyes, there was a chilly smile on her face. Trying to make her give in to the Wen family's arrangements was simply an indulgence into wild fantasies. She would never agree to it. Could it be that you've forgotten about that missing brother of yours?" Wenya smirked and asked in a gentle voice. Even though she sounded very gentle, it made Wenyu's body stiffen. She raised her head and glared fixedly at the graceful face before her. "What have you done to him? That man was her one and only support over these past few years. That fellow Wen Yan has managed to form a contract with Tianqi and had run away from the Wen family. Did you really think that the Wen family would let him get away with it?" Wenya laughed icily. "We've now discovered that he's no longer in the first city but is in the secular world. No wonder there hasn't been any news of him for so many years." "Oh, that's right, I seem to have forgotten that your mother is from the secular world as well. If you refuse to agree to my request, I have no choice but to send someone over to your mother's side of the family. If I remember correctly, your mother's family should be in the Northern Bloc territory, the Jiang family of Main City." Every word from Wenya's mouth made Wenyu's heart tremble violently. She bit her lip and her once indifferent gaze now filled with anger. She glared at Wenya fiercely. "Don't look at me like that." Wenya giggled. "I'm doing this for your own good. If you marry Zuisher, not only will the Wen family's social position rise accordingly, you will also receive unlimited grandeur as well. As a disciple of the secret order, Zuisher can never be compared to that piece of trash, Gu Shengxiao. The positions of both men are as different as heaven and earth. If you marry Zuisher, you will only receive benefits. Nothing bad will come of it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1302, Chu Luo of the Ghost Order, 9. Chapter 1302, Chu Luo of the Ghost Order, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When you clenched her fist in a tight grip as her ethereal little face filled with rage. "Aren't you afraid that after marrying Zuisher, my first act would be to destroy the Wen family?" He. Wenya laughed softly. "If you want your elder brother and maternal grandfather's family to stay good and alive, you'd better listen to everything I say. If I tell you to do something, you do it. Otherwise, I fear that your brother might reunite with your mother in the underworld." She stuck out her finger and lifted Wenyu's chin. Her voice was just as warm and gentle as before. Your mother is from the secular world and her rank was lowly and insignificant. If I had not spoke favorably of you throughout the years, do you really think that, based on your lowly position, you would be able to hold the position of the second young lady of the Wen family in peace? Furthermore, there's that traitorous elder brother of yours. When you gently shut her eyes as her body trembled violently. She knows that they have won. These people have her vulnerable spot in a fierce and tight grip, so she had no choice but to comply. If I agree to this, will my elder brother stay alive? She opened her eyes as a bitter smile appeared on her face. Her ethereal little face was completely pale, but her gaze was serene. That's right. If you marry Zhuo, I guarantee that no one in the Wen family would dare to lay a hand on him. As for Tianqi, consider it as a gift from the Wen family to him. From now on, no one in the Wen family would dare to assassinate your elder brother. What about Gu Shengxiao? Wen Yu pursed her lips and asked. Will you still continue to try and refine him into a puppet? Wen Yu looked at Wen Yu with a smile and said teasingly, I never thought that you would be so devoted to Gu Shengxiao that even now, you're still concerning yourself over his safety. Don't worry. As long as you listen to me like a good girl, we won't hurt him anymore. However, he's almost half a puppet now. Even if we don't hurt him, he would never be able to live like a normal person anymore. Perhaps a day may come when he would not be able to recognize his own kin. Of course, that would have nothing to do with the Wen family anymore. When you laughed bitterly, alright, as long as you let the both of them go, I'll give my promise to you. I will marry Zhuo. In the past, her elder brother had promised her that once his power has grown stronger, he would return to save her. That was why she had stayed in the Wen family and waited for him for so many years. Now, she has given up. What was wrong with marrying Zhuo if the Wen family promises to spare her brother in return? She has completely lost all interest in living in this lifetime. If it were not for her elder brother's sake, she would have left this world long ago. That's my good little sister. Wen Yu's finger gently stroked Wen Yu's face with an extremely warm and gentle smile on her face. That kid, Gu Shengxiao, is nothing compared to Zhuo. Simply his position as a disciple of the secret order is enough to make him a target for assassination. The decision that you've made now is for the best. Remember this, once you've married Zhuo, don't forget how the Wen family has supported you. You must listen to what I say, understand? Wen Yu's head turned away as if she absolutely loathed Wen Yu's intimate touch. At that moment, her face had grown even paler in the dark prison cell while her eyes turned even more hollow and empty. A large crowd has gathered at Celestial Mountain's registration point, but no one dared to cut the line. They were all lined up in a methodical and tidy manner. The competition held by the secret order this time was only open for organizations to participate in. The organizations that managed to win the first 3 places would be allowed to enter the secret order for cultivation. Furthermore, the champions would receive the secret order's inheritance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1303, Shu Luo of the Ghost Order, 10. Chapter 1303, Shu Luo of the Ghost Order, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Secret Order's inheritance was said to be able to quickly raise a cultivator's level of power. Hence, organizations of all sizes in the first city have arrived to participate in this competition, all for the sake of this inheritance. Celestial Mountain was now fully occupied by cultivators, causing the spiritual beasts to hide their presence, afraid that the humans would slaughter them. Master, there are too many people here. Leave the registration to me, you should go and get some rest. Ziyun suggested with reverence as he looked at Gu Ruoyun. There's no need. Gu Ruoyun shook her head, it will be our turn soon, just wait for a little while more. Upon hearing this, Ziyun then turned towards the line in front of them and sighed exasperatedly as he said, the secret order certainly has enough valiant charisma to have attracted so many people so quickly. I wonder how long we have to stand in line for. Gu Ruoyun curled her lips calmly. Her face had remained absolutely serene the entire time and had never shown any signs of anxiety despite being made to queue up under the scorching hot weather. Time passed by very quickly. It was still sunrise when they had joined the queue. In the blink of an eye, the sun was now setting. The afterglow from the setting sun illuminated the entire mountain. After a day, the queue has finally been reduced greatly and it was soon Gu Ruoyun and her party members' turn. Organization? The white-robed man who was taking notes did not even look at Gu Ruoyun and asked in a routine manner. The Devil Sect. Number of people. 3. Upon hearing Gu Ruoyun's reply, the white-robed man finally raised his head to look at her as a sense of astonishment flashed in his eye. Are you not aware that you must have 5 people to register? That's the lowest amount too. Most organizations have over 10 people. After all, this was a team competition and not for individuals. The greater the number, the more dominance the group would have. Yet, this woman had registered with only 2 subordinates? Gu Ruoyun pondered for a moment. Make it 5 then. All right. The white-robed man said nothing more, and with a wave of his pen, he wrote down the name of their organization and the number of participants before taking a token out and placing it in front of Gu Ruoyun. This is the token you'll need for participating in this competition. Those who have registered can leave now and get some rest. The secret order has specially built a simple guest house for the purpose of this competition. Someone will escort you to the guest house shortly. Gu Ruoyun accepted the token, slowly turned around and said, Xu Luo, Ziyun, let's go. Yes, master. The 2 followed Gu Ruoyun silently and did not say a word. However, they were very curious about how Gu Ruoyun planned to find 2 other people. After all, she had only brought the 2 of them out with her this time. At the guest house, Gu Ruoyun poured herself a cup of tea in a plain and simple room before summoning the vermilion bird and azure dragon from the ancient divine pagoda before Chu Luo and Ziyun's very eyes. They were both stunned at the sight of their appearance. They had met the vermilion bird a while back. Even though they did not know who this little girl was, they knew that her relationship with Gu Ruoyun was far above average. As for the man, they've never met him before. Only people below the age of 30 are permitted to join this competition. You have both passed that age. Take these pills, they will temporarily conceal your age. Gu Ruoyun said, producing 2 pills and placing them in front of the 2. Chu Luo was flabbergasted. Master, are you joking? This little maiden is only 5 to 6 years old. Are you saying that she's over 30? How can this be? She asked, astonished. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1304, The First Confrontation with Wenya, 1. Chapter 1304, The First Confrontation with Wenya, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chu Luo really found it hard to believe that this little Lolita was actually more than 30 years old. Auntie, not only do you have a bad memory, there's something wrong with your brain too. The vermilion bird glanced at Chu Luo and replied contemptuously. Master has already said that I'm more than 30 years old, so I'm definitely much older than that. Besides, the first city did not exist during the era of my birth. I had watched the first city being constructed bit by bit with my own eyes. Chu Luo was in a daze, temporarily unsure of what to say. She blankly turned around, looked at Gu Ruoyun and asked, Master, what does she mean? She's not 5 years old? She enjoys dressing up as a young girl. There's no need for you to be bothered about that. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders. Even though the vermilion bird was more than 10,000 years old, she would only use this Lolita of a face in public. Tianxiong, not only will this be able to forge your age, it can conceal your spiritual beast's aura. Tomorrow, you will come with me and participate in this competition. Yes, master. By the way, Gu Ruoyun thought for a moment and produced 2 more pills again. She then placed them in front of the 2. I have made a slight modification in these exceptional pills. Not only are they suitable for human consumption, but spiritual beasts can also consume them too. I want you 2 to take these exceptional pills now. This way, you'll be able to break through to the late stage in the exceptional state. This will be greatly beneficial for our next competition. Hearing this, the 2 spiritual beasts immediately swallowed the pills without another word. Once the pill entered their mouths, a loud bang sounded and a wave of energy exploded. A storm began to circle the sky above them. It was a good thing that Chu Luo had been following Gu Ruoyun for half a year now, so she was not too startled by the sight of these things anymore. However, what shocked her was that Gu Ruoyun had stated that she had made a slight modification to these exceptional pills. Everyone knows that pills for humans may not be suitable for a spiritual beast's body. Hence, the exceptional pill may be able to help a human achieve a breakthrough but could not help a spiritual beast in their promotion. Yet, this woman has modified an exceptional pill? This means that even if she does not have pill formulas, she could invent a new pill? Gu Ruoyun's ability to refine pills was already shocking enough for Chu Luo, but she never thought that this woman's power would extend beyond that. For the first time, Chu Luo felt that following Gu Ruoyun means a bright path in her future. I finally understand how you managed to attract such a powerful man. Chu Luo smiled, but there was no sign of jealousy in her eyes. You are indeed very strong. You're so strong that it's absurd. You even have extremely high accomplishments in pill refinement. You are also very generous to your subordinates. If I were a man, perhaps I might even be attracted to you. Gu Ruoyun raised her brow and turned around to look at Chu Luo. So, you become a pervert as well, but... Chu Luo's expression turned black. This woman sure knows how to carry a grudge. Didn't I call her a huge pervert before? In the end, she had remembered that for half a year and even found the time to return this accusation back to me. Chu Luo took a deep breath and immediately decided that in the future, no matter who she wants to offend, she must never offend this woman. Do you have any information about the Wen family's situation? Gu Ruoyun thought for a moment and asked. The Wen family? Chu Luo stared at Gu Ruoyun in astonishment. She thought for a bit before replying, Master, you've come to the right person. Aside from our enjoyment in killing people, the Ghost Order is also an intelligence network. There's probably no one more informed than I over the matters in the first city. The Wen family you're talking about is one of the great protectors. It is said that the young master of the Wen family is a devoted lover, but he had committed suicide after the death of his beloved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1305, The First Confrontation with Winya, 2. Chapter 1305, The First Confrontation with Winya, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun raised her brow as she listened intently to Chu Luo's words. Actually, I had rather pitied the young master of the Wen family. All his life, he has never been able to make his own decisions. The master of the Wen family, who is also his biological father, had decided who he should marry and made him take his maternal niece as his wife. The young master did not have the courage to stand up to it because Master Wen was too powerful. Who would have thought that after the wedding, the young master would make a trip to the secular world and meet another woman? He had a taste of love and passion and disregarded everything to bring the woman back to the Wen family. Chu Luo was filled with admiration as she spoke about young Master Wen. She then continued, unfortunately, the Wen family would not accommodate him, especially the young madam. She refused to allow anyone to threaten her position, so she secretly sent assassins to kill the woman that the young master had brought back. In his rage, the young master wanted to kill the young madam, but due to Master Wen's protection, the young master could not kill her. In the end, he chose to follow his beloved in death and took his own life, leaving a young son and a daughter. Gu Ruoyun did not feel anything when she heard this and certainly did not pity young Master Wen. Ever since he had obeyed his biological father's arrangements for his marriage, he had determined his final, tragic fate. The truly pitiful ones were his young son and daughter who had become orphans. Even though the master of the Wen family had not liked that woman, he brought the orphan siblings, who were still in their swaddling clothes, back to the Wen family. Furthermore, the young madam only had one daughter. Hence, the master of the Wen family cared very deeply for the two siblings. Unfortunately, the young madam's jealousy was much too frightening. For the sake of her power in the Wen family, she wanted to get rid of the young masters and his sister. In the end, the young sir of the Wen family had run away from the family and formed a contract with the sacred beast of the family. There has been no correspondence since. Gu Ruoyun calmly raised her brows. Is there anything else about the Wen family aside from this? There's one more thing. Chu Luo seemed to remember something else and replied, 2 years ago, the Wen family had sent their subordinates to the West Spirit mainland to capture a man. Only the great protectors know of this matter. All other news has been sealed off and I had discovered this by accident. A man? Gu Ruoyun was shaken as a possibility emerged in her gut. Who was that? She asked. This I'm not too sure. Chu Luo shook her head. All I know is that the Wen family had kidnapped that man. I'm not too sure of the specifics. Gu Ruoyun narrowed her eyes and entered into deep thought. Back then, when they had tried to kill the Lin family members, the first ones to appear on the Lin family's side were the Wen family members. Besides, the Wen family's residence was quite a distance from Forest City. How had they managed to arrive so quickly? Something was not right. There could only be one possibility. The master of the Lin family had once said that there was another instigator behind the scenes who supported the Lin family. This instigator was very powerful and Gu Ruoyun was supposedly no match for them. Now, it seems like the instigator behind the scenes must be the Wen family. The Wen family. A cold light flashed in Gu Ruoyun's eyes and she clenched her fists in a tight grip. If they are really the instigator behind the scenes, I will kill them all no matter the price. Now, she finally understood why her elder brother had arrived here from the West Spirit mainland. It was because of the Wen family's doing. The reason why he had refused to see her must be because he was afraid of dragging her down and result in the Wen family members causing trouble for her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1306, The First Confrontation with Winya, 3. Chapter 1306, The First Confrontation with Winya, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Chu Luo eyed Gu Ruoyun in astonishment as she asked, Master, do you have a grudge against the Wen family? A grudge? If the Wen family members do turn out to be the hidden instigators, how could this remain as a grudge? We would be mortal enemies. Nonetheless, Gu Ruoyun did not say this out loud, but the cold and distant air emanating from her being answered Chu Luo's question. You two should go back and get some rest first. Gu Ruoyun slowly closed her eyes as she spoke in a calm voice, come back here tomorrow. Yes, master. Ziyin and Chu Luo joined their fists before walking out of the room. Once they have left, Gu Ruoyun opened her eyes. There was a thick murderous intent flickering in her pupils. Master, Tianqian looked at Gu Ruoyun as he spoke with a grim look on his face. If that man in black really is Sir Shangxiao, that means that he has somehow escaped from the Wen family's clutches. Even though we don't know where he is right now, at least he's not in immediate danger. Gu Ruoyun nodded gently and a cold smile appeared on her lips. Tianqian, if you should ever run into the members of the Wen family, don't hold back. They had the audacity to kidnap my big brother from the West Spirit mainland, I'll never let them get away with it. She had not managed to protect her loved ones in her past life. Therefore, she would do her best to protect the ones by her side during this life. If anyone dares to plot against them, they would have to pay the price. She will slaughter them all. None shall be spared. Yes, master, came Tianqiang and Qi's respectful reply in unison. Dawn, the following day. Countless forces have gathered once again at Celestial Mountain's summit. Almost immediately, Gu Ruoyun noticed Wenya's figure in the crowd. Wenya was still dressed in long, light yellow robes and looked noble and graceful. The violet sash around her waist was particularly refined, granting her already pretty features an extra bit of color. As a result, some of the men from the other organizations kept glancing at her. It's you! Suddenly, someone cried out angrily from behind her. When Gu Ruoyun turned around, she came face to face with Morong Qian's pretty and pampered face. Morong Qian's eyes were spitting fire as she glared angrily at Gu Ruoyun, staring at her as if she wanted to tear Gu Ruoyun into 10,000 pieces. Morong Qian would never forget that the Morong family had lost so many powerful cultivators all because of this woman. It was also because of this woman that she had to face such a huge humiliation for the first time. Each time Morong Qian thought about it, she would feel as if ants were nibbling on her heart. It hurt so badly that it was hard to endure. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders as her face filled with exasperation. Is this what enemies on a narrow road means? I had bumped into the Wen family members yesterday and now the Morong family members have appeared too. Out of the three great protectors, only the Ouyang family has yet to appear. Xiao Qian, what's going on? Just as Gu Ruoyun sighed, a gentle and graceful voice spoke up from her side. Gu Ruoyun then saw Wenya who had arrived next to her. She turned her graceful gaze towards Morong Qian and gently raised her willowy brows. Older sister Wenya, this woman is Gu Ruoyun and she's the culprit behind the deaths of the Wen and Morong family's cultivators. Morong Qian pointed at Gu Ruoyun as she replied angrily. At that moment, every organization in Celestial Mountain turned their attention towards Gu Ruoyun. Aside from shock in their eyes, most of it was pity. This woman had killed cultivators from the Morong and the Wen family? Was she really that powerful? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1307, The First Confrontation with Wenya, 4. Chapter 1307, The First Confrontation with Wenya, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, it never ends well for anyone who offends any members from the Great Protectors. Not to mention that this woman had offended two of them at one go. Xiao Qian, are you certain that she's the one who killed those people? Wenya stared at Gu Ruoyun in astonishment. She's only at the early stage in the exceptional state. Based on her level of power, it doesn't seem like she'd be able to kill so many powerful cultivators. Morong Qian scoffed, her powers are indeed pretty good but she is rather savvy in seducing men. She had relied on those men to kill the Morong family members. Wenya fell silent. She knows Morong Qian's nature. Even though this woman was spoiled and stubborn, she would never lie. The Wen family cultivators' deaths must be related to this woman. Her graceful eyes darkened at the thought of this and her gaze sharpened. So, you're connected to the deaths of the Wen family cultivators. Are you aware of the consequences that await anyone who offends the Wen family? Gu Ruoyun shrugged. Actually, the Wen family should thank me. What? Wenya was shaken, clearly shocked by Gu Ruoyun's words. This woman had caused the deaths of the Wen family members, yet she wants the Wen family to thank her? Was she saying that she would feel grateful if the Wen family killed her entire family? I had helped to eradicate the vermin from the Wen family, so shouldn't your Wen family thank me instead?
Gu Ruoyun laughed scornfully, but the murderous intent in her heart erupted into the air. The Lin family had wrenched my family apart, tried to kidnap my older brother, and tried to kill me over and over again. They did not even spare a group of innocent, normal villagers. Are you saying that people like them don't deserve to die? Gu Ruoyun paused before continuing. Who would have thought that a vermin like that would appear in the Wen family, completely devoid of sense and unable to differentiate right from wrong as he tried to help the Lin family? If he continues to live, he would certainly damage the Wen family's reputation. So don't you think you should thank me? Wen Ye's eyes darkened even more as the corners of her lips curled into a smile. I wasn't aware of this. Based on your explanation, he definitely was in the wrong. Lady Gu, everything the Lin family has ever done to your family is too cruel. You killing them gives little room for criticism. Therefore, I am willing to represent the Wen family and extend an apology to you. The Wen family should never have interfered in this matter, nor should we have neglected in providing proper restrictions for the Lin family. If Gu Ruoyun had not found out that the Wen family was the background instigator, perhaps Wen Ye's words would have fooled her. However, it was because of this that she sensed Wen Ye was not a simple person. She was also much more powerful than Wen Luo. Older sister Wen Ye. When Morongqian saw that Wen Ye had not avenged her and had even apologized to Gu Ruoyun, her expression changed drastically and she stomped her foot ferociously. She had killed people from the Wen family. Why did you apologize to her? Wen Ye furrowed her brows as she looked at Morongqian and internally cursed her for being an idiot. However, it did not show on her face. As a great protector, we are only concerned with right and wrong and we never practice favoritism. Shenner, you should put your temper away too, or it may cause the three great protectors to fall onto the blade. Morongqian shot Gu Ruoyun a fierce glare and scoffed, on account of older sister Wen Ye, I'm not going to be calculative with you today. However, let me tell you this, Shen Beiyi is mine. If you ever have the audacity to have any thoughts of indecency towards him, I won't spare you. Actually, Morongqian does not really like Shen Beiyi all that much, but she simply felt that as long as she has her eye on something, she must have it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1308, The First Confrontation with Wen Ye, 5. Chapter 1308, The First Confrontation with Wen Ye, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Besides, the more Chen Beiyi rejected her advances, the more she wants to make him hers. No other woman could touch the man who holds her favor aside from her. Otherwise, she would ensure that it would be too late for regrets. Slap. A clear sound rang into the ears of the crowd. Celestial Mountain was suddenly completely silent. Everyone's eyes were wide with shock as they stared in disbelief at Gu Ruoyun, who was slowly lowering her hand. You. Morongqian covered her cheek as blazing flames began to fill her teary eyes. She glared fiercely at Gu Ruoyun as she asked, You dare to hit me? If I hear you speak about him one more time, it won't be only a slap next time. Gu Ruoyun replied indifferently. Sister Wen Ye, this woman had hit me. She actually had the audacity to hit me. Morongqian tugged Wen Ye's arm as her eyes filled with anger and grief. She had not brought a lot of people with her to join the competition this time, where she would definitely have had this woman killed. Wen Ye frowned and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Lady Gu, even if Xiao Qian was in the wrong, you shouldn't have acted out. Aren't you feigning ignorance about the Great Protector's influence? So what if I hit her? Gu Ruoyun smirked in an indifferent manner. If I hear her humiliate my husband to be one more time, it wouldn't be as simple as a slap. A blazing flame exploded from Wen Ye's chest, but she forced it all down. Lady Gu, Xiao Qian had been the first one to commit a wrong this time, so I won't be calculative with you over this. However, you must know that the great protectors share their anger against a common enemy. Our combined power is enough to trample the whole of First City. Xiao Qian, let's go. After Wen Ye said her piece, she pulled Morongqian and left without sparing Gu Ruoyun a second glance. Sister Wen Ye, why didn't you kill her? Morongqian covered her red, swollen cheek. Her voice was filled with anger. No one has ever hit her in this lifetime. Even her own grandfather could not bear to lay a finger on her. Yet, that woman had the audacity to slap her, and Wen Ye had dragged her away instead. How could she tolerate this? Wen Ye loosened the grip on her hand, but her eyes no longer held her initially graceful air. She sent Morongqian a cold look and said, Xiao Qian, even if you're angry, you cannot say things like that in public. When do you plan to behave like one of the great protectors? But Morongqian looked very pitiful. I had seen and liked Shen Beiyi first. Since I like him, he's mine. Besides, I've already sworn to make Xian Beiyi devote himself to me wholeheartedly as retaliation against his condescending attitude towards me over the past few days. However, I don't know what kind of magical potion that woman has poured over Xian Beiyi to cause my image to disappear from his eyes.
Wen sighed gently.
Morong Qian has been completely spoiled rotten by the master of the Morong family, which has made her so undisciplined and out of control. She would destroy something or someone which she has set her sights on rather than hand it over to anyone else. Xiao Qian, you must remember, as one of the great protectors, we must watch our dignity in public.
Do you have any idea how much shame you've brought upon the great protectors with your attitude today?
What would the public think of us, the three great protectors?
Wen laughed bitterly.
That woman had killed powerful cultivators from the Wen family.
Do you think I can swallow this bitter pill?
It's equivalent to her slapping the Wen family in the face, but I had no choice but to apologize.
Only then will I be able to save a bit of dignity for the Wen family, but...
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1309, The First Confrontation with Wen 6. Chapter 1309, The First Confrontation with Wen 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sister Wen, are we going to let her off just like that?
Morong Qian bit her lip as her face filled with dissatisfaction.
Let her off? Impossible. Wen laughed icily. Don't forget, she must be here to participate in the Secret Order's assessment.
During this assessment, I will find a way to make her mysteriously disappear. This way, not only will we be able to kill her, we'll be able to save the Great Protector's image.
Morong Qian stared at Wen in shock. She came to a sudden realization that Wen's schemes were far too deep.
Even though Wen may hate Gu Ruoyun to the point of insanity, she could force it down and put up a calm face. Besides, she would even admit to her mistakes and apologize while secretly planning the other's demise.
A woman like that was just too scary. Morong Qian shivered as she lowered her head, not daring to look at Wen anymore.
At this moment, Wen was now deep in thought.
Hence, she did not notice the peculiar look on Morong Qian's face. Looks like everyone is here now.
The crowd was in the midst of a fervent discussion when a cold, distant, and haughty voice rang out.
Everyone turned around in unison and their eyes fell upon the white-robed left emissary. I will now issue your mission for this assessment, said the left emissary indifferently.
His eyes were filled with arrogance as he continued, your first mission is to survive in the deep recesses of the Celestial Mountain for half a month. There are many spiritual beasts residing deep in the Celestial Mountain, so it's likely that many accidents may happen. The Secret Order will not take responsibility if you were to die accidentally. Hence, I hope that you've thought this through. You should now decide whether you will participate in this assessment or leave this place. The crowd looked at each other. After all, the rewards offered by the Secret Order was much too attractive. Hence, even if they knew the dangers of this assessment, they refused to back down. Since no one is leaving, we shall enter the section for assessment. You will only be allowed to enter the next competition after going through this assessment. The left emissary looked at the crowd. His voice was indifferent and calm as he issued the order.
Stay in the deep end of Celestial Mountain for half a month? Morong Qian was shocked.
She then laughed icily and sent a vicious glare towards Gu Ruoyun while her eyes flickered with murderous intent.
This is a great opportunity. Gu Ruoyun, don't blame me for being cruel, it's your own fault for snatching the man I like.
Her eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared fixedly at the green-robed woman standing in the crowd.
Master.
The vermilion bird wrinkled her attractive brows as her cute little face filled with anger and dissatisfaction.
I want to kill that fellow. She actually has the audacity to stare at you. We have many opportunities to kill her later.
Gu Ruoyun stroked the vermilion bird's head as she smiled. The vermilion bird still does not feel too happy about it, and she could not help but turn around and glare at Morong Qian. However, her actions thoroughly angered Morong Qian, causing her to exclaim in disdain, the Celestial Mountain is fraught with danger, yet someone is bringing a small child to join this assessment.
Does she think that the Secret Order's assessment is like playing house?
Instantly, all eyes turned towards Gu Ruoyun. Earlier on, even though the vermilion bird had tagged along by Gu Ruoyun's side, the crowd had focused their attention upon her dispute with the Great Protectors, so they had not noticed the vermilion bird's presence at all.
Now that they've seen her, was that not the case?
This woman has actually brought a child to participate in the competition. By doing so, she was looking down on them all, thinking that this child could defeat them.
Am I seeing things? Someone's actually brought a child to participate in the assessment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1310, The First Confrontation with Wunya, 7. Chapter 1310, The First Confrontation with Wunya, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Tisk, TSK. What kind of a place does she think this is? I was under the impression that she has some great power since she had dared to raise a dispute against the Great Protectors. In the end, not only are her numbers incomplete, she has actually resorted to using child labor. Is this little girl even a martial emperor? This little girl has no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations on her body. I reckon she hasn't even started cultivating. The crowd burst into laughter as they stared disdainfully at Gu Ruoyun's party. The vermilion bird was now really angry. If Tianxiong did not restrain her, she would probably have charged out to fight these people. Don't be hasty. Tianxiong furrowed his brows. Don't cause trouble for our master. The vermilion bird scoffed and glared angrily at the people who were taunting her. She then slinked reluctantly back to Gu Ruoyun's side. Child, I'd advise you to go back and drink your milk. This is no place for you. That's right, still such a small child. I wonder what kind of parents she has to be so cruel to let her join this competition. This is pretty much like pushing the little kid into a fire pit. As they spoke, the crowd glanced over at Gu Ruoyun in an obvious manner. In their opinion, Gu Ruoyun was the little girl's mother, yet she has viciously pulled her in to make up the numbers with inferior products. For the sake of joining the assessment, she didn't even heed the child's life. Ziyun and Chu Luo, who had overheard their taunting, displayed a rather odd look on their faces. A little child? For goodness sake, this little child is much older than their ancestors. The two shook their heads and sighed exasperatedly. It was the little Lolita's fault for having such deceptive looks. Had they not mistaken her for a child who was only a few years old too in the beginning? Bunch of fools. The vermilion bird clenched her fists and scoffed icily. She then turned her proud and lovable head around and no longer bothered to look at the noisy humans. Once she enters the competition segment, she would show those idiotic humans her true potential. Wunya eyed the vermilion bird and raised her willowy brows as a bewildered look flashed in her eyes. She was not sure if she was mistaken, but she sensed that this little maiden was not as simple as she looks. As long as she is below the age of 30, anyone can participate in this assessment. The left emissary frowned as he looked at the vermilion bird amidst the crowd. However, he did not chase her away and continued to speak indifferently. Even if she's only 3 years old, she may participate in this competition. It's getting late, I'll send my men to escort you to the deep end of Celestial Mountain. Whether you live or die will depend on your own abilities. After saying this, he straightened his sleeves before turning around and leaving. He did not hesitate at all. Celestial Mountain. The trees were lush and green at the deep end of the mountain. One would occasionally sense the powerful aura of a spiritual beast. However, the spiritual beasts which intended to charge out seemed to sense something and quietly backed off. As a result, no spiritual beast caused any trouble for Gu Ruoyun's party since they entered the deep end of Celestial Mountain. Master, didn't those people say that the deep end of this Celestial Mountain is fraught with dangers? We've been here for nearly 5 days now and we haven't even seen a single spiritual beast. Ziyun looked somewhat unsatisfied. He had looked forward to having a good fight with the spiritual beasts so he could understand how powerful the spiritual beasts of Celestial Mountain were. However, he never thought that even after 5 days in the forest, they still would not bump into a single spiritual beast. The vermilion bird's mouth twitched. Those spiritual beasts aren't idiots. Master isn't just carrying the divine weapon, the 9 emperors, along with her. She also has leader Zixie's aura surrounding her. If those spiritual beasts approached her, wouldn't they be courting death? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1311, The First Confrontation with Wunya, 8. Chapter 1311, The First Confrontation with Wunya, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Isn't it better to not encounter any at all? Chu Luo yawned out of boredom. I certainly don't want to pick a fight with those spiritual beasts. It's just not interesting enough. Master, I think we'd better find a place to have a good nap for half a month before leaving this place. Ziyun scoffed and ignored Chu Luo. Instead, he turned towards Gu Ruoyun. Master, how about we find some spiritual beasts and have a good fight? He looked absolutely excited as he spoke. It was as if fighting spiritual beasts was some sort of fun game to him. Gu Ruoyun chuckled calmly, there's no need to look for them, the people you should fight have arrived. Just as she spoke, countless shadows appeared in front of them, surrounding the group of 5. Humph. Damned girl, the 5 of you actually dared to come here and accept this assessment. You've even brought a little maiden along.
You're simply digging your own graves. The leader of the gang was a wild and coarse-looking man.
He spat ferociously. Brothers, attack. Killing them would be too easy.
Besides, Lady Morong has promised us that as long as we kill them, she will grant us a spirit-gathering pill. The wild and coarse man licked his lips as he stared scornfully at Guru Oyen.
You don't know what's good for you. Chu Luo laughed icily and taunted.
These people could not sense Chu Luo's rank, but since she was Guru Oyen's subordinate, they immediately assumed that she was not all that powerful. It was not possible for a subordinate's power to surpass their master's.
Damned girl, you can go to hell. Boom.
The brute cried out angrily and sped towards Chu Luo as he aimed his fist fiercely at her chest.
Thud.
His fist landed heavily on Chu Luo's chest.
However, it was almost like Chu Luo was rooted to the ground.
No matter how much strength that man exerted, he could not budge her at all. The brute's eyes changed from fierceness to shock as he stared at the black-robed woman in astonishment.
Crack!
A clear sound rang out. The brute then wailed in agony, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. The others saw that Chu Luo had gripped his fist and twisted it forcefully.
His arm was now dislocated and was swaying gently in the air. Chu Luo's fist then landed fiercely onto the brute.
Before the brute could react, his body was sent flying out of the way. His head collided with a rock and began to bleed instantly.
Leader!
The group was shocked. They quickly ran to the brute's side and pulled him up from the ground before staring at the black-robed Chu Luo in shock.
Didn't Lady Morong say that the strongest amongst them was only at the early stage in the exceptional state? Why is this woman's bodyguard so powerful?
Cold sweat began to drip all over the brute's forehead. His face was wretched and pale. When he noticed that Chu Luo was approaching him, his eyes filled with fear.
What do you want?
Let me tell you this, even if you hold great power, it's useless. As long as we bring your heads to Lady Morong, we can exchange them for pills. You will still encounter assassination attempts from cultivators of all states.
Ha ha ha. Zi Yun burst into laughter.
I should thank her for making the next half of this month more interesting. If she wants to send assassins after my master, I'll kill every single one of them. I'd love to see who dares to touch my master.
Snap. Just as Zi Yun said his piece, Chu Luo made her move once again.
She grabbed the brute's head in a tight grip and twisted it forcefully. His head was immediately torn from his body and blood began to spurt out like a fountain, dyeing the ground red. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1312, The First Confrontation with Wenya, 9. Chapter 1312, The First Confrontation with Wenya, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The brute's subordinates were in shock.
They then turned around and tried to escape. However, why would the vermilion bird, who had long lost her patience, give them an opportunity to do so? She unleashed her flames with one blast and dealt with everyone on sight. They were burned into ashes immediately and not even their bodies could be found. It was as if those people had never existed at all.
Looks like we're going to be very busy after this.
Guru Oyen shrugged and exclaimed in exasperation. Let's go, we shall find a place to rest first.
Yes, master.
Chu Luo returned to Guru Oyen's side, joined her fists and replied. Over the past 6 months, she had seen too many miracles from Guru Oyen, so the pride in her heart had been slowly polished away. There was a cave near them.
Guru Oyen entered the cave and left Chu Luo and Zi Yun to stand guard outside.
She then stayed in the cave and cultivated, racing against time.
Guru Oyen, who was cultivating in the cave, was blissfully unaware that a storm has brewed in Celestial Mountain because of her.
Everyone had joined in the search for her group for the sake of obtaining Morong Qian's promised pills. Unfortunately, after searching for more than 10 days, they could find no trace of the woman. It was as if she has evaporated from the human world. Soon, the end of the assessment had arrived.
In half a month's time, countless humans had died in the claws of spiritual beasts.
Of course, the number of spiritual beasts that they had managed to kill was rather substantial as well. As a result, Celestial Mountain was littered with corpses and blood was soaked into the ground everywhere. Meanwhile, the organizations who had passed the assessment walked out one by one into the area surrounding Celestial Mountain. As for those who had not re-emerged, all of them were certainly dead by now.
Sister Wenya, that woman still hasn't reappeared.
She must have died in the Celestial Mountain's deep end. Morong Qian smiled in excitement as her eyes continued to glance at the path in front of her from time to time. When she saw no sign of that hateful figure, the smile on her face grew even more pronounced. I had used pills as a promise to deal with her. Anyone who kills her can come to me and collect one spirit-gathering pill. However, after such a long time, those fools still haven't found her at all.
How infuriating.
Morong Qian's smile then faded and she stomped her foot in anger before she continued to speak. Since she still hasn't emerged, she must have died under the claws of some spiritual beast.
She's probably been swallowed whole until not even her body was left.
This was also why my men haven't been able to find her. It goes without saying that Morong Qian has a rather vivid imagination.
In her mind, Gu Ruoyun was already dead and not even her body was left. This was why so many people were unable to find any trace of her. Wanya knitted her brows and looked at Morong Qian.
She then turned her attention towards a nearby mountain range as her eyes flashed with an unreadable emotion. She could not shake off this feeling that Gu Ruoyun would never have died so easily. Xiao Qian, don't underestimate Gu Ruoyun. The people by her side are also not as straightforward. Even though her powers may not be all that great, she could still survive in Celestial Mountain's deep recesses.
Morong Qian laughed. Sister Wanya, you're overthinking things. Gu Ruoyun certainly doesn't have that kind of ability. My men haven't been able to find her because she's been eaten alive.
Are you saying that I should have the others search for her in a spiritual beast's belly? Wanya shook her head inside.
Morong Qian was certainly a specimen with well-developed limbs but the empty head of a moron.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1313, The Competition, 1. Chapter 1313, The Competition, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
If it was not for the fact that this girl holds the Morong family name, it was likely that no one in the first city would entertain her at all. Just as Morong Qian had become excited thinking about Gu Ruoyun's death, her gaze instantly hardened and the shock in her eyes turned into anger.
She then glared dead-on at the elegant figure. How can this be? How could she still alive? A figure was coolly approaching them under the sunlight. This made Morong Qian's heart burn with an anger that radiated from her body uncontrollably. She's still alive. I hate her. How could Morong Qian not feel hatred? In her point of view, she would only stand the chance to get Qin Beiyi when this woman has died. Wanya smiled indifferently. See, I told you that Gu Ruoyun wouldn't die so easily. Now, will you believe in what I say? At that moment, Morong Qian could no longer hear what Ye had said.
She continued to glare angrily at Gu Ruoyun as a raging flame burned within her heart. She felt a huge urge to walk up to the woman and tear her to pieces. However, she was very aware that the secret order was the organizer of this assessment. In this world, the only people she could never cross were the members of the secret order. Hence, no matter how angry she was, she had no choice but to show restraint.
It's time.
Those who should have returned have already returned.
As for everyone else, I can only express my sympathy for their unfortunate circumstances. The left emissary walked towards the crowd from the front.
He then stepped onto a high stage and passed his gaze through the crowd. He then continued neutrally, you may all go back and get some rest tonight. We will continue with the competition tomorrow.
Yes, Lord Left Emissary.
Those people who have passed the assessment were very grateful as they joined their fists with reverence and replied.
Nightfall.
The moonlight was as clear as water, quiet and enticing. The left emissary was sitting in a guest house and he gently picked up a teacup before carefully pursing his lips to taste it. As the tea was too hot, he put it back down.
Knock. Knock, knock, knock.
Someone knocked on the door, causing him to furrow his brows as he said, come in. Once he had spoken, the door was pushed open.
He watched as Wanya, who was dressed in light yellow robes, entered the room. Wanya? The left emissary was shocked.
He staggered to his feet and his heart clenched.
What are you doing here? Has something happened to you, heir? Wanya smiled and slowly walked into the room. She then took a seat gracefully and poured herself a cup of tea.
Lord Left Emissary, I've come to ask for your help.
What?
The left emissary furrowed his brows. Are you talking about the matters surrounding the competition? I can help you attain the top 3 places so you can rest assured. It's not that, Wanya shook her head.
I want your help in dealing with someone.
Wanya, the left emissary's expression turned cold as he replied calmly, you know the secret order's rules. If you have any grudge against someone in the competition, you'll have to deal with it yourself.
I can't help you with this at all. As a referee, I cannot be impartial now. I absolutely can't help you in going against anyone else. Wanya's eyes flickered and she laughed gracefully. Lord Left Emissary, don't you want Juer anymore? What do you mean? The left emissary's expression has turned very icy. Wanya, are you threatening me? It's not a threat.
A light flashed in Wanya's eyes.
I'm just here to warn you, Lord Left Emissary, that the woman named Gu Ruoyun is Gu Shengxiao's little sister.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1314, The Competition, 2. Chapter 1314, The Competition, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom! Gu Shengxiao's name crashed into the left emissary's heart like a heavy weight. He lowered his head, unsure of what to say.
You should have heard about this person named Gu Shengxiao. Yuer must have mentioned him before. Wanya's words pierced through the left emissary's heart and made his expression deteriorate. It was clear that he was no stranger to that person named Gu Shengxiao.
What are you trying to say?
He took a deep breath and lifted his head to look at the elegant woman. Wanya raised the teacup to her lips and her eyes were filled with smiles. I don't know what that fellow Gu Shengxiao has done to Yuer. Not too long after the Wen family had captured him, he had begun to fool around with Yuer.
Yuer is far too naive and is easily fooled.
Gu Shengxiao must have used his pitiful circumstances to fool her, which was why Yuer had helped him to escape from the Wen family. She paused at this point before continuing. Lord Left Emissary, Gu Shengxiao had cunningly seduced Yuer in the Wen family home.
Can you really tolerate what this implies? The left emissary fell silent.
Ever since he had become acquainted with Wen Yu, she has never missed a chance to mention this name in front of him. This made him very jealous. He was jealous of that man named Gu Shengxiao whom Wen Yu could not seem to forget. No, the left emissary took a deep breath and rejected Wen Yu's request.
I cannot help you to deal with Gu Ruoyun. This kind of behavior is not tolerated. Should any of the clan leaders find out, I'm afraid that I'll never be allowed to stay in the secret order again.
Wen Yu laughed. Lord Left Emissary, Yuer has now agreed to marry you, but...
Do you think that Gu Shengxiao would simply let that slide? The left emissary's body shook and he fell silent once again.
When she saw the gradual change in the left emissary's countenance, Wen Yu landed the final blow.
Yuer is very innocent and is too easily fooled.
Furthermore, she still has residual unfinished feelings towards Gu Shengxiao. If Gu Shengxiao were to appear, she would certainly run off with him. You'll then lose your most beloved.
The left emissary thought for a moment. You said that Gu Shengxiao had seduced Yuer in order to escape the Wen family.
Now that he's no longer in the Wen family home, he shouldn't be involving himself with Yuer anymore. Lord Left Emissary, based on Gu Shengxiao's power, do you really think that he could stay in the first city?
Wanya laughed icily.
Yuer is the second lady of our Wen family after all, and grandfather treasures her greatly.
How many men would miss out on a chance to become a son-in-law of the Wen family?
Of course, a man like you, Left Emissary, would have no interest in the Wen family's position.
Others are not like you.
He, Gu Shengxiao, has no rank or power.
He would never give up on Yuer. The left emissary's expression slowly sank.
He clenched his fist, cracking his knuckles in the process.
Lord Left Emissary, Gu Ruoyun is far more talented than Gu Shengxiao.
If you give his sister the opportunity to enter the secret order, I'm afraid that it's highly likely she would help her brother to snatch Yuer away. When you smiled as she continued, you must know that Gu Ruoyun had risen through the ranks from a place like the West Spirit mainland. I can't help but admire how she had only relied on her own power to get to where she is today.
Her talent is far stronger than any of us in the first city.
Don't underestimate her just because she's only at the early stage of the exceptional state.
It won't be too long until she's fully grown. Besides...
Wanya paused. Based on my understanding of Gu Ruoyun's character, she's good at concealing her faults and is the type of person who can't distinguish between right and wrong. As long as Gu Shengxiao does not give up on Yuer, even if Yuer refuses, she would help to take her away.
Lord Left Emissary, I know what you're thinking. You believe that it's ancient history. Do you think that as long as you have Yuer's heart, you'll have her for the rest of your life? I'm afraid that you're greatly mistaken.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1315, The Competition, 3. Chapter 1315, The Competition, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Even if Yuer doesn't want to be with Gu Shengxiao, Gu Ruoyun would still take her away, and send her straight into Gu Shengxiao's bed. Wanya's eyes were turned towards the left emissary's increasingly deteriorating expression. She curled the corners of her lips. Do you want your woman to be forced into the bed of another man and forced down by another man for the rest of her life?
The left emissary clenched his fist tighter and tighter as a wave of agony filled his heart. Now, whenever he thought about Wen Yu being coerced by another man, he would look rather teary-eyed and his heart would throb in agony. In the end, he took a deep breath and said, "What should I do?" Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. Even though he did not wish to commit a violation and do something so unfair, he had no choice for Wen Yu's sake. "No one will harm my Yuer. Anyone who makes Yuer shed a tear must die." Lord Left Emissary, as long as you help me, I believe that Gu Ruoyun will die tragically in the end. Wen Yu chuckled softly. "Gu Ruoyun, this is the price you'll pay for attacking the Wen family. Furthermore, your older brother is Gu Shangshao, so you must die. It's your brother's fault for escaping, which resulted in the Wen family's experiment failing." Lord Left Emissary. Wen Yu curled her lips when she noticed the agitated look on the Left Emissary's face and spoke again. "You don't need to feel troubled over being an unfair referee. Besides, even if you kill Gu Ruoyun, I'm sure the Secret Order wouldn't do anything to you. You're the Secret Order's emissary after all. Are they really going to go against you for the sake of an outsider?" The Left Emissary laughed bitterly. This fellow really doesn't understand the institutional regulations of the Secret Order. Since the Secret Order has hidden from worldly affairs, they cannot engage themselves in ordinary affairs. If he helped Wen Yu to attack Gu Ruoyun and the Secret Order were to find out about this, they would throw him out for sure. Hence, he was taking a huge risk this time. "Yuer, I would do anything for you. Even if I have to betray the Secret Order, I won't regret it." The Left Emissary stared into the night sky outside the window and muttered to himself, "I have no choice but to kill this Gu Ruoyun woman for the sake of your happiness. Otherwise, she will hurt you one day. I don't want anything like that to happen." Wen Yu's smile grew more pronounced when she saw that the Left Emissary has fallen for her words. She then slowly rose to her feet and said, "Left Emissary, I'm leaving now, don't forget your promise." The Left Emissary waved his hand and gently closed his eyes. He did not look at Wen Yu anymore. What more say anything else to her? Wen Yu did not mind that either. She then turned around and left after taking leave. Once she was safely out the door, her face no longer displayed her usual elegance. There was an icy chill in her smile as she said, "That's all there is to the Left Emissary of the Secret Order, easily manipulated with the use of a woman. I only need to hold this trump card in my hand, and from now on, the governor himself would need to show courtesy to the Wen family. It's a lucky thing that I had managed to secure Wen Yu after Wen Yan had betrayed the family. Otherwise, I would never have been able to hold a trump card like her." She had secured Wen Yu at that time, anticipating the day when she could be used as a tool to form a marriage alliance. It was a good thing that her moment of usefulness has finally arrived and that she could be used to control the Left Emissary of the Secret Order. Wen Yu took one last look at the tightly shut room door when she thought of this and chuckled coldly. She then turned around and left, disappearing from the halls of the guest house. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1316, The Competition, 4. Chapter 1316, The Competition, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The next day. A high stage has been erected at Celestial Mountain's peak. The surrounding area of the stage was guarded by powerful cultivators of the Secret Order. They looked as solid as sculptures and as unwavering as mountains. Once the white-robed cultivator entered the area, the entire mountain range fell silent. All eyes followed his every move and their gaze was filled with a sense of anticipation. Following the last assessment, we still have over 10 organizations left. The Left Emissary stepped onto the stage as the crowd watched. His eyes were filled with a sense of arrogance as he stared down at the crowd beneath him with cold indifference. Only the top 3 names would receive the right to enter the Secret Order. Hence, more than 10 organizations who will be disqualified in this competition. The crowd was already anxious about the next challenge. They looked at each other as their eyes filled with anticipation. Everyone was of the opinion that the strongest amongst them were second only to the Morong and the Wen family. Besides, since the Ouyang family has yet to send their representatives, there was still one more slot available in the top 3 ranks. The crowd's spirit began to surge like the waters of a lake at the thought of this, and their expression filled with a determination for victory. In this challenge, aside from ability, you must depend on luck as well. The Left Emissary continued coldly, "Next, I will use the Secret Order's space teleportation spell to send you to the cultivation grounds. This teleportation spell will teleport at random. The places you will be sent to are not confirmed. The Left Emissary saw the curious looks in the crowd's eyes and continued his explanation. That place is divided into 5 levels. The first level contains the weakest species of spiritual beasts, while the 5th level contains the most powerful spiritual beasts. The teleportation spell will send you to face the spiritual beasts. You may only return once you've killed 100 of them. 100 spiritual beasts.
The crowd was shocked upon hearing this.
Indeed, the secret order's assessment would not be so easy.
If they ended up being sent to face refined state spiritual beasts, they would lose their lives there. However, if they were lucky enough, they would only have to face low-ranking spiritual beasts, and this assessment would be equivalent to giving marks away.
If you're ready, you may go now. The left emissary looked at the excited crowd as he exclaimed calmly. Just as he had spoken, a group immediately brought a formation into view.
The formation emitted a faint white light. It was obvious that this formation was the teleportation spell which the left emissary had mentioned.
The left emissary swept his gaze across the crowd and focused his eyes upon Gu Ruoyun's face.
An obvious struggle flashed in his eyes, but in the end, he hardened his heart and said, "This teleportation spell will take you to where you need to go.
Whether you will be able to return without incident will depend on your own abilities."
"Yes, Lord Left Emissary." Upon hearing this, many people stepped forward to test it out. Some looked absolutely nervous, afraid of having the unfortunate luck of being sent to the 5th level.
"Master, what is it?"
Chu Luo noticed that Gu Ruoyun was lost in thought and asked, puzzled.
Gu Ruoyun smiled, "Nothing."
"Chu Luo, you must all prepare yourselves as we may hit the jackpot. The members of the secret order are keeping a close eye on us." The look that the left emissary had sent her contained too much meaning, and Gu Ruoyun had managed to figure out his intentions very quickly.
A close eye? Ziyun turned towards Gu Ruoyun as well.
His eyes were filled with astonishment.
"Master, what do you mean?" "Idiot."
The vermilion bird smacked Ziyun's head and replied in an exasperated manner over his failure to improve. "The meaning behind Master's words is very simple. That asterisk show left emissary wants to harm us, so we will most certainly be sent to the 5th level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1317, The Competition, 5. Chapter 1317, The Competition, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The left emissary intends to harm us?
I've heard that the secret order has always been fair and impartial.
How could he do such a thing?
Chu Luo bit her lips and her expression was filled with anxiety. After all, the spiritual beasts on the 5th level must be extremely ferocious. If they were only at the refined state, it was likely that she might be able to defend against them. If spiritual beasts at the 9th transformation state were to appear, it was likely that they would lose their lives there.
This left emissary is connected to the Wen family.
Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders.
If my guess is correct, Wen Ye had put him up to this.
Furthermore, she's using her younger sister, Wen Yu, as a threat to coerce him to help her get rid of me.
Hence, that would explain why the left emissary had looked so conflicted when he glanced at me. The left emissary is connected to the Wen family? Ziyun scratched his head. How did I not know about this? What should we do, Master?
They were no match for such powerful spiritual beasts.
When the boat gets to the pier head, it will go straight with the current. Gu Ruoyun calmly replied.
We'll decide when we enter the teleportation spell.
Perhaps he would only send us to the 4th level. Ziyun laughed bitterly. How can that be?
If the left emissary really wants to harm them, he would certainly send them to the 5th level and not the 4th.
Let's go. Gu Ruoyun mobilized her party when she noticed that most of the other cultivators on Celestial Mountain had left. They then walked into the formation. Lord Left Emissary, do you have any updates on what I've asked for?
Once everyone had left, Wen Ye turned her gaze towards the left emissary as a small smile appeared on her face. Furthermore, I don't want to waste too much time, so you'd better just let me wait at the 1st level. The left emissary slowly closed his eyes for a long while before opening them and replied, I've arranged everything accordingly.
You can go.
I'm certain that there will be no issues. Furthermore, when you return, please tell Yue that I will protect her for the rest of her life and I will never let anyone hurt her.
Wen Ye smiled before she turned around and walked into the formation.
She then vanished in a flash of its light. A brilliant red glow like a boundless sea of flames covered the vast expanse of the sky. She seems to have been placed directly into the sea of flames. The red light reflected off the ground, staining the whole world crimson. Further ahead, a group of super flaming beasts was in the midst of fighting for food when they noticed the humans' appearance. The flaming beasts immediately dropped the delicious food in their claws and charged toward them. Roar! They shot a mouthful of flames from their mouths. These flames shot across the sky like the sun. The scorching heat was stifling.
Watch out, Master.
Chu Luo's expression changed and she instantly pulled out her weapon and scattered the super flaming beast's fire. She then exclaimed with a cold and distant look on her face, "These super flaming beasts are very powerful. The weakest amongst them are at the mid-stage of the exceptional state. The rest are mostly at the late stage. What are we waiting for? Let's kill these spiritual beasts." Ziyun was the first to charge head-on and slash at the spiritual beasts' heads with a single blow. Unfortunately, the spiritual beasts were very nimble despite their large size. They easily evaded his attack before appearing at Ziyun's back and threw their flames at him. Ziyun stumbled forward with a crash and howled in anguish. Mother *****. These spiritual beasts actually know how to launch a sneak attack. They're more cunning than humans, they've managed to attack me from my back. Ziyun massaged his stinging back and glared angrily at the super flaming beasts. He then charged towards them again without another word. Azure Dragon, let's have a competition and see who can kill the most beasts, agreed? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1318, Late Stage Exceptional State, 1. Chapter 1318, Late Stage Exceptional State, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The vermilion bird blinked. She then turned around and looked at the Azure Dragon and giggled. The one with the highest kill count shall become the leader of the 4 divine beasts. Do you agree to the challenge? Fine. Tianxian's expression was as cold and grim as usual. His azure robes pierced through the sky as he charged towards the spiritual beasts in front of him, moving as swiftly as the wind. You went ahead on your own, you didn't even wait for me, The vermilion bird pouted sulkily as if she could not stand the fact that Tianxian had snatched the opportunity first. She immediately followed suit and charged forward. A sharp, red sword appeared in her hand from out of thin air and she brandished it towards the super flaming beasts. Roar! The super flaming beasts were infuriated and released their powerful attacks at the vermilion bird as well. Get out of the way! Just then, a loud cry was heard. Upon hearing Gu Ruoyun's order, the vermilion bird and azure dragon stepped aside with a whoosh, creating a pathway at the center for Gu Ruoyun. Master, what do you want to do? Chu Luo stared at Gu Ruoyun in confusion as she asked in astonishment. Ziyun, who was next to her, was filled with excitement. He stared at Gu Ruoyun in anticipation as he asked, Master, are you going to use that attack? Upon hearing Ziyun's words, Chu Luo looked increasingly suspicious. Her eyes were filled with confusion as she said, Ziyun, what are you saying? What attack is Master going to use? You must know that those are mid-stage and late-stage exceptional state spiritual beasts. Master is only at the early stage in the exceptional state. She can't face so many spiritual beasts alone. Idiot. Ziyun spat icily, Master has great power, so great that it's beyond your imagination. You. Chu Luo was so enraged that she wanted to kick him. However, once she remembered their current situation, she restrained herself and glared angrily at Ziyun. This fellow enjoys bickering with her, as always. Bzzzt. Gu Ruoyun slowly closed her eyes and sensed the 9 emperors' buzzing sound. She then opened her eyes again and her clear and cold gaze stared straight at the spiritual beasts. The sky changed in an instant. The once crimson sky seemed to lose its color as the sun and moon lost their light. A red pillar of light rose from within Gu Ruoyun's body and shot into the sky before splitting apart, forming beams of red. Ziyun and Chu Luo were shocked and stopped bickering to stare at Gu Ruoyun. They saw a giant sword rising up in front of Gu Ruoyun. 9 multicolored dragons could be seen on the surface of the sword. The dragons slithered around the sword's blade endlessly as if they were about to break through it. The 9 emperors have emerged and heaven and earth shall move. Chu Luo was still lost in amazement when she sensed the spiritual weapon in her hand lose its luster. She was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. She had once gone through a lot of difficulties to obtain this spiritual weapon. Now, in front of Gu Ruoyun's weapon, the spiritual weapon which had once fought alongside her was completely eclipsed, pushed down by their aura to the point where it could not even raise its head. Any weapon would lose its shine in the face of the 9 emperors, a leading divine weapon. Boom! The 9 emperors shot into the sky. Before the spiritual beasts could react, they had crashed under the 9 emperors' attack. They did not even have time to get away. This was the 9 emperors. It was so powerful that it was almost invincible. Ziyun's mouth was now shaped like an egg as he stared in astonishment at Gu Ruoyun. He had assumed that the ancient divine pagoda in Gu Ruoyun's possession was powerful enough, but he never expected her to have such a powerful weapon. Even at the early stage in the exceptional state, she could butcher the late stage exceptional state super flaming beasts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1319, Late Stage Exceptional State, 2. Chapter 1319, Late Stage Exceptional State, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. So powerful.
Chu Luo stared at Gu Ruoyun in shock, her body had begun to tremble. This was the first time she had ever seen Gu Ruoyun attack and she was shaken to her very core.
Now, she finally understood that some people were just naturally powerful.
Be it accomplishments in pill refinement or her own power, Gu Ruoyun was already at the stage of invincibility. Chu Luo may be at the refined state, but she believes that this woman would surpass her sooner or later.
9 emperors, I'll give these spiritual beasts to you.
You may consume them and increase your power. Gu Ruoyun calmly raised the corners of her lips as she instructed. Upon receiving her order, the 9 emperors reached out their countless bloody claws and pulled the bodies of the spiritual beasts on the ground into the sword.
Chu Luo and the rest could see the 9 dragons slithering towards them and swallowing the bodies whole. Bang, dot. Suddenly, a powerful wave rose from Gu Ruoyun's body.
A hurricane rose as well, causing her aura to expand.
She's having a breakthrough? Chu Luo blinked. When has achieving a breakthrough in the exceptional state become so easy? She has only killed several spiritual beasts and was able to reach a breakthrough after that?
Chu Luo was unaware that this was because of Gu Ruoyun's contract with the 9 emperors. Each time the 9 emperors consumes another human or a spiritual beast, there would always be some leftover energy which would be turned into excess energy. The 9 emperors would not waste this energy, so they would instantly send it into Gu Ruoyun's body.
Hence, Gu Ruoyun had broken through immediately after absorbing the excess energy.
If Gu Ruoyun had known that the energy which the 9 emperors sent into her body was its waste excess energy, it was likely that she would stomp on the 9 emperors fiercely.
Since I've just broken through to the mid-stage of the exceptional state, I can now use the exceptional pill. However, I must first consolidate my powers. Gu Ruoyun took a deep breath before muttering.
Even though the exceptional pill could also be absorbed during the early stage of the exceptional state, Gu Ruoyun had kept it aside until this moment because the subsequent breakthroughs would become exponentially difficult. After she has reached mid-stage of the exceptional state, she would utilize the exceptional pill to reach the late stage.
We've only managed to take care of more than 10 spiritual beasts. There are still roughly 80 more to go.
It's just as well, I can use the fight to solidify my cultivation base. Using the fights to solidify her cultivation base would be much easier than closed-door cultivating. Hence, after saying her piece, Gu Ruoyun immediately stepped to the front and charged into the battlefield. In this vast and endless space, the further one journeys forward, the more powerful the spiritual beasts become.
Hence, there were no more mid-stage spiritual beasts at the end of the battle.
The weakest amongst them were at the late stage and there were even a few at the refined state. It was a good thing that Gu Ruoyun has broken through to the mid-stage of the exceptional state. With the help of the 9 underworld flames and her spiritual weapons, she could avoid defeat in a battle against a refined state spiritual beast.
If she really wants to defeat them, she does not need to expend substantial effort.
As for the divine weapon, the 9 emperors, it had returned to Gu Ruoyun's mind after swallowing so many spiritual beasts and quietly absorbed their energy.
Regardless of how much Gu Ruoyun tried to summon it, it would haughtily ignore her.
Now, my cultivation base is just about stabilized so I can continue to break through. Gu Ruoyun stopped what she was doing, took out the pill and swallowed it without another word. At that moment, a powerful hurricane enveloped her body then exploded with a crash.
Late stage exceptional state.
Gu Ruoyun never thought that she would have such a swift breakthrough in the short span of half a year. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1320, Late Stage Exceptional State, 3. Chapter 1320, Late Stage Exceptional State, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
First, she had absorbed the 9 underworld flames to reach the exceptional state instantly. Now, she has been promoted all the way again and has reached the late stage of the exceptional state. However, if she wants to continue breaking through to the refined state, it would not be so easy. Chu Luo looked rather envious as she watched how Gu Ruoyun had broken through so easily. After all, back when she had tried to break through from the early stage to the late stage of the exceptional state, not only had she used up a lot of time and experience, she had to go through a lot of dangers as well. Gu Ruoyun was certainly very lucky to have broken through so easily.
How very frustrating. That's just about the number of spiritual beasts we need to kill.
It's almost time for us to leave now.
Gu Ruoyun looked at the group as she spoke. Something's not right.
Chu Luo furrowed her brows. Lord Left Emissary had mentioned that as long as we've killed 100 spiritual beasts, we could leave this place.
How are we supposed to leave now? I've counted that we've killed more than 100 of them. Gu Ruoyun fell silent.
Just as she was about to speak, an angry roar sounded from the front. The roar shook the heavens and earth, and the hearts of everyone in the group trembled.
That's...
Chu Luo's gaze changed from astonishment to shock. Her eyes widened as her expression filled with fear.
Her entire body was trembling.
A scarlet stone dragon appeared before their very eyes. There were chains wrapped around its body which rattled as it moved. Its entire body was also covered in stony scales, and it looks tough and powerful. Master, this spiritual beast is above the rank of the refined state.
Whoosh!
Chu Luo's face drained of color as she backed away in fear. This is most certainly the 5th level. When I saw the spiritual beasts which had come before, I had thought that we had only been sent to the 4th level. I never thought that he had actually sent us to the 5th level. Only the 5th level would contain a 9th transformation spiritual beast. Gu Ruoyun narrowed her eyes as she looked at the chains on the stone dragon's body. A light flickered in her eyes, but she did not say very much. Her expression was filled with deep fear as well.
At Celestial Mountain's peak,
the organizations which have finished slaughtering the required number of spiritual beasts gradually stepped out. The once peaceful and quiet Celestial Mountain has now become noisy and bustling. Everyone was exchanging their experiences in the battle, but not one of them saw any trace of the left emissary at all. Meanwhile, in a guest house, the left emissary was holding a token in his hand.
An elderly person's angry voice could be heard as they screamed from the token. Mu Chu, explain this to me. What on earth is going on that you have allowed someone to enter the 5th level of the training pagoda?
The voice was filled with rage.
Didn't I tell you?
You may use the training pagoda as an assessment, but no one is allowed to enter the 5th level.
Don't you know what kind of a place the 5th level is?
That's only used for punishing the secret orders traitors. Only the 4 levels below it are considered as training grounds. The left emissary lowered his head, and a sense of guilt flashed in his eyes along with an endless, twisted feeling.
Elder, this was indeed my fault. I had accidentally caused this.
I never intended for her to enter the 5th level, yet I had forgotten to lock the 5th level. The left emissary's voice was slightly hoarse as he continued, once I return to the clan, I will accept my punishment.
Humph. The elder scoffed icily. Are you aware how infuriated the clan leader is? No one can help you this time. You may accept your punishment upon your return.
How many times have I told you that the 5th level must never be opened, yet you've refused to listen? Forget it, we have no choice but to leave the group in the 5th level to their own fate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1321, Late Stage Exceptional State, 4. Chapter 1321, Late Stage Exceptional State, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The elder's voice was filled with disappointment and made the left emissary's heart throb fiercely. He was just about to make another explanation when the voice in the token was cut off. He shuddered and a bitter smile crept upon the corners of his lips. The elders and the clan leader are now thoroughly disappointed in me.
Perhaps I've really have let them down. However, I can't have any regrets.
I would do anything for Yuer's sake, even betraying the secret order. After saying his piece, the left emissary lifted his eyes as his gaze filled with determination. Not just anyone was allowed to enter the 5th level of the training pagoda because it holds a terrifying existence. Only the criminals of the secret order would be sent to the training pagoda's 5th level to accept death. He, on the other hand, had committed this taboo and sent the ones under assessment to the 5th level. That was why the elder was so disappointed. Yuer, perhaps a severe punishment awaits me when I return to the secret order, but I have no regrets.
He smiled and it was filled with tenderness as if he was remembering the woman's exquisite features.
His eyes filled with gentleness, a stark contrast from his usual cold and distant air when faced with other people.
Lord Left Emissary.
Just then, a voice sounded from outside the door.
The assessment is almost finished. The ones who have gone into the training pagoda have now returned. Do we still need to ascend Celestial Mountain? Alright, I'll head over straight away.
The left emissary stepped out from his deep thoughts and his voice returned to his typically cold and distant manner. He then placed his arms behind his back and walked out. At the 5th level of the training pagoda. Under the scorching hot sun, the stone dragon shifted the chains on his body as it walked towards Gu Ruoyun's party. His eyes were fierce and bloodthirsty, which made one tremble with fear. The rattling sound of the chains with his every move was like a heavy weight which slammed into everyone's heart.
Master!
The vermilion bird quickly stepped in front of Gu Ruoyun to guard her. Her eyes stared vigilantly at the stone dragon as she muttered softly, "It's too powerful.
The Azure Dragon and I combined would not be any match for it. I think we'd better run for it. Run? Gu Ruoyun shook her head in exasperation. Where can we run off to?
If we don't kill this spiritual beast, we'll never be able to leave this place."
Tianxiang did not say very much.
His cold face carried a sense of cautiousness too as he stared icily at the stone dragon approaching them.
Humans. The stone dragon stopped in front of Gu Ruoyun and eyed her coldly. "Did the secret order members send you here so that I could kill you?"
"We're not from the secret order." Chu Luo's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly explained, "We're only here to participate in the secret order's training and were accidentally sent to this place."
"We didn't mean to disturb you. Would it be alright if you let us leave this place?"
They had already slaughtered of the spiritual beasts here.
Logically speaking, they should be able to leave. However, the way out has yet to appear.
There was only one reason for this: they still needed to kill this stone dragon or he could let them go.
Suddenly, the stone dragon was stunned.
He swept his gaze across Gu Ruoyun, then turned his attention towards the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird who were standing in front of her.
"Why do you carry my dragon clan's aura? Have you met the old ancestor of my dragon clan?"
A light flashed in Gu Ruoyun's eyes when she heard this and she said, "That's right, we had run into an ancestor of the dragon clan and received his inheritance. Furthermore, I've even promised him that I would take care of the dragon clan in his place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1322, She's Not Dead, 1. Chapter 1322, She's Not Dead, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
"So that explains it, that's why you carry his essence." The stone dragon came to a sudden enlightenment.
"I've been locked away here for almost 1,000 years.
The members of the secret order have always tried to subdue me, but I would never do anything for them. Hence, they had shut me away in this training pagoda. However, the ones who usually come to the 5th level of this training pagoda are criminals of the secret order. The 5th level has been considered as the punishment realm. I never thought that anyone outside of the secret order would be here who are also acquainted with the ancestor of my dragon clan too." The stone dragon sat himself on the ground and no longer emitted his ferocious air.
Instead, he began to treat Gu Ruoyun like family.
"By the way, little girl, did the dragon clan's ancestor say anything else to you?" Gu Ruoyun fell silent and shook her head. "Aside from asking me to take care of the dragon clan, there was nothing else." The stone dragon looked a little hurt when he heard this. He was considered to have been from the same generation as the dragon clan ancestor, but he never thought that one of them would end up dead and the other captured. Hence, two of the greatest powerhouses of the dragon clan have left. He has no idea what became of the dragon clan after they had left. "Little girl, since the ancestor has instructed you to do this, there must be something about you that impressed him. How about this? I'll let you leave this place as long as you can promise me one thing." Before Gu Ruoyun could answer, Chu Luo answered excitedly, "What do you want us to do?" In her opinion, nothing was more important than leaving this place right now. "I'd like to ask you to pay the dragon clan a visit after you leave." The stone dragon's voice was full of bitterness. Previously, when the ancestor had disappeared, he had left instructions for me to protect the dragon clan. Unfortunately, I was captured by humans several thousand years ago, which cost me my freedom. I don't know what things are like in the dragon clan now, so I'd like to ask for you to help me look in on my descendants. If you can promise me this, I will let you leave this place immediately." Gu Ruoyun thought for a moment. "I'll make my way to the dragon clan once I've finished this competition." "All right." After receiving Gu Ruoyun's guarantee, the stone dragon finally flashed a satisfied smile. "You may leave now." Gu Ruoyun looked at the stone dragon and asked, "Why don't you leave this place?" She was puzzled. They could walk out of this place, so why has this stone dragon remained locked in here for more than 1,000 years, unable to leave? Hearing this, the stone dragon laughed bitterly once again. "These chains on my body restrict my freedom and prevents me from leaving with you. Besides, the secret order has another reason for locking me in here." "What's that?" "It's so that I can guard a powerful cultivator in here. That powerful cultivator has been in here longer than me. That's more than almost 10,000 years now. Besides, there is a seal on the area where he resides, so he cannot walk around freely in the 5th level like I can. Little girl, once you leave, you must remember your promise." "Don't worry, I'll make a trip to the dragon clan." Gu Ruoyun gently nodded before she turned around to the group next to her. "Let's go, time is almost up. If we don't leave now, they'll probably conclude that we've failed." "Yes, master." Chu Luo and Zi Yun joined their fists and followed behind Gu Ruoyun with reverence. Their figures then quickly disappeared under the blood-red sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1323, She's Not Dead, 2. Chapter 1323, She's Not Dead, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Celestial Mountain.
All the organizations who have returned from the training session gathered together and silently waited for Lord Left Emissary to speak. Morong Qian stood in the crowd and scanned her eyes through every organization gathered at Celestial Mountain but could not find her most hated enemy. She looked absolutely elated as she declared excitedly, "That damned SL*T, Gu Ruoyun, isn't here. She must have lost her life in the training pagoda." The more she thought about it, the harder it was for her to contain herself from bursting into laughter. Based on Gu Ruoyun's level of power, she could not have possibly managed to escape. Therefore, Morong Qian's assumption must be correct. Gu Ruoyun had indeed lost her life in the training pagoda. Since you've all returned, allow me to announce the results of this training session. The left emissary observed the entire area and did not notice Gu Ruoyun and her party members. He heaved a sigh of relief and felt a twinge of guilt at the same time. However, to prevent her from hurting Yuer in the future, he had no other choice. Their many teams have entered the pagoda but only 5 have returned. The rest have unfortunately lost their lives in the claws of spiritual beasts. We feel great sympathy for this loss. Upon hearing the results, each organization felt uneasy. They did not feel sympathy towards their enemies, instead. The Secret Order's training was too horrifying. One false step could result in their death. Hence, they did not know what awaits them in the road ahead. Could it be that only the top 3 amongst them would survive? The crowd clenched their fists at the thought of this, looking very anxious. Alright, let's begin the next assessment. Next. Hold it. Just as the left emissary was about to announce the final assessment, a clear and cold voice rang out from behind him. His body stiffened as he turned around in disbelief. The left emissary's heart trembled at the sight of the woman's clear and cold expression. How can this be? How could she have possibly returned alive? Anyone who enters the 5th level of the training pagoda will never return. Aren't you a little too hasty with your announcement of the results? Chu Luo snorted icily, "There's still a few minutes left and you want to end it already? Could it be that you've determined that we would certainly end up dead in that training pagoda?" The left emissary's expression changed drastically, momentarily unable to speak. He then took a deep breath and replied with an ugly look on his face, "Since you've returned, please head on down. I still have to announce the next competition." Since Chu Luo had found out about the left emissary's deception, she could not help but snort disdainfully at him. She never thought that the Secret Order, which had never concerned itself with worldly matters, would be so unfair. For the sake of selfish matters, they would willingly harm the lives of their participating competitors. She's not dead. Morong Qian was enraged. What kind of F*King luck does this woman have? She's still alive and here after so many brushes with death. Shouldn't she be dead by now? Is she really all that lucky to have been sent to the 1st level? She was not aware of the agreement between Wenya and the left emissary, so, after thorough analysis, this was the only conclusion she could come to. That was right. Gu Ruoyun must have been fortunate enough to survive just like in the deep ends of Celestial Mountain. She must have found a cave and hidden inside, which was why those B****stards could never find her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1324, She's Not Dead, 3. Chapter 1324, She's Not Dead, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Aside from really good luck, this woman could not possibly have any other abilities. Wenya narrowed her eyes and glanced at Gu Ruoyun before returning her attention to the left emissary. When she noticed the ugly look on the left emissary's face as well, a cold light flashed across her eyes, leaving as quickly as it came. The next part of the competition shall determine the top 3 amongst you. The left emissary's eyes carried a cold and distant air as he spoke haughtily. I've asked the members of the Secret Order to prepare the arena. By then, everyone from all the organizations present must step into battle. The remaining few shall be the champions of this competition. The 2nd and 3rd place shall be determined based on the order of succession. As swords and knives are without sight, it's difficult to prevent injuries from happening. Do you understand? We understand. The crowd replied in unison. All right. You will now head to the arena to compete. The left emissary pointed at the arena in front of them, then eyed Wenya meaningfully. Wenya understood his meaning when she noticed the look in the man's eye.
She nodded emotionlessly and turned away. However, Gu Ruoyun managed to catch the interaction between the two from the corner of her eye. She calmly raised the corners of her lips. The four of you don't need to fight after this. Leave everyone here to me. I want to solidify my newly promoted late-stage exceptional state cultivation base. Coincidentally, they're going to let me do it. Chu Luo stared at Gu Ruoyun in astonishment. However, after remembering the divine objects in Gu Ruoyun's possession, she nodded. All right. With the help of those divine weapons, the others might not be able to hurt her master even if they were to attack her together at once. Xiao Qian, when you turned away as a cold light flashed in her pretty eyes. Both of us must join forces if we want to kill this woman. Furthermore, you should keep using that spirit gathering pill as a bait so we can manipulate the others to our advantage and deal with Gu Ruoyun together. Morong Qian nodded. All right, I understand what I should do. However, Morong Qian could not understand why Wenye did not bribe those people herself and had made her do it instead. Wenye was only using Morong Qian to protect the Wen family's reputation. However, the foolish Morong Qian was under the impression that Wenye was going to step out to avenge her this time, so her face was filled with gratitude. The organization stepped up to the arena and drew their weapons, ready to defend themselves in the upcoming battle. Gu Ruoyun, you probably never thought that you would fall into my clutches. Morong Qian climbed onto the arena and stared venomously with eyes like daggers towards Gu Ruoyun. Since you've stepped into this arena, there's no reason for you to leave. I'll make you understand that crossing the Morong family will result in paying the ultimate price. She paused at this point before continuing. Anyone who manages to kill this woman will be rewarded with a spirit gathering pill. The crowd's eyes lit up when they heard the words spirit gathering pill. They then swept their bloodthirsty gaze towards Gu Ruoyun. Rush! Without any hesitation, everyone charged towards Gu Ruoyun in unison. Their blades flashed as they brandished them in the arena. All of you, stay back. Gu Ruoyun stared at the crowd charging towards her and coldly ordered. She then pulled a sword from out of thin air. It was a broken sword with only a hilt but no blade. It looked rather laughable. Of course, Morong Qian had indeed burst into laughter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1325, She's Not Dead, 4. Chapter 1325, She's Not Dead, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun, you can't be thinking of using this broken sword to fight me? Her smile was filled with ridicule as she stared disdainfully at Gu Ruoyun. You can't even break our defenses with that sword, yet you want to use it in a fight against us. What a joke. Gu Ruoyun remained as cool and calm as ever as she stared at the crowd cheering towards her as if she had not heard Morong Qian's disdainful laugh at all. She suddenly made her move. A layer of sword energy wrapped around the broken sword in her hand before shooting towards her nearest opponent. A ray of light flashed from the sword and a bloody gash appeared on the man's chest. Blood instantly began to spill from the wound. At the same time, a man behind him charged towards her and aimed his sword at her head with a fierce light in his eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black flame appeared behind Gu Ruoyun. The flame split apart as if it was opening its mouth and smiling at the overconfident man. The man was shocked, and at that moment, the 9 underworld flames released a powerful force and swallowed the man with a bang. Even his body had vanished entirely from the arena. A mid-stage exceptional state cultivator had just died that way. Morong Qian's face turned incomparably pale as she stared at Gu Ruoyun in shock. How can this be? She's only at the early stage of the exceptional state. How can she have such great power? Besides, late stage exceptional state. Wanya, who was next to her, took a deep breath and slowly spat. She has already broken through to the late stage of the exceptional state. Late stage exceptional state? Morong Qian gritted her teeth and her heart throbbed in agony as her tender expression twisted into a bunch. She then fixed her venomous glare at Gu Ruoyun. Impossible, wasn't she at the early stage of the exceptional state? She had only entered the training pagoda. How could she have broken through so suddenly? She simply could not understand how this woman had managed to have a breakthrough. After all, this was the exceptional state, not a martial general or a martial king. Why does she feel as if Gu Ruoyun's breakthroughs were as easy as drinking a cup of water? Xiao Qian, I'm afraid that we can't touch this woman for the time being. A cold light flashed in Wenye's eyes. Her powers have surpassed our imagination and our knowledge. Even if we were to join forces, we might not be able to take her down. Besides, the broken sword in her hand is no ordinary weapon but a spiritual weapon. A spiritual weapon? Morong Qian gently pursed her lips, feeling thoroughly irritated. Sister Wanya, are you saying that we have no choice but to let her off now? What if this woman comes after us for vengeance?
Hearing this, Wanya laughed icily. Even if Gu Ruoyun chooses to have her revenge, she would be looking for Murong Qian, not her. She has never exposed her intentions to murder her, and neither has she caused her any trouble. Only the idiot Murong Qian would showcase all her intentions on her face. Shu Luo and the two beasts did not participate in the battle, only Zi Yun was unable to contain himself and rushed out. However, the opponents around him were geniuses and their powers were certainly not inferior to his. He was soon injured. Gu Ruoyun glanced at Zi Yun and threw him a pill. Swallow this pill and step away.
Oh. Zi Yun swallowed the pill and replied pitifully.
He then backed away to Chu Luo and the others. However, his eyes still burned with flames as he stared at the battle before him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1326, The Vermilion Bird Flies into a Rage, 1. Chapter 1326, The Vermilion Bird Flies into a Rage, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Master had told you that she was going to handle it on her own. If you step in again, I can guarantee that the next one to fall will be you.
Shu Luo smirked at the sight of the passion in Zi Yun's eyes before pouring cold water all over him. Besides, based on your level of power, you can't possibly come out unscathed after being surrounded by so many people, unlike our master.
Zi Yun pursed his lips. I'll leave you to your complacency for now. One day, I'll become more powerful than you. He he. Shu Luo laughed icily. I look forward to that day. How unfortunate that you'll never become more powerful than me. Get that child. Murong Qian had noticed the vermilion bird and ordered one of the Murong cultivators to attack. Yes, my lady.
After the man had received his order, he quickly headed towards the vermilion bird who was standing all alone. Now that the others were quite a distance from the vermilion bird, it was too late to save her now. Hence, Murong Qian wanted to capture this little girl and force Gu Ruoyun to surrender. Gu Ruoyun, put your weapon down. When Murong Qian saw that her subordinate had the vermilion bird in his hands, she was overjoyed and quickly yelled out to Gu Ruoyun, hurry up.
If you won't put your weapon down, I will kill this little girl.
Gu Ruoyun stopped immediately to stare indifferently at Murong Qian before turning her eyes back to the vermilion bird.
Master, may I attack?
The vermilion bird was at a loss. Her master had told her to leave everyone to her, so if she attacks, she would be going against her master's orders. This was too awkward. This was the only thing going through in her mind when she was captured. Gu Ruoyun nodded, leave the matters in the battlefield to me.
If anyone dares to go near you, you may attack.
After saying her piece, she charged into battle once again and did not spare the vermilion bird a second look.
Gu Ruoyun, I had asked you to put your weapon down. Didn't you hear me? You stop this right now.
Murong Qian stomped her foot angrily. As long as she puts her spiritual weapon down, those people would have the chance to kill her.
Unfortunately, Gu Ruoyun did not seem to hear whatever she had just said and continued brandishing her broken sword against her enemies. Does she not care about this little girl's safety? Kill her. Murong Qian bit her lip and fiercely issued the order.
She then turned towards the vermilion bird and laughed icily. She doesn't care about whether you live or die, so I'm going to kill you. If there's anyone to blame, blame her. She had forced my hand. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo and Zi Yun, who had been standing still, sent her an odd look. They could still recall the little girl's demonstration of her great power at the 5th level of the training pagoda.
On what grounds should a cultivator in the mid-stage of the exceptional state think he that stood a chance in capturing her? Was he not just digging his own grave?
After all, this little Lolita may look very adorable on the outside, but in reality, she was very ferocious. Even the spiritual beasts on the 5th level were so scared of her that they had not dared to do anything at all.
Who do you want to kill? A fake, cutesy voice rang out from within the arena.
The cultivator who had grabbed the vermilion bird felt his heart tremble. He then turned around in astonishment and stared at the little Lolita's adorable and tender face.
At this moment, the vermilion bird's large eyes were filled with joy. She grinned at the Murong family cultivator, cocked her head and asked in an adorable manner, "Are you going to kill me?"
He does not know why, but when he saw the smile on the vermilion bird's face, the cultivator's hand trembled and nearly dropped his sword onto the ground. His face then turned ghastly pale. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1327, The Vermilion Bird Flies into a Rage, 2. Chapter 1327, The Vermilion Bird Flies into a Rage, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Why are you still daydreaming? Kill that damned girl.
Morong Qian barked angrily when she saw how the cultivator had not responded to her order. She assumed that he was reluctant to act after seeing the vermilion bird's adorable face, but no one could see the growing fear in his heart. The hand holding his sword was trembling continuously as fear gradually took over his expression.
You want to kill me?
The vermilion bird smiled. There was a tinge of cruelty in her smile.
That depends on whether you have the ability. Boom! A bolt of flame shot out from the vermilion bird's mouth.
Before the cultivator could react, he had been completely engulfed by the flames until not even his ashes remained. Morong Qian, whose face had been initially filled with rage, was instantly dumbstruck. She trembled silently and stared in disbelief at the vermilion bird's adorable little face. Her entire body felt as if it had been submerged into ice, and she bit her lips, chilled to the bone. The vermilion bird slowly turned around and stared at Morong Qian with large, smiling eyes. Her smile was equivalent to a demon waving at Morong Qian, causing her to stumble back helplessly.
Trying to use me to threaten my master? You've chosen the wrong person. A fool like this one can't even catch me. Her voice rang out as clearly as a bell.
There was a grin on her soft and jade-like little face. It was as if she did not feel any anger towards Morong Qian's actions.
Xiao Chen, I've told you to give it up this time.
Wen shook her head inside. This woman really cannot think at all.
If that little Lolita could be so easily captured, why would she have asked her to give it up? However, she had still attacked anyway. Are you going to go down on your own, or shall I send you myself?
Gu Ruoyun held the broken sword in her hand as she stared at the group in the arena with a cold look in her eyes before speaking in an indifferent tone. Before Gu Ruoyun could follow through on her threat, the other cultivators quickly left the arena with regret in their hearts.
Why had we listened to Morong Qian's orders?
This woman is clearly a demon. It will never end well for those who oppose her.
They definitely regretted it.
Once the others had left, the members of the Morong and the Wen family were the only ones left in the arena aside from Gu Ruoyun's team. Xiao Chen, as long as the green hills are there, one need not worry about firewood.
You better leave now. Wen Ye's expression was filled with urgency as she stared at Morong Qian worriedly. I have yet to confront her face to face, so I am unhindered. You better leave quickly. She's too cruel and she'll kill you. Let me stall for you. While you get off the arena quickly. As long as you leave the arena, she cannot do anything to you. Once she had spoken, Wen Ye pushed Morong Qian towards the edge of the arena.
Morong Qian felt very moved at the sight of the worried look on the woman's face. Sister Wen Ye, thank you.
I'll make my move.
She gritted her teeth. No matter how reluctant she felt, she knew that she was no match for Gu Ruoyun. Hence, she quickly ran towards the edge of the arena and jumped off.
Eldest lady of the Wen family, Wen Ye.
Gu Ruoyun stared at Wen Ye's graceful features and smiled indifferently.
You are rather intelligent to have Morong Qian leave you the top slot. She would even need to thank you for it. Wen Ye's expression changed drastically.
Gu Ruoyun has obviously seen right through her.
If my guess is correct, you will admit defeat and walk out of this arena after Morong Qian has left. Gu Ruoyun laughed. Logically speaking, you would get the second place. After the competition has ended, you will plot with the left emissary of the secret order again and get rid of me. Without me, the champion, you will obviously be promoted to the first place.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1328, The Vermilion Bird Flies into a Rage, 3. Chapter 1328, The Vermilion Bird Flies into a Rage, 3.
Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Wen Ye's heart sank, but she did not show it on her face. I don't know what you're trying to imply. I was only afraid that you would hurt Morong Qian since you have such a deep grudge towards her. I don't think you will spare her at all.
Gu Ruoyun smiled indifferently. Wen Ye, I really admire your mind.
Morong Qian is no match for you at all and can only be manipulated by you.
However, there's something I must find out right now. May I trouble you to explain it to me? What is it? During that year, were you the ones who used the Lin family to deal with my parents?
Gu Ruoyun's eyes were turned towards Wen Ye as she questioned indifferently.
Wen Ye's expression turned particularly ugly. What does the Lin family's dealings with your parents have anything to do with me?
I don't wish to fight with you anymore. I am even willing to bow and give the title of champion away. I'm sorry, I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and smiled at the gradually ashen look on Wen Ye's face. Guru Wayun, I confess, my powers are inferior to yours, but the rules of this arena state that if one party admits defeat, the other must not attack. Besides, the members of the secret order are here, they will never allow you to bully me.
That's right, the secret order will certainly help you. Guru Wayun smiled. After all, the secret order's left emissary intends to marry your younger sister, so why should he not help you?
If my guess is correct, I had ended up in the 5th level of the training pagoda because you had coerced the members of the secret order to do so. Wenye's expression drained of color.
This woman is actually aware of the relationship between the Wen family and the left emissary? How did she find out about this? She bit her lip and exclaimed, Guru Wayun, what on earth do you want?
Since you know about the relationship between the left emissary and the Wen family, you should know that I'm untouchable.
Apologies. Guru Wayun smiled at Wenye. I forgot to mention one thing.
I had taken so much time during my earlier battle because I was setting up a formation in this arena. They would not be aware of the situation in this arena.
Even if I were to kill you, they won't be able to see it. What more save your life? What did you say?
Wenye was thoroughly shocked. Impossible, even if you've restrained me with a formation, they will notice my disappearance.
The left emissary will save me. Of course, if I was only imprisoning you, they would certainly realize your disappearance. However, the formation that I've built isn't just one, it's two.
Guru Wayun stared into Wenye's eyes and smiled coldly. One formation imprisons you, the other projects an illusion of us fighting against each other.
What they are watching now is a fight between us. They don't know that I've trapped you in here.
Wenye stumbled backward and her eyes filled with despair. Guru Wayun, my abilities are a far cry from yours. This woman had conjured up 2 formations during a battle.
How could anyone not admire that?
Hence, Wenye's statement had come from her heart. The woman before her was too powerful. If she was allowed to continue her growth, it would inevitably cause no end of trouble.
Now, can you answer my question? That year, was the Wen family responsible for tearing my parents apart and trying to capture my older brother?
Guru Wayun walked towards Wenye as she asked coldly. Wenye scoffed and turned around, refusing to answer Guru Wayun's question. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1329, The Vermilion Bird Flies into a Rage, 4. Chapter 1329, The Vermilion Bird Flies into a Rage, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Vermilion Bird,
Guru Wayun stared at Wenye's reluctant face as she calmly remarked, I want her to still be able to talk.
I'll leave this to you. Wenye's body instantly shook.
She stared fearfully at the vermilion bird who was approaching her and spat with an ugly look on her face. What do you think you're doing?
Obviously, I'm going to make you answer my master's question.
The vermilion bird grinned at Wenye as she reached out her hand.
A raging flame then appeared on her palm. Are you aware of the fate which befell the master of the Lin family?
I had trapped him in my vermilion flames, making sure that his flesh never rots, his soul never disappears, and that he would endure torture within my vermilion flames for 1,000 years.
Wenye's expression grew increasingly horrified as she tried to retreat.
Unfortunately, the vermilion bird did not give her the chance and appeared right behind her.
How could I not hear about Master Lin's fate? No. I should say that all of First City knows about it.
It was said that one could hear his anguished wails all the time at the Lin family home, and this has continued for almost half a year without pause. Those sharp shrieks were like the wails of a ghost and the howls of wolves.
It was quite horrifying to listen to.
Could it be that this little girl was the one responsible for putting Master Lin through such a horrible torture?
Of course, I wouldn't do that to you.
Just as Wenye was beginning to feel increasingly afraid, the vermilion bird spoke again. Upon hearing this, Wenye heaved a sigh of relief. As long as she does not end up like Master Lin, she has nothing to be afraid of.
How could 1,000 years be enough for you?
The vermilion bird's eyes darted back and forth as the smile on her face grew more pronounced. You'll need at least 10,000 years. After all, as the true instigators, how could the Wen family share the same fate as the Lin family? At that moment, Wenye could only feel an icy chill crawling up her body from her feet. Even though the vermilion bird was holding out a flame, she felt no warmth. It was so cold that her entire being trembled.
Speak, are you the puppet master behind all of this?
The vermilion bird dragged the flames in her hands as she spoke threateningly. If you don't answer, I will definitely inflict a greater cruelty on you than what I did to Master Lin.
I'll speak. Wenye finally replied and continued with a pale look on her face. It's true. The Wen family were the instigators behind that matter. Boom. A powerful raging flame burst from Gu Ruoyun's body. She eyed Wenya icily and asked, "Why have you plotted to take my big brother away? You'd better be honest with me. Otherwise, you know the consequences." "It's..." Wenya bit her lips. "It's to refine him into a puppet." "A puppet, dot." Upon hearing this, the aura from Gu Ruoyun's body became exceptionally icy and now carried an air of murderous intent. Puppets were living things which do not have sentience or thoughts of their own and would only listen to their master's orders. Yet, the Wen family wants to refine her older brother into a puppet. Had the Wen family traveled to the West Spirit mainland a while ago and captured my big brother? Where is my big brother now? Is he still with the Wen family? No. Wenya shook her head. My cruel and unscrupulous little sister had sneakily let Gu Shengxiao escape. He's no longer at the Wen family home. Gu Ruoyun, I've told you everything you wanted to know. Will you let me go now? Let you go? Gu Ruoyun laughed icily as she slowly walked towards Wenya. Of course I'll let you go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1330, The Vermilion Bird Flies into a Rage, 5. Chapter 1330, The Vermilion Bird Flies into a Rage, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Upon hearing this, Wenya's heart leapt for joy and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. As long as I can leave this place, I'll have a way to kill this woman. Ah! Just as Wenya heaved a sigh of relief, a black flame burst fiercely upon her body and roasted the skin off her chest. The immense agony caused her to shriek in pain. It was also at this moment when a pill rolled right into her throat. Chu Luo, who was standing next to Gu Ruoyun, could not help but shiver when she saw what her master had done. Suddenly, she felt that her master was far gentler with her when she had given her the pill back then. At least her master had mixed it in with tea and was not as forceful as the way she had treated Wenya. Chu Luo, our master is scary, but... Ziyan stumbled back and murmured, indeed, a woman's heart is the most vicious of all. Women are vicious and venomous living things. Get lost. Thump. Chu Luo slammed her fist on Ziyan's chest and glared at him angrily. Whose heart is the most vicious, you say? Is this fellow insulting women? Obviously, Chu Luo had now forgotten that she had said the exact same thing when Gu Ruoyun had poisoned her. What did you make me eat? Just as Ziyun was about to retort, a shocked voice cried out. They saw Wenya frantically trying to scrape her own throat and spit the pill out, but to no avail. The pill had turned into clear liquid and melded with her body. I can't attack the Wen family at the moment, so I've given you this poison to make sure you don't divulge a thing. Gu Ruoyun then raised the corners of her lips and sneered, this poison will react every night and would cause you so much pain that you would wish you were dead. Besides, you must not say anything about what has happened today. You can't even think about it, not even for a moment. Otherwise, your head will hurt so much that you'd feel as if it was splitting apart. It will be a fate worse than death. Wenya turned very pale in the face. Her body trembled even more as she glared fixedly at Gu Ruoyun and looked almost as if she wanted to eat her alive. Furthermore, Gu Ruoyun paused before she continued, when this poison reacts, it would cause so much pain that you would want to kill yourself. So, when I was creating this poison, I added a little something extra. Each time you want to kill yourself, you would also feel a head-splitting agony. It would be so painful that you wouldn't even have the strength to grab your knife. Wenya's voice trembled ceaselessly. Why would you do this to me? I've never done anything to hurt you. Gu Ruoyun laughed icily when she heard this. If it had not been for the Wen family, my parents would not have been separated for more than 20 years, nor would they have been forced to leave my big brother and me at such a young age. More importantly, you're still scheming against my big brother to this very day, trying to refine him into a puppet. Tell me, why should I spare the Wen family? I will only grant you all a fate worse than death. But isn't Gu Shengxiao in the clear now? Haven't your parents been reunited? Wenya stared at Gu Ruoyun with pleading eyes, all traces of her initial anger gone. Since you haven't really lost anything, why won't you have mercy on me? Besides, if the Lin family had not hunted Gu Tian for so many years, he would not have grown so quickly. Logically speaking, he should be thanking the Wen family. Thanking you, dot. Gu Ruoyun's smile was layered thick with murderous intent. Should he thank you for separating him from his wife for more than 20 years, or thank you for nearly costing them the life of their son? Besides, if I had been less fortunate and the stone dragon in the 5th level had not turned out to be an acquaintance, it's likely that I would have ended up dead because of your conspiracy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1331, The Vermilion Bird Flies into a Rage, 6. Chapter 1331, The Vermilion Bird Flies into a Rage, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You're now saying that my father should thank you? Gu Ruoyan's voice was as clear and cold as ever, yet it man when you tremble even more. I'm begging you now and you refuse to spare me. If I didn't give you this poison, I believe that you will definitely try to kill me after you leave. Gu Ruoyan looked at Wenya and said, so, why should I spare you? Besides, if you know that this day would come, why had you committed those sins? I will slowly repay the Wen family for all the sins they have committed. After saying her piece, she turned away and picked up the pebbles which she had placed on the ground. Time is almost up, I should undo the formation now. The formation was released once the pebbles were collected. At that moment, the whole of Celestial Mountain was completely silent. The people who had left the arena earlier had their attention fixed upon Gu Ruoyan and Wenya as their eyes filled with shock. She had lost. Wenya had lost. She was now collapsed on the ground and did not have the power to fight. She did not even have the strength to stand up at all. Whoosh. The left emissary rose to his feet and clenched his fists in a tight grip before sighing. It was a good thing that Wenya was still in the top 3 ranks. Even though she was not a champion, at least she could smoothly enter the secret order. Lord Left Emissary, there's something I need to report. Morong Qian noticed the defeated Wenya and her tender features filled with a sense of hatred. She had hoped that Wenya would defeat this woman, but in the end, Wenya had lost. She could not accept this, she could not accept Gu Ruoyan getting away with it. What is it? The left emissary looked at Morong Qian as he asked with a furrowed brow. It was obvious that he does not have a very good impression of the spoiled and willful eldest lady of the Morong family. Lord Left Emissary, I had seen Gu Ruoyan give her subordinate several pills, and as it happens, someone had broken into my room last night and stole a bottle of pills. I suspect that Gu Ruoyan was the one who had stolen my pills. Whoosh! At that instant, all eyes turned towards Gu Ruoyan. Their gazes were filled with disdain and contempt. That was right. They had noticed this woman giving a pill to the purple-robed man who was standing next to her. They never thought that someone would have the courage to steal another's possession during the secret order's assessment. Especially since the person they had stolen from was the eldest lady of the Morong family. Oh? A sense of shock flashed in the left emissary's eyes. His gaze flickered as he turned towards Gu Ruoyan. Has something like this happened? Gu Ruoyan, is the eldest lady Morong speaking the truth? Did you steal her pills? Morong Qian glared fiercely at Gu Ruoyan. Gu Ruoyan, you little thief, if you're so great, learn pill refinement on your own. What do you have to show by stealing someone else's possession? Give me back my pills or you won't have a moment's peace. Someone had indeed stolen the pills which she had placed in her room. Now that Gu Ruoyan has shown that she has pills in her hand, where could they have come from if she had not stolen them? She was only a woman from the secular world, so she would not possibly have pills in her possession. Hence, she must have stolen those pills. Each time Morong Qian thought about how this woman had stolen her pills, she would gnash her teeth in anger while the rage in her heart would deepen. Are you sure that the pills in my possession belong to you? Gu Ruoyan turned towards Morong Qian and smiled calmly as she spoke. Morong Qian scoffed and raised her chin haughtily. If you didn't steal it, where had you gotten them from? Coincidentally, someone had stolen from me last night. Only you, out of everyone else here, could have done such a thing. Gu Ruoyan, don't you have any shame? Do you like to steal from others so much? Not only do you steal men, but you would also steal pills. Is there a more shameless woman on this earth than you? Morong Qian had bribed the crowd in the arena. Once they heard her accusations, they all began to agree. That's right, Lady Morong is right. Gu Ruoyan, you've stolen another person's possession, you're nothing. Hurry up and return the pills that you've stolen. Perhaps Lady Morong will be merciful and spare you. If I were her, caught on the spot, I'd probably be so ashamed that I would never be able to show my face again. She sure is great, looking so virtuous and noble while showing those pills so publicly too. Based on her origins from the secular world, how could she possibly possess any pills at all? That's right, not every organization in the first city has a pill master. Aside from the 3 great protectors, only the first few names in second-rate organizations have pill masters. No matter how powerful this woman's talents are, she can't possibly have a pill master. The disdainful tone in the crowd's voices greatly enraged Zi Yun. He quickly rose to his feet and cursed angrily, what bullsh*t. My master is a pill master, so why should she steal another person's pills? Don't assume that only those organizations have pill masters in their ranks in all of the first city. You're all a bunch of frogs in a well. Zi Yun was nearly mad with rage.
In his heart, Gu Ruoyun was a far superior pill master than the one in the Morong family. After all, in all of First City, only Gu Ruoyun had the ability to refine pills that could help a cultivator break through to the exceptional state. That Morong family pill master was nothing compared to this. He was not even fit to carry her shoes, but...
A pill master?
Morong Qian burst into laughter while her features filled with mockery. Your lie is too absurd. Everyone knows that the pill masters of First City need many years of research to successfully refine a pill. How old is this little girl and you claim that she's a pill master?
Is that even possible?
A thief is a thief. No matter how much you explain it, it won't change the fact that she has stolen my pills. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1332, Proving Innocence, 1. Chapter 1332, Proving Innocence, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Morong Qian's mind was set.
The pill which Gu Ruoyun had given Zi Yun was one of the pills which had been stolen from her last night.
You say that I had stolen my pill from you. Can you elaborate on the type of pill you've lost?
Gu Ruoyun smiled indifferently, but her eyes continued to stare at Morong Qian as she slowly asked.
Do I even need to say it? Morong Qian raised her head arrogantly and laughed icily. It's a spirit-gathering pill, of course.
Someone like you would never be able to own a pill like that. You would have had no choice but to steal it from me.
Are you sure that it was a spirit-gathering pill? Gu Ruoyun raised her brows.
The smile on her face held a deep meaning. Wanya, who was standing at the side, paid close attention to the circumstances on both parties. When she saw the look on Gu Ruoyun's face, her heart began screaming that something bad was about to happen and she wanted to stop Morong Qian. However, just as the thought entered her mind, a painful explosion erupted in her head. It was so painful that she could not speak. Actually, Wanya was unaware that Gu Ruoyun had added her own soul energy into the pill. Now, as long as Wanya even has an inkling of intention against her, she would be affected in that manner. Of course. Just as Wanya had returned to her senses with great difficulty, Morong Qian spoke again. At that moment, Wanya's expression changed and her eyes filled with exasperation. I really can't understand how the Morong family could have spoiled Morong Qian to this point. If Gu Ruoyun really had stolen her pills, why would she show it off in public? Besides, since Gu Ruoyun had the courage to ask that question, that proves that the pills in her hand are not spirit-gathering pills.
It's not entirely impossible if Morong Qian wants to frame Gu Ruoyun.
At least Gu Ruoyun could not prove where she had gotten those pills from. However, this woman had insisted on brainlessly admitting that the pills she had lost were spirit-gathering pills. This had completely granted the opposition an opportunity to prove her innocence. However, Wanya had also made a grave mistake in her line of thinking. She knows that Gu Ruoyun would not have stolen those pills, but she must have gotten them from someone else. After all, how could such a young woman possibly have the ability to refine pills? Even if someone had taught her, she would never have been able to learn so quickly. Pill refinement cannot be achieved simply through talent alone. One must have enough time and experience as well. Her powers were so great that she must have put all of her time into cultivation. Where would she find the time to refine pills? Hence, Wanya never considered that Gu Ruoyun could also be a pill master. There were many ways for her to prove her innocence. However, because this was the most troublesome method, she had decided to ask Morong Qian about the missing pills. Wham! As soon as Morong Qian had answered the question, a powerful energy whirled fiercely in front of her and slammed into her chest with a loud thud. She instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backward in agony. What are you doing? The left emissary rose to his feet in anger. He never thought that Gu Ruoyun would attack in front of him, the referee, right after the assessment has ended. She has outright disrespected him. Gu Ruoyun did not reply his question and walked towards Morong Qian, who was on the ground. She slowly approached her, and once she was right in front of her, she replied with indifference as the corners of her lips curled slightly. Her voice was clear and cold. I'm just here to prove my innocence. Since Morong Qian has accused me of stealing pills, I'm going to make her prove my innocence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1333, The Secret Order, 1. Chapter 1333, The Secret Order, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Morong Qian widened her beautiful eyes in shock, unsure of what Gu Ruoyun was about to do. Her eyes filled with terror. Then... crack! Gu Ruoyun grabbed Morong Qian's arm and twisted it forcefully. The crowd heard a clear noise.
Gradually, Morongqian's screams, one, like a pig being slaughtered, could be heard. Morongqian's face turned pale with agony and her entire body was drenched in sweat as she stared in terror at the green-robed woman before her. Gu Ruoyun, if you dare to hurt the other contestant again, the secret order won't treat you with any courtesy. The left emissary was so enraged that his face turned ashen. He had never seen such an audacious woman like Gu Ruoyun in his entire life. She had actually dared to hurt a contestant in front of him. Gu Ruoyun did not raise her head as she replied coldly, I told you, I only want to prove my innocence. If the secret order wants to stop me, that proves that the dignified secret order has actually joined forces with the Morong family and tried to frame the champion after losing first place. If this were under normal circumstances, the left emissary would not have been so hasty. However, now that he had become muddled with rage by Gu Ruoyun, he scoffed coldly and said, I'd like to see how you plan on proving yourself. Crack! Gu Ruoyun stepped on Morongqian's chest. Everyone could hear the sound of her bones cracking. Morongqian spat out another mouthful of blood and glared venomously at the woman before her. After witnessing this scene, the left emissary was so infuriated that a vein throbbed on his forehead. He continued to stare coldly at Gu Ruoyun. However, since he had made an agreement in advance, he could not stop her. Then again, if this woman could not prove her innocence, he would make her regret her actions today. The left emissary took a deep breath at the thought of this and his eyes filled with a cold light. Even the people next to him could sense his anger. Stomp! Stomp, stomp, stomp! Gu Ruoyun stomped fiercely on Morongqian's chest. Each blow was heavier than the last as if there was no possibility of stopping. At this moment, Morongqian felt increasingly suffocated and it was getting hard for her to breathe. She had wailed and cried out in pain at first, but she was so in pain that near the end that her eyes rolled to the back of her head and she almost fainted. Keep hitting her, once you beat Morongqian to death, the Morong family won't let you get away with it. Wanya curled the corners of her lips icily. She does not know what Gu Ruoyun was planning to do, but her heart was secretly anticipating the possibility of that outcome. If Gu Ruoyun really ended up bashing Morongqian to death here, the Morong family would certainly run from 1,000 kilometers away to kill her. They would never let her get away with it. Stomp! After the last stomp, Gu Ruoyun finally put her leg away. She then produced a pill before everyone's eyes. The pill released a jade-green light beneath the setting sun. It was an enchanting sight. Is that a pill? Amongst the audience, some were already curling their lips as their eyes stared straight at the pill in Gu Ruoyun's hand. That's right, that must be a pill. If my guess is right, this must have one of the spirit-gathering pills which was stolen from Lady Morong. I was once fortunate enough to come across the pills in Lady Morong's possession. This is the same color as the one she had. If that's true, this pill must have been sullied. Why did she use this pill to prove her innocence? Can this pill prove anything at all? The crowd's faces were puzzled, unsure of why Gu Ruoyun had taken the pill out at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1334, The Secret Order, 2. Chapter 1334, The Secret Order, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as everyone was puzzling over Gu Ruoyun's methods, she pried Morongqian's mouth wide open and stuffed the pill into her mouth. That's... Wanya had been watching Gu Ruoyun and Morongqian behind the scenes. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock when she saw what happened, as if she had seen something absolutely unprecedented. Her mouth hung open as her graceful face instantly drained of color. This... How can this be? She stumbled back in shock before quickly covering her mouth to stop herself from making a sound. Everyone saw as Morongqian, who had half her foot in the grave, rapidly healed before their very eyes. The once ghastly pale look on her face recovered its rosy tinge as if she had not been injured at all. Forget about the others, even Morongqian herself was absolutely shocked. She stared in complete disbelief at her completely healed body, rendered speechless. This was impossible. The Morong family also has a pill master who could refine pills that could heal wounds, yet they do not have a single pill which could heal injuries at such a rapid pace. How had I recovered so quickly after swallowing this pill? Russell! The left emissary quickly rose to his feet and stared at Gu Ruoyun in disbelief. His expression had also changed unpredictably. Clearly, he could not regain his senses from this sudden turn of events. This was the pill which I had given Zi Yun a while ago. Gu Ruoyun smiled serenely. Her smile was tinged with a strange expression. If you still want to insist that these pills of mine had been stolen from you, I don't mind proving my innocence all over again. Everyone knows that spirit-gathering pills were used to help a cultivator gather their spiritual energy and increase the speed of their breakthrough. It cannot heal wounds. Hence, the evidence in Gu Ruoyun's pills was clear for all to see.
Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd began sighing incessantly, but due to the Morong family's influence, no one dared to stand up for Gu Ruoyun.
This isn't possible. Morong Qian shook her head as she stumbled back.
She then bit her lip and exclaimed, "My pills have clearly been stolen. Who else but you could have stolen my pills?"
So what if you've produced a healing pill? That does not mean that you're not a thief.
Unless you find my stolen pills, I refuse to believe that you didn't steal them. What? Gu Ruoyun laughed icily and her face carried a disdainful smile. "Since you want me to find those spirit-gathering pills, I'll do as you wish."
Morong Qian was shocked.
She had said those things because she wanted to throw more dirty water on Gu Ruoyun. She never expected her to have the courage to say that she would find her stolen spirit-gathering pills. How could this be? Even she could not figure out who had stolen the spirit-gathering pills. Gu Ruoyun slowly turned her gaze around and placed her attention upon a young man who was next to Wanya. She then slowly walked towards him. This young man had tagged along with Wanya to join this competition. However, he had run off a while ago when he sensed that things were going badly, so Gu Ruoyun did not have a clear impression of him.
"What are you doing?"
Wanya, who had held her breath for a while, glared fiercely at Gu Ruoyun when she saw her walking towards them.
Swish, dot.
Gu Ruoyun did not say a thing and raised the long sword in her hand. She then charged with the blade towards the young man next to Wanya.
Before the young man could react, Gu Ruoyun had torn his clothes into shreds.
At the same time, a string of pills which he had hidden in his lapel rolled off his body, clearly visible before everyone's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1335, The Secret Order, 3. Chapter 1335, The Secret Order, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The young man's face instantly turned very white at the sight of those pills rolling on the ground. He then stared at Gu Ruoyun with shock in his eyes.
How had this woman found out about the pills in my hands? Wen-in. Wanya's expression changed instantly as she glared at Wen-in angrily. What is the meaning of this? Why do you have those pills in your possession?
Actually, if this had been anyone else, they would have tried to absolve their own disciples of the blame. At least they would deny that those were spirit-gathering pills. However, Wanya had not done this. She was very aware that even if she tried to deny it, the situation was irreparable. It was very easy to identify spirit-gathering pills. If they do manage to authenticate these pills, the Wen family would be thoroughly humiliated. Hence, why not just end it and confess to the fact? The Wen family? Morong Qian stumbled back as she shook her head in disbelief. Why had someone from the Wen family stolen my pills? Besides, how did she know that my pills were in the Wen family's possession? A pill master will be particularly sensitive towards the aura of pills. Gu Ruoyun had been able to sense the spirit-gathering pills aura from the man's body for a while. This was how she could find the spirit-gathering pills so quickly. Humph. Ziyan scoffed coldly, "Is there anything else you wish to say? You had dared to insult my master by calling her a thief. Now, it's a slap in the face, isn't it? Chu Luo, can you help me calculate how they should pay the price for insulting our master?" Chu Luo shot Gu Ruoyun a look before she began to seriously make her calculations. Now that our master has obtained first place in the Secret Order's assessment and will soon be able to begin her cultivation under the Secret Order, she can also be considered as a member of the Secret Order. As a member of the Secret Order, the price for humiliating her is rather steep. After all, the Secret Order is a rather large organization and holds such a famous reputation. If the price to pay is too cheap, how will the world look upon the Secret Order? Ziyun could not help but admire Chu Luo. She had dragged the Secret Order down into the mud with her response. Even if the Secret Order's left emissary has any objections, he had to side with them for the sake of the Secret Order's reputation. Indeed, the left emissary, who was about to stand up for Morong Qian and the Wen family, had to swallow his words after hearing Chu Luo's response. He then scoffed coldly and said, "Since Morong Qian has indeed framed you, she must pay the price for humiliating you." "State your price then. Lord Left Emissary?" Morong Qian's expression changed drastically. Before she could have the chance to speak, she almost spat out a mouthful of blood from the next part of Chu Luo's speech. The price for the damages made towards the champion of the Secret Order's assessment should be at least 1,000,000 gold pieces. This is the minimal amount. After this, I will give an accurate price based on the insult that the eldest Lady Morong has inflicted upon my master. Chu Luo's exquisite features were filled with smiles as she stared at Morong Qian's pale face with a contemptuous glare. She then curled her lips disdainfully. Previously, her master had blackmailed her so badly. Now, with great difficulty, it was finally her turn to blackmail others.
How could she let such a good opportunity slip by? More than 1,000,000 gold pieces, why don't you just F***king steal it? Morong Qian no longer cared about anything else and immediately began to scold Chu Luo.
Her vicious glare was almost fierce enough to tear the other party into shreds.
Zi Yun, she has insulted me by accusing me of robbery. How should we calculate the losses for this damage in reputation? Chu Luo blinked as she looked at Zi Yun.
Zi Yun ran his finger across his chin and thought over it for a very long time before saying, "Your price isn't as expensive as our master's, so it's about 502 gold pieces. I believe that Lord Left Emissary will make a fair decision for us." After all, the Devil Sect had won the first place, so the Devil Sect now represents the Secret Order. The losses incurred for a member of the Secret Order's reputation is priceless, but we must also consider the fact that the eldest Lady Morong is young and lacks sense. Let's just give her a price so that she won't feel uncomfortable over the insult. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1336, The Secret Order, 4. Chapter 1336, The Secret Order, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Morong Qian's body trembled.
Forget about Gu Ruoyun's honor costing her 1,000,000 gold pieces.
Who was Chu Luo, anyways?
She was only a mere female bodyguard. 500,000 gold pieces would be enough to buy many of this dog's lives. Lord Left Emissary, you must make a fair decision for me in this matter. Morong Qian gritted her teeth fiercely and turned towards the Left Emissary as her expression filled with grief. This is daylight robbery and they are trying to extort the Morong family.
1,000,000 gold pieces, are they trying to rob us blind? Even robbers aren't as cruel as this.
Lady Morong, you are mistaken, it's no longer only 1,000,000 gold pieces. It's now 1,500,000 gold pieces.
Zi Yun kindly corrected her. Besides, are you saying that my master is not worth 1,000,000 gold pieces? Does that mean that the members of Secret Order are not worth 1,000,000 gold pieces?
The Left Emissary was just about to speak again when Zi Yun's words stopped him. He was so angry that his handsome face has turned completely ashen. Even his eyes have turned cold. Morong Qian, the members of the Secret Order are exceptionally valuable and the price of their honor is just as valuable as well. Therefore, you shall have to pay them 1,500,000 gold pieces.
Morong Qian's expression changed drastically. She never thought that the Left Emissary would stand up for them.
She bit her lips as she thought about this and trembled in anger. However, she did not dare to say another word. Otherwise, one slip of the tongue and she would probably have to pay another 100,000 gold pieces. Hence, Morong Qian, who was burning with rage but unable to vent her frustrations, could only glare at the young man who had robbed.
How dare you? You even have the audacity to rob the Morong family. Who gave you that courage? Don't you want to live anymore?
The young man stumbled back in shock and stared at Morong Qian's eyes, which were filled with rage.
Xiao Qian. Wen Ye's expression changed drastically.
She then stepped out and said, Wen Yin is a grandchild of an elder from the Wen family, so let's just forget about this matter.
I will compensate you with anything you want. Let's pretend this never happened.
Even though Wen Ye hated Wen Yin for humiliating the family in such a public spectacle, she had to protect him.
Otherwise, this fellow's grandfather would certainly cause a ruckus in the Wen family. Wen Ye, get out of the way. I absolutely must teach this kid a lesson today. Morong Qian then pulled a whip out and flung it at Wen Yin's face with a crack. The whip carried a fierce aura like a venomous snake as it circled towards his neck. Xiao Qian, stop. With a loud bang, an aura burst from Wen Ye's body and split Morong Qian's whip open.
The sharp whip then rebounded towards Morong Qian. At that moment, Morong Qian had no time to fall back. The long whip landed forcefully on her face, creating a bloody wound. She cried out in pain and held her face tightly as her entire being fidgeted incessantly.
Xiao Qian.
Wen Ye was shocked. She stared at Morong Qian's bloodied face as a shiver crept up from the bottom of her heart. It was so chilling that she could not move at all. I had clearly controlled my own strength a while ago. How could I have ended up injuring Morong Qian and damaged her face too?
If this gets back to the Morong family, Master Morong will never let me get away with it.
The Morong and the Wen family's powers were not very different from each other. If they do end up fighting against each other, both parties would only end up with heavy losses. Wen Ye's heart trembled at the thought of this. She simply could not understand how she had ended up hurting Morong Qian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1337, The Secret Order, 5. Chapter 1337, The Secret Order, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Of course, Wenya was not aware that she was not the cause behind the whip's backlash against Murong Qian. Instead, that it happened due to the vermilion bird who had secretly pulled some strings in the background.
It was this woman's fault for trying to seduce Qian Beiyi and insulting her master. That Wenya was not innocent, so how could she waste such a good opportunity to frame her? Wenya, you dare treat me this way? Murong Qian put her hand down.
When she saw her blood-stained hand, her entire being trembled as she glared angrily at Wenya. I will report this to my grandfather upon my return.
The Murong family will never let the Wen family get away with this. Xiao Qian, Wenya tried to explain but could not speak. After all, she had indeed hurt Murong Qian by accident.
Furthermore, it had happened out in the open for all to see.
Even if she quibbled, it would be useless.
Hence, Wenya would rather shut her mouth this time and say nothing at all.
You just wait, I won't let you get away with this.
Murong Qian screamed the last sentence. Now, each time Murong Qian thought about how her looks, which she was very proud of, had been destroyed, her heart would shiver uncontrollably.
She then turned towards the Murong family members behind her and said, "Bunch of useless things, what are you waiting for? Let's get out of here."
Yes, eldest lady.
The group quickly followed Murong Qian and headed down the mountain as quickly as possible. However, before Murong Qian could leave the mountain, a disdainful laugh chimed in. "Murong Qian, don't forget that you owe my master 1,500,000 gold pieces. If you go back on your word, the members of the secret order will certainly support us."
Chu Luo's eyes were smiling.
For the first time ever she has realized how fun it was to scam others. Murong Qian nearly stumbled onto the ground when she heard Chu Luo's remark. She then took a deep breath before hurriedly leaving the place. She soon disappeared very quickly from view. We should go too. Wenya took one last look at Gu Ruoyun, waved her hand and led the members of the Wen family away.
They did not take another look back either and left the place as fast as they could.
Since the assessment is over, we will now announce the results.
The left emissary slowly rose to his feet and stared coldly at Gu Ruoyun in front of him. He then exclaimed icily, "Even though you are the champion, you must never cause trouble in the secret order.
Otherwise, no one will be able to help you.
Besides, I know that you have a grudge against the Murong family. However, you have taken the first place and she has been placed at the third, so both of you have the opportunity to enter the secret order. I don't wish to see you both fighting against each other in the secret order. Whatever grudges you may have, please settle it outside." The left emissary paused before he continued to speak. "If I ever find out that you've been fighting in the secret order's territory, the doors to the secret order shall be closed to you forever." Gu Ruoyun flashed a faint smile. "As long as others do not provoke me, I won't provoke them either. However, if others do not leave me alone, similarly, I won't leave her in peace."
Humph. The left emissary scoffed and did not say anything else before he turned around and left the referee's seat.
When the members of the secret order saw that the left emissary was leaving, they did not stay back either as they followed suit and walked out behind him.
"Master, are you really going to enter the secret order?" The vermilion bird's mouth twitched. The left emissary is clearly in cahoots with Wenya. "I'm not going to join the secret order."
Gu Ruoyun turned around to look at the vermilion bird before smiling serenely. "I'll only accept the inheritance from the secret order so my powers can increase at an even faster pace. Besides, the secret order is only granting us permission to accept that inheritance and does not want us to become their disciple. If we are required to become disciples of the secret order to receive the inheritance, I'll give it up then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1338, The Secret Order, 6. Chapter 1338, The Secret Order, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ziyin looked at Gu Ruoyun and remarked in a serious and single-minded manner, "Master, no matter where you go, I will go with you.
With Lord Qianbei's absence, it is our responsibility to protect you in his stead, but..."
Chu Luo laughed when she heard this. "You protect our master? With that power or yours? I think that the master protecting you sounds more accurate. Our master is now more powerful than you, so how useful can you really be?
You should go back and cultivate for a few more years.
Let me protect the master." Ziyin glared angrily at Chu Luo and scoffed icily. "She's my master because she's more powerful than me. Can you not even understand that kind of logic, Chu Luo? How did I not realize this? When had you become so stupid?" Ziyun. As soon as Ziyun had spoken, Chu Luo exploded. She grabbed Zi Yun's lapel in one swift move and thrust her face next to his own before exclaiming angrily, "You King dare insult my intelligence? If you say another word, I will beat you up right now." Zi Yun looked at Chu Luo's hand then continued to jeer disdainfully, "You have intelligence? Who was the one who had fallen for master's tricks and ended up having to serve my master for the rest of her life? Besides, with master around, I'm betting that you won't have the courage to hit me at all." That was right, Chu Luo does not have the courage to hit Zi Yun. After all, Zi Yun was originally on Gu Ruoyun's side while she had been tricked into it. "Master, don't you get the feeling that those two are quite well matched?"
The vermilion bird glanced at the bickering couple. Over the past half of the year, she had gradually gotten used to their interactions.
"Who's well matched with him?"
Chu Luo scoffed, "With his level of power, he's not even fit to carry my shoes."
"Let's talk when he gets more powerful." Zi Yun's mouth twitched, "I have no regard for women of low intelligence like you. I think you better learn a lesson from our master."
She could trick others without a second thought and had inexplicably tricked Wanya as well. Even I don't know when she had laid the trap in the arena. Their eyes had never left Gu Ruoyun during that fight, but they did not notice her laying the formation.
She had somehow sneakily accomplished this under everyone's watchful eye.
Hence, one could imagine how great her powers were.
"Let's go. We need to make preparations for our journey to the secret order in a few days."
Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders as a determined light flashed in her eyes.
"Regardless, I want to have that inheritance.
Only then will I have the power to help Xiaoyi instead of letting him do so many things on his own."
Gu Ruoyun's heart sank at the mention of Qian Beiyi.
"It's been half a year, I wonder if Xiaoyi has been able to uncover Gu Xingxiao's whereabouts. Besides, so much time had passed and I have no idea where he is, which has led to no correspondence at all."
Gu Ruoyun's heart throbbed at the thought of this. "Xiaoyi, you've always been running to my side in the past. This time, wait for me to find you."
"I will find you regardless of how vast or large this mainland is."
That was right.
After all these years, Qian Beiyi has always been the one to come running to her, and she had never tried to seek him out, not even once.
Hence, it was up to her to find him this time. She would find him even if she has to search every corner of the mainland. At a guest house. The left emissary had just entered the room when someone knocked on the door.
He furrowed his brows as he looked at the door behind him.
"Come in," he said. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1339, The Secret Order, 7. Chapter 1339, The Secret Order, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Creak.
A lush, lily-white hand pushed the door open and Wenya slowly walked into the room. She had an ugly look on her face and her pretty eyes were no longer as moving as they were before. Her graceful stance had completely disappeared, replaced by a body filled with vicious currents.
"What do you need?"
The left emissary knitted his brows tightly together, clearly unsatisfied with the events which had happened today. If Wenya was not his beloved kin, he would have chased her out long ago.
"If you want me to help you deal with Gu Ruoyun, I'm afraid that I can't do it now."
After some thought, there could only be one reason for Wenya's appearance here.
Just to deal with that woman.
I had unlocked the 5th level of the training pagoda on my own accord and I've crossed the elders of the secret order, so even I don't know what kind of punishment awaits me when I return. If Gu Ruoyun had ended up dead, that would have been fine, but she was still alive.
His punishment was simply not worth it. Wenya laughed icily, "I'm not here for Gu Ruoyun." "Then what are you doing here?"
The left emissary felt a little curious as he turned towards Wenya and asked. "You should be very aware of the Morone family's character in seeking revenge over the smallest grievances. If this matter reaches the Morone family's ears, knowing that old man from the Morone family's love for Morone Qian, he would definitely disregard everything else and start a fight with the Wen family." A cold light flashed across Wenya's eyes before she continued, "If both families fall into a struggle, both sides will suffer heavy losses.
This is not something the secret order wishes to see either. The left emissary fell silent before slowly lifting his gaze towards Wenya's bloodthirsty expression. "You want me to help you go against the Morone family? If that's your idea, let me advise you to give it up.
I've already helped the Wen family in a lot of unfair business.
If I continue to do as I please, I'm afraid that I will no longer have a place in the secret order. You should go back, I will not take action."
Hearing this, Wenya laughed.
"Left emissary, you won't have to feel awkward about it this time. I've thought it over for you.
I don't need you to step in and help me deal with the Morone family. I only want to ask you to send a warning to the governor so that he can stop the Morone family's crusade against the Wen family. Do not forget, if both the one and the Morong family end up suffering heavy losses, it would end tragically for my little sister, Yuer.
Knowing my grandfather, he would certainly use her as a tool for forming a marriage alliance and have her married off to a disciple of the Morong family to calm the Morong family's ire. The left emissary's heart throbbed. It goes without saying that Wen Ye has successfully grasped his weak spot. His weak spot was Wen Yu. As long as it had anything to do with Wen Yu, he would do it even if he had to break the secret order's rules. I will inform the governor about this matter so he can prevent the Morong family from making things difficult. No.
Wen Ye shook her head. I don't only want you to inform the governor, I want you to help me push this responsibility entirely upon Morong Qian's head. Furthermore, use her character as an excuse so that she would have no connections to the secret order.
Think about it, if Morong Qian were to join the secret order with her great rage towards me, do you think that she would spare Yuer once she enters? The secret order is particular about rules and you are only an emissary. How are you going to protect Yuer's safety?
The best way is to prevent her from setting foot into the doors of the secret order. The left emissary's heart sank as he stared at Wen Ye with a complicated look in his eyes.
In contrast to Morong Qian, you are certainly far more intelligent.
It was clearly someone from the Wen family who had stolen her pills, yet you want to push all the blame onto her. It's a good thing that my Yuer is not as sinister and cunning as you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1340, The Secret Order, 8. Chapter 1340, The Secret Order, 8.
Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wen Ye did not mind the left emissary's statement in the least. Lord Left Emissary, I've even thought of what you should say to the governor.
During the past few days, Morong Qian had hung out with the members of the Wen family, so she had the absolute opportunity to plant the pills on Wen Yin. She had framed the poor Wen family. While it's bad enough that she had shifted the blame to Guru Huayan, she's even dragged the Wen family down with her all for the sake of sweeping the Wen family's good name all over the floors and forced them to step away from their post as a great protector. She paused as a sinister light flickered in her eyes before she smiled and said, think about it. If the Ouyang family believes our words, they would certainly stand opposed against the Morong family because the Morong family wants to force the Wen family to lose their title as one of the great protectors.
If they succeed, their next target will be the Ouyang family.
The left emissary stared at Wen Ye in shock. A cold chill then crawled up from the tip of his toes to his heart. He knows that Wen Yin was the one who had stolen the pills from Morong Qian's room. However, in order to protect the Wen family, Wen Ye had thought of such a grand scheme to implicate them. Not only would she absolve herself from all blame, she would even push the Ouyang family into going against the Morong family. With such a ruthless sister, it was a mystery how Yuer had managed to survive all these years. The left emissary felt like he had met Wen Ye for the first time. He gazed at the unfamiliar form and he never thought that this woman, who had presented herself with such grace in front of others, could be so vicious behind the scenes. Besides, she had previously enjoyed a rather cordial relationship with Morong Qian. Now, she wants to eradicate the entire Morong family.
Left emissary, don't blame me for being too vicious, I'm only doing this to ensure Yuer's safety. My grandfather has always preferred harmony. If we really ended up drawing the Morong family's ire, he would certainly drag Yuer into forming a marriage alliance.
This means that she would be forced to sleep under another man.
Is that what you want?
Wen Ye's smile was as graceful as before, but she asked the question with a tight smile.
I understand.
Each time the left emissary thought about how Wen Yu would be sent off to form a marriage alliance, a flaming rage would burn within his heart.
Don't worry, leave this to me.
I won't let anyone hurt Yuer, nor will I allow any other man to touch her.
Good.
Wen Ye raised the corners of her lips as a smile formed on her beautiful face. If my guess is correct, Morong Qian should have left Celestial Mountain by now and should be on her way back to the Morong family home to ask Master Morong to avenge her. I hope that you can report this to the Lord Governor before that happens. The left emissary nodded before he looked at Wen Ye and said, Wen Ye, I can do anything for you, but I have one request: treat Yuer well. Soon, I will take her as my bride with honor. If she has been hurt in any way, don't blame me for my lack of courtesy. A thick and cold aura exploded from the left emissary's body at the last part of his statement, enough to cause others to tremble with fear. Don't worry, no matter how vicious I am to outsiders, I will never hurt my own little sister. Besides, if I had not protected her during that year, she might not be alive today.
Wen Ye smiled indifferently.
She had already picked up on Wen Yu's weak spot anyway, so she was not afraid of her saying anything in front of the left emissary.
Unless she no longer wishes to see her long-lost elder brother.
I hope that you keep your word. The left emissary stared at Wen Ye with a complicated look on his face. He clearly does not believe in her words at all.
After all, this woman was far too vicious. Even if Yuera was her younger sister, he was afraid that she would not have had much of a good life in the Wen family home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1341, The Secret Order, 9. Chapter 1341, The Secret Order, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What? Don't you believe me, Lord Left Emissary?
Wenya curled her lips.
Once the matters surrounding the Morong family have been settled, I will present you with a perfectly unscathed Wenyu. If there's even the faintest sign of a scratch on her, you may do as you please with my life. The Left Emissary did not say much. After a long pause, he slowly replied, with your assurance, I can be at peace. I will now send my men to take care of the Morong family. Please leave if you have no other business here. Wenya's face lit up with a smile.
She took one last look at the Left Emissary before turning around and leaving the room. Once she had turned around, her expression turned cold in an instant.
I'm definitely going to present him with a perfectly unscathed Wenyu because the torment I've inflicted upon her is not on the surface at all. How could this foolish boy possibly detect anything? However, the Secret Order's Left Emissary's intelligence was really just that. He would always be the type of person who, despite after being manipulated by others, would still be counting money for them. At the Morong family home,
an old man was seated on a wooden chair in a simple and elegant study filled with the smell of books. His attention was buried in the book in his hands when a heart-wrenching cry sounded from outside the door.
Those cries drew closer towards him and he could not help but frown.
However, he soon smoothed out his brows and raised his head to look at the woman who had rushed in through the door. The woman, who was dressed in light green robes, had messy hair and a dirty face as if she had just crawled out from a group of beggars.
She charged directly towards Morong Yang at top speed.
The Morong family disciples who were trailing behind her all had their heads lowered and had no courage to speak. They did not dare to lift their heads at all. Morong Yang's heart thumped at the sight of this. Before Morong Qian could reach him, he began to gently console her.
Xiao Qian, did you fail the assessment? It's alright, it's no hindrance even if you can't enter the secret order.
I could not stop worrying about you being there in the first place.
Grandfather.
Morong Qian threw herself into Morong Yang's arms, crying inconsolably. Because she had cried all the way home, her voice was now very hoarse and sounded more unpleasant than a crow.
Xiao Qian.
Morong Yang stroked Morong Qian's head.
Abruptly, the wailing woman lifted her head.
When Murong Yan saw the very obvious scar on her face, he jumped with shock and nearly fell off his chair. There was dried blood on Morong Qian's and her large, red eyes were like bronze bells which were filled with hatred. She looked remarkably like a madwoman and was no longer as beautiful as before.
Who?
Morong Yang returned to his senses and rose to his feet in anger before slamming his hand on the table. Who did this to you?
Who did it? Grandfather, it was Wenya. Morong Qian gritted her teeth.
A member of the Wen family had stolen my spirit-gathering pills, but I had not asked the Wen family to pay for it at all. Wenya then hit me to protect the Wen family disciple.
Grandfather, you have to support me.
Morong Qian cried miserably while the hatred and malice in her eyes did not diminish.
Instead, it deepened.
She had not mentioned how she was the first person to strike the Wen family disciple. Instead, she had pushed all the blame onto Wenya.
The Wen family? Ha ha ha.
Morong Yang laughed in spite of his rage. How great is the Wen family to have the gall to hurt my precious granddaughter. Guards, prepare the horses. I'm going to trample over this damned Wen family right now.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1342, The Secret Order, 10. Chapter 1342, The Secret Order, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Master. Suddenly, the Morong family guard rushed in and joined his fists as he reported, Master, the governor's party has summoned you to the governor's palace.
Humph. Morong Yang scoffed icily as a sinister light flashed in his eyes. Why is he summoning me to the governor's palace at a time like this? Could it be that the old man from the Wen family knows that his own granddaughter has caused a disaster and has requested for the governor to settle the matter for him? However, even if the governor defends the Wen family this time, I won't let them get away with this so easily. Let's go. We shall leave for the governor's palace now. I really want to find out what excuse the Wen family had used to convince the governor to help him. With that, he straightened his sleeves and walked out of the study. The governor's palace. The meeting hall was splendorous and majestic.
Two elders were seated beneath the governor's chief seat and all was quiet. Without warning, the door to the meeting hall swung open and Morong Yang, whose body was enveloped in an icy chill, walked in before their very eyes. There was a sinister expression on his ashen face as he looked at the Wen family's elder. Each time he remembers the injuries inflicted on Morong Qian, he would feel the urge to tear everyone from the Wen family into 10,000 shreds.
You're here? The governor glanced at Morong Yang and exclaimed icily, the members of the secret order were here a while ago. Morong Yang, are you aware of your crimes? Morong Yang shook. Could it be that the governor had not summoned him here because of the matters concerning his granddaughter's abuse? At the thought of this, he asked, may I ask what crime I've committed that the Lord Governor would summon me here? Wham! The governor slammed his hand on the table, enraged. Morong Yang, he replied icily. Don't think that we're unaware of your granddaughter's great deeds. Furthermore, I'm afraid there isn't a single person who isn't aware of who was responsible for her attitude. Morong Yang's expression gradually sank. He then replied scornfully, Governor, what on earth do you mean? My granddaughter has been bullied and her looks have been destroyed too. Are you saying that she's to blame? Not only had the Wen family members stolen her pills, but they've also beaten her up. Shouldn't the Wen family provide me with an explanation for this? An explanation? Wen Xiao laughed icily, your granddaughter has shifted the blame onto others and you want us to give you an explanation? The members of the secret order have made a thorough investigation. It was the Morong family who had incited Morong Qian and allowed her to hide those pills in Wen Yin's possession. You can forget about framing Wen Yin for stealing those pills. She had even attacked the Wen family's disciples. Such evil actions, yet you have the audacity to insist that we give you an explanation? Morong Yang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. He then roared angrily, you're spewing venomous slander. It was clearly a Wen family member who had stolen the pills, yet you dare to frame my granddaughter. My granddaughter would never do such a thing. This matter has been verified by the secret order, so how can it be fake? Wen Xiao stared at the ashen-faced Morong Yang and laughed icily. You want to make false charges against the Wen family and destroy the Wen family's public reputation. As a dignified member of the Great Protectors, how can you dabble in such illicit affairs? Once you've succeeded in planting your false charges, the Wen family's name will be swept all over the floor and be forced to leave their position as one of the Great Protectors. By then, you would find a way to use the same methods to deal with the Ouyang family. Perhaps the Ouyang family would also be forced out and the Morong family will stand alone as the Great Protector. Ouyang Yuan furrowed his brows. It was obvious that Wen Xiao's words have angered him and made him happy at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1343, The Secret Order, 11. Chapter 1343, The Secret Order, 11. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was a good thing that the Ouyang family had not sent any representatives to Celestial Mountain. Otherwise, it would not be the Wen family alone who would suffer from false accusations. If that were to happen, it would become just as Wen Xian had said, both Great Protectors would be forced to leave their posts and only the Morong family alone would be the Great Protector from then on. Ouyang Yuan exclaimed scornfully when he thought of this. Morong Yang, you're a rather large chess piece. However, knowing Morong Qian's level of intelligence, she would not be able to think of such a plan. You must be the mastermind behind this, right? If your scheme had succeeded, it's likely that the next ones you come after would be the Ouyang family, wouldn't it? Morong Yang's entire body trembled upon hearing the accusations and the flaming rage in his chest nearly spilled over. He glared fiercely at Wen Xiao before gritting his teeth and said, Wen Xiao, you dare slander the Morong family. I swear that I, Morong Yang, have never done such a thing. If I had, I would be struck by lightning. I will not have a peaceful death. Hee, you haven't done such a thing because you didn't do it. You had ordered your granddaughter to do it. Wen Xiao laughed icily before continued, do you dare swear that you've never had any intentions of dragging us down? Morong Yang was instantly silenced. He had, in fact, had these kinds of thoughts. After all, who would not want to be the only power on this mainland? He even had thoughts of replacing the governor. However, he believes that the same thoughts had also crossed the Wen and the Ouyang family's minds. The only thing was, his power was not as great as the governor's power. Morong Yang, do you swear it? That will prove that you were not the person behind this matter. Wen Xiao stared at the speechless Morong Yang and spoke in a condescending manner. You? Morong Yang's eyes were spitting fire as he sent Wen Xiao a death glare. His gaze looked as if he wanted to execute Wen Xiao with 1,000 cuts. Enough.
Just as the two were in the middle of the argument, the governor's cold and distant voice rang out, "Morong Yang, there's no need to quibble." The secret order was tasked to investigate this, and knowing the secret order, they would never do anything unjustly. Hence, as punishment, I sentenced the Morong family members to meditate on your faults behind closed doors for 3 years. No one can leave the Morong family premises in the course of these 3 years. If you continue to make false accusations against your compatriots, I will remove your title as one of the great protectors. This meeting is adjourned. The governor did not say much else before he rose to his feet and left the meeting room. He did not spare the three a second glance. Humph. Morong Yang scoffed icily and glared fiercely at Wen Xiao. His voice was filled with viciousness as he spat. "Wen Xiao, the governor had protected the Wen family this time, so I can't do anything to you. One day, however, I will destroy you and avenge this day." Wen Xiao grinned as he retorted, "The feeling is mutual. Once I have the chance, I won't spare a single one of the Morong family members." Humph. Morong Yang scoffed coldly once again before he turned around and left. His body carried a sinister and cold aura, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Once he had left, Wen Zhao's elderly face sank as his lips curled into a cold smile. "Morong Yang, just because you think that you have power and influence that pierces through the skies, that you can protect Morong Qian for the rest of her life so you can indulge her every action. However, you will never understand that if we do not educate our future generations well enough, one day, the Morong family will be destroyed by her hands." Compared to Wen Ye, Morong Qian was very far off. If Morong Qian was as intelligent as Wen Ye, she would not have lost so horribly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1344, The Secret Order, 12. Chapter 1344, The Secret Order, 12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even though the governor had issued the order that this matter should not be leaked out to the public, everyone in the first city found out about it anyway. Morong Qian had been instantly enraged when Morong Yang had announced the governor's orders. As a result, she had cursed Wen Ye in every corner of the Morong family home. Her curses were rather unpleasant to hear, and they leaked out so even those passing by the Morong family home could hear her. Therefore, the people of the first city began to discuss, especially those who had participated in the assessment. They were under the impression that Wen Ye had done something to Morong Qian which resulted in Morong Qian's now bone-deep hatred towards her. Left with no other choice, the Wen family then issued an explanation under the governor's tacit approval. That was when the public found out that Morong Qian had tried to falsely accuse the Wen family of stealing pills. Each and every person snorted disdainfully, and all the first city was soon filled with curses towards Morong Qian. Everyone knows that Wen Ye had treated Morong Qian like a sister, yet they never thought that Morong Qian would be so cruel and unscrupulous to try to frame the Wen family. After doing such a thing, she still had the gall to humiliate Wen Ye? Everyone in the first city then began to pity Wen Ye. As for Morong Qian, they would spit each time someone brought up her name. Even a 3-year-old child would view her attitude with disdain. Instantly, Morong Qian's name gained a bad reputation. In contrast, Wen Ye was viewed in a favorable light. To tell the truth, if Morong Qian had not cursed Wen Ye in the Morong family home day and night, perhaps the governor would have been able to silence the matter. However, she never thought that she would end up destroying everything to the point where she has ended up with a stinking reputation. Of course, this matter has also reached Gu Ruoyun's ears. After hearing about this, Gu Ruoyun could only smile without comment. It was Zi Yun who was enraged, and he exclaimed fiercely, "This Wen Ye is really vicious." It was clearly a member of the Wen family who had stolen the Morong family's pills, yet Morong Qian ends up becoming the one who takes the blame, and Wen Ye won everyone's pity. Upon hearing Zi Yun's indignant tone, Gu Ruoyun smiled serenely. "What can we do? If Morong Qian wants to go up against Wen Ye, she can't win." "Master, I don't quite agree." Chu Luo paused in silence before saying, "Wen Ye had received help from the secret order's left emissary. That's how she had managed to successfully shift the blame onto Morong Qian. If it were not for the secret order's help, I believe that she would not have accomplished this so easily." No, Gu Ruoyun shook her head and laughed icily. With the current formalities in the first city, the governor would never allow any infighting between the three great protectors. Therefore, even without the secret order, the governor would still push the blame onto the Morong family. Only then would he be able to stop the two families from fighting. Otherwise, the Morong family would not be able to hold themselves back from attacking the Wen family. If this were to happen, the power structure of the first city would fall into chaos. If the governor wants to prevent the two families from fighting, he had no choice but to put the Morong family under house arrest. To do so, he would need an excuse to put them under house arrest. That excuse had come from the matter between Morong Qian and Wen Ye. Hence, Gu Ruoyun had known from the start that it would not be so easy to topple the Wen family.
However, it's unfortunate.
The vermilion bird's face was filled with remorse as she exclaimed, I thought that after I had heard Morong Qian, she would certainly pick a fight with the Wen family, but I never thought that Wenya would have settled the matter so easily. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1345, The Secret Order, 13. Chapter 1345, The Secret Order, 13.
Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ziyun was shocked. He stared at the vermilion bird's adorable and tender features as he asked in disbelief, What did you mean by that? You were behind the scar on Morong Qian's face? That can't be, hadn't Wenya hurt her by accident?
The vermilion bird rolled her eyes. Even though she did not respond to Ziyun's question, he got his answer when he saw the look on her face.
Boom. A sudden stroke of lightning struck from the sky, rendering Ziyun's entire body dumbstruck. What kind of company does our master keep? She's such an abnormal child to be able to hurt Morong Qian under the secret order's watchful eyes. Besides, she had even managed to shift the blame onto Wenya. Poor Wenya, being made to carry the blame just like that, which resulted in the Morong family's deep hatred towards her. You really are stupid. Chu Luo glanced at Ziyun as she sneered, would a person like Wenya accidentally hurt others? Her use of force had been precise, she would only split Morong Qian's whip but not hurt her. Therefore, this matter must have been connected to our master. If master had not been the one behind it, it would have been the doings of those by her side. Besides, Chu Luo already knows that Gu Ruoyun was a sneaky person. Why would she have anyone honest by her side? All of them would certainly trap someone and make them pay with their life, but just like this little vermilion bird. Ziyun finally returned to his senses. His expression was filled with peculiarity as he spoke, I rather pity Wenya this time. She got trapped by our master in the arena and was then entrapped by the little beast on master's side. If I was her, I would probably be driven to insanity. I would not tolerate being bullied like this. Humph. It was that woman's fault for trying to kill our master and taking master's big brother away. Whenever the vermilion bird heard Wenya's name, she would not be able to control the flames from igniting in her body. Her eyes were spitting with raging flame as she continued, I seriously hope that she would stay away from the secret order after being trapped by master. This means that if I want to hurt her, I would only be able to find her in the Wen family home. If she enters the secret order, I will make her regret having offended our master, but just because the vermilion bird looks like a little Lolita on the outside, she was still an old bird who had lived for over 10,000 years. How could she possibly be a good bird? Besides, out of the 4 divine beasts, the vermilion bird does not have Yunyao's grace, the azure dragon's composure, nor does she ever have the black tortoise's straightforward and honest nature. Instead, she had the worst temper of them all. It was fine if no one offends her, but once someone does, they would face dire consequences. It's getting late. You two should go back and get some rest. Get ready, we will officially leave for the secret order tomorrow. Gu Ruoyun's eyes flickered, feeling interested in the mythical secret order. The secret order. An old woman, who had been seated cross-legged with her eyes closed in the clan leader's room, opened her eyes and looked at the extremely deferential elders who were standing in front of her. She exclaimed calmly, the assessment is over and I'm sure that the geniuses are rushing over here now. We must make preparations. I want to nurture these talents with everything I have to face the dangers ahead. Yes, clan leader. The elders replied respectfully. However, clan leader, there's one thing that I can't comprehend. The 3 great protectors are the most powerful of all on the mainland. Why did you not have these 3 great protectors join the secret order directly and instead chose to have this assessment? The white-haired old woman smiled serenely as she said, the world is so vast and there are a countless number of geniuses around. Some may not have been recognized. There are many geniuses in the 3 great protectors, but I believe that there are still many other geniuses left undiscovered. Therefore, I had chosen to organize this assessment to attract true geniuses. Oh, that's right, who's the one who got the first place? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1346, The Secret Order, 14. Chapter 1346, The Secret Order, 14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Reporting to clan leader. Apparently, the winner of first place is a woman named Gu Ruoyun. The elder rose to their feet and replied with reverence. What did you say? The clan leader's body shook upon hearing that name. Elder Tianrun, did you say that the champion is someone named Gu Ruoyun? Elder Tianrun eyed the clan leader curiously,
puzzled over her strong reaction to the name. That's right, her name is indeed Gu Ruoyun and she originates from an organization called the Devil Sect.
I've never heard of this organization prior to this.
Hearing this, the clan leader slowly returned to her calm demeanor as a light flashed in her eyes. Previously, Yur had sent a letter to say that she has found her husband and daughter.
She had followed her husband and left the first city to return to their territory. She even mentioned her daughter's name.
The clan leader took a deep breath and said with a serious look in her eyes, her daughter's name is Gu Ruoyun.
What?
Elder Tianren was shaken and eyed the clan leader in disbelief. Clan leader, are you saying that the sacred lady's daughter has won the first place?
That's right. The clan leader laughed.
It seems that this is what they would call fate. I have long known that Yuer's daughter would be as outstanding as her, but I never thought that she would be made the champion out of so many people. Besides, Gu Ruoyun is not a citizen of the First City but is from the West Spirit mainland, more lowly than the East Peak mainland. On the West Spirit mainland, even a martial honor would be able to enjoy a powerful existence. Martial saints were only mythical figures. Yet Gu Ruoyun, who hails from the West Spirit mainland, had managed to overcome so many opponents and receive the title of champion in this competition. How was this not shocking to her? Clan leader, if she really is the sacred lady's daughter, she does not need to be tested.
Once they arrive in secret order, I will bring Gu Ruoyun to see you, said Elder Tianren with reverence and a lowered head. There's no need.
The clan leader shook her head. In the secret order, to be impartial is of the utmost importance.
If we give her special treatment, we would lose that. Besides, I'd like to witness the extent of Gu Ruoyun's abilities and see if she can be responsible for everyone.
Hence, we mustn't let anyone know of her status as the sacred lady's daughter to avoid having a lack of common sense.
Understood. Elder Tianren joined his fists and replied with reverence. Clan leader, since that's the case, I'll go and make preparations for their arrival in the secret order.
The clan leader waved her hand and replied, go ahead.
Ah, that's right.
Even though I'd love to observe the full extent of Gu Ruoyun's abilities, she's still Yuer's daughter after all, so you must ensure her safety.
If anything happens to her, I'm afraid that Yuer will fall out and become hostile with us.
The clan leader knows her disciple's personality better than anyone else. Do not make assumptions simply because Dongfang Yu was the sacred lady of the secret order. The reason why she had joined the secret order was to have her vengeance and wipe out her grudge one day before returning to her husband, son, and daughter. In her heart, her husband and children would always be her top priority. As for the secret order, they were her second priority. Hence, if anything were to happen to Gu Ruoyun in the secret order, Dongfang Yu would never take things lying down. Understood, clan leader.
Elder Tianren joined his fists once again. He then withdrew from the clan leader's chambers.
The clan leader's chambers returned to silence in his absence.
Your daughter must be as outstanding as you. However, I can't treat her any differently from others.
The clan leader smiled and sighed exasperatedly. Don't worry, I won't let any hurt her while your daughter is in the secret order. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1347, Kept Outside, 1. Chapter 1347, Kept Outside, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Secret Order was the most mysterious organization in the First City. To this day, not many people know about the secluded place where the Secret Order resides. However, those who were at the highest peak of existence in the First City understood that the Secret Order contains a long-standing inheritance. Even the governor needs to show the members of the Secret Order some degree of consideration. Hence, many cultivators carry a sense of fascination and reverence towards the Secret Order even though this organization had disappeared from the mainland and gone into hiding. Not a single member of the Secret Order has ever appeared before the eyes of the public on the mainland for a long time. As a result, many cultivators on the mainland have nearly forgotten about the Secret Order's existence. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain where the Secret Order resides, the situation was not as calm as it usually was. The sound of oncoming footsteps disrupted the peace and quiet. So this is the Secret Order. Gu Ruoyun paused and raised her head to look at the mountain range which rose into the sky. She then curled her lips calmly. It seems that we'll need to use a bit of effort to climb this mountain. Chu Luo, who was right behind her, took 2 steps ahead and made a remark. So the mysterious Secret Order resides here. It is said that there are many spiritual beasts in the mountain range and that it is fraught with danger. However, there's no lack of priceless treasures here. Therefore, many people wish to enter this mountain range, but those who have entered have never returned. After a long time, this mountain range was considered to be one of the most ferocious grounds of the mainland Deity Peak. Deity Peak? Gu Ruoyun raised her brow before saying, let's go. We should head on up to the deity peak. I'm certain that the members of the Wen family have already arrived. She then continued onwards and ascended the mountain. The left emissary paused outside an imposing great door on the mountain peak and turned towards Wenya before saying, this is the Secret Order's location. Now that you've arrived at the Secret Order, you are now a member of the Secret Order. I cannot protect you here, so you'd better shape up. The left emissary gave Wenya a word of warning before she enters the Secret Order. After all, knowing Wenya, she would not let Gu Ruoyun get away so easily. Even though he could help her out secretly, he could not make his actions too obvious. Otherwise, he would lose his life as well if the elders were to find out. Don't worry, Lord Left Emissary, I understand what you mean. Wenya smiled gracefully. Her eyes were filled with a gentle light as she continued, after I've entered the Secret Order, I will get Yuer to marry you. By then, you only need to make wedding preparations. At this moment, the left emissary was not aware that Gu Ruoyun had poisoned Wenya. Hence, Wenya would not dare do anything to Gu Ruoyun, no matter what. As long as you understand the situation. The left emissary nodded when he heard Wenya's reply. Now, let's head in. Gu Ruoyun would probably need some time to arrive here, said the left emissary as a cold smile crept onto his face. Deity Peak was fraught with danger. Wenya had successfully managed to reach the Secret Order's location because she had a guide. Without a guide, even if she had survived the encounters with the ferocious spiritual beasts, she would have experienced great difficulty in order to reach the doors of the Secret Order. Wenya smiled but did not say anything as a cold light flashed in her eyes. How could she not realize the meaning behind the left emissary's reaction? Even though she has no way of exacting revenge on Gu Ruoyun, she still feels the urge to tear the woman into 10,000 pieces. Hence, she took great delight in watching whatever the left emissary does come to fruition. Lord Left Emissary. When the two disciples who were standing guard outside the Secret Order's gate saw the left emissary walk in, they immediately joined their fists respectfully and said, Lord Left Emissary, are these? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1348, Kept Outside, 2. Chapter 1348, Kept Outside, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Secret Order has its own rules. No disciple was allowed to bring anyone from the outside world into this place. Hence, despite coming face to face with the Secret Order's left emissary, these guards had to ask about his guest's identity to prevent criminals from entering the Secret Order. They are the winners of this round's competition. I'm fulfilling the Elder's orders by bringing them here. You can stand aside now. The left emissary's expression was cold and distant as he replied arrogantly. His courtesy was only reserved for Wenyu and he would never speak kindly to anyone else. Even if that person was a disciple of the Secret Order. So these are the winners of the recent assessment. When the two disciples who guarded the door heard this, they stepped aside and greeted them respectfully, this way, please. The left emissary scoffed and turned towards Wenya before saying, Wenya, remember what I've just told you. Please control the Wen family members as well. I will allow subtle actions but I won't tolerate brazen offense of the rules. Otherwise, I can't protect you either. Lord Left Emissary, since I've made a promise to you, I won't attract any disturbances. Even if anything were to happen, I will not drag you down. Wenya smiled calmly as she stared sincerely at the left emissary. The left emissary heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this and slowly replied, all right, you can all come into the Secret Order with me. He then entered the door after straightening his sleeves. Wenya's eyes darkened as she stared at his departing figure before she followed suit. We're finally here. Not too long after the group had left, several figures appeared outside the Secret Order's gate. The woman who had spoken was dressed in black and her exquisite face was drenched in sweat. She wiped her forehead and turned towards the silent woman in green behind her. Master, we've reached the doors of Secret Order but it seems that the rest have not arrived yet. Chu Luo was quite surprised. Wasn't it said that there were many spiritual beasts in the mythical deity peak? Why did we not run into a single one of them? She wondered. Even so, this high mountain had indeed taken up a lot of our time. Besides, we still have to be aware of the countless traps on Deity Peak. Gu Ruoyun fell silent for a moment before she replied indifferently, since they haven't arrived, we shall enter the Secret Order first. Upon hearing this, Zi Yun, who was now so weak that he could not even move his legs, instantly straightened up and his eyes sparkled. After all, how many cultivators have dreamed of entering the Secret Order? He never expected that he would have this opportunity after following his master. Let's go. Gu Ruoyun strode towards the Secret Order's gate but just as she was right outside the gate, she was blocked. Stop. The disciples of the secret order stared at Gu Ruoyun's group as they berated them coldly. This territory belongs to the secret order. Who gave you the permission to enter this place? Leave immediately. The secret order is not a place for anyone to enter at will. Actually, the disciples of the secret order were very shocked when they saw Gu Ruoyun's group. After all, these people were the only ones who were able to reach the secret order with ease after so many years. However, the shock soon faded, and as the secret order's disciples, they still held the responsibility to stop them from getting any closer. Chu Luo raised her attractive brows and snapped impatiently, "We are the champions of the recent assessment, and it was the secret order who had summoned us here. What is the meaning of you keeping us out? Where is the left emissary? Call him out here right now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1349, Kept Outside, 3. Chapter 1349, Kept Outside, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Initially, Gu Ruoyun's group was supposed to follow the left emissary to the secret order. However, he had some unexpected matters to attend to at the last minute and had informed them that they could start their journey first. They did not expect that they would end up spending so much effort. Furthermore, the geography of Deity Peak was very complicated. Hence, they had only managed to reach the secret order after quite some time. Chu Luo never thought that the left emissary had not left with them first because he had urgent matters. In fact, he had abandoned them on purpose so that they would have a difficult time entering the secret order. Champions of the assessment? The disciples of the secret order looked surprised before they laughed icily. Do you think that we would believe you? The left emissary had already led the winners of the assessment into the secret order a while ago, and he never mentioned that there were more people behind him. Besides, he had arrived just a while ago while your group had arrived later. Since that's the case, why had he not brought you along into the secret order as well? Chu Luo's expression changed drastically. How could she have missed out on the way the secret order's disciple had implied that the Wen family were the champions of the assessment? She never thought that the left emissary would be so vicious to abandon them on purpose and lead the Wen family here instead. It's strange, Ziyun scratched his head and asked in a puzzled manner. The left emissary had led the Wen family into secret order. Why had he not waited for us? Didn't he say that he had to leave at the last minute? Chu Luo laughed icily as she rolled her eyes at Ziyun and replied with a sneer, "Can't you even comprehend such simple logic? The left emissary had trapped us. He had obviously abandoned us on purpose so that we would run into danger on Deity Peak. However, the left emissary had probably never considered that they would not run into any spiritual beasts after entering Deity Peak. Otherwise, they would have ended up facing misfortune on Deity Peak." After hearing Chu Luo's explanation, Ziyun's less than nimble mind suddenly came to a realization. His handsome face turned ashen as he cried out angrily, "The left emissary is truly sinister. He would join forces with the B***stards of the Wen family to hurt us. Previously, they had nearly driven us to death. This time, they still refuse to leave us alone. If he ends up in my hands, I will grant him a fate worse than death." Ziyun was nearly mad with rage. The secret order was known to have strict rules, so why was someone allowed to commit such acts of injustice? It looks like this dignified secret order was not like that at all. Ziyun's lips curled into a cold smile at the thought of this. A cold light then flashed in his eyes. "You're still not leaving. What are you all standing around here for?" The disciples of the secret order noticed that the group was still around and were slandering the left emissary as well. They were immediately enraged and threatened, "If you still refuse to leave, don't blame us for our lack of courtesy. I think that you've clearly failed the assessment, yet you still wish to enter the secret order. That must be why the left emissary had ignored you all. Now, you have the audacity to slander him. The secret order has never allowed any acts of injustice to take place within its doors. As Lord Left Emissary, he would never violate the rules deliberately. If you continue to utter words of slander against him, don't blame the secret order for treating you rudely. The secret order has always had one virtue: unity. Therefore, the secret order's disciples could not just stand back and watch when they saw that Gu Ruoyun's group was slandering the left emissary. In fact, they would have acted long ago if it were not for the fact that everyone in the group looked far too young. Rudely? Ziyun laughed icily. Just how are you going to treat us rudely? If a member of the secret order has done something wrong, are others not allowed to speak of it? The secret order's left emissary has always been a B***starred. He's worse than a dog or a pig. He had the audacity to trick us. We don't care if we don't get to enter the secret order. Even if my master was unable to join the secret order, she will surpass all of you sooner or later, but
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1350, Kept Outside, 4. Chapter 1350, Kept Outside, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As Zi Yun had spoken, he then turned and walked to Gu Ruoyun's side before speaking with an angry look on his face. Master, the members of the Secret Order are clearly snobs. I had always wondered how powerful the Secret Order really was. Now that I've seen it, there's nothing to really shout about. What kind of future could the Secret Order possibly have if they were able to nurture someone like the left emissary? Let's go now, Master, your talents are great and powerful. Your growth will remain uninhibited with or without the Secret Order. Gu Ruoyun nodded and calmly replied, all right. She took one last look at the Secret Order's towering gates and headed down the mountain without any hesitation. That was right. She had wanted to enter the Secret Order for the sake of the inheritance. However, even if she does not manage to obtain the inheritance, she could break through on her own. It was only a matter of time. Hence, the inheritance was not an absolute must for her to have. Chu Luo was dazed with shock. She stared at Zi Yun and Gu Ruoyun, who were both making their way down the mountain, and blinked. Are these two really going to leave just like that? Master had gone through trials and tribulations in order to have the chance to obtain this inheritance. Is she really going to give up just like that? Master, are you going to leave just like that? She hesitated for a long while before she asked reluctantly. Zi Yun glared at Chu Luo fiercely and exclaimed angrily, didn't you hear them? They've already issued the order to have us expelled, so what do we gain from staying here? Since they won't let us enter the Secret Order, we should just leave. I just hope that they won't regret this. By then, even if they came personally to invite us, my master will never enter the Secret Order. His eyes turned towards the Secret Order disciples who were guarding the gates, and he spat viciously, remember your words today, don't blame us for not giving the Secret Order a chance. Once my master leaves, she will never turn back unless that son of a *tch left emissary comes crawling back to my master, kowtows, and admits to his mistakes. Upon hearing this brazen statement, the two Secret Order disciples could not contain their laughter. Their eyes were filled with disdain, clearly placing no importance over whatever Zi Yun had just said. The Secret Order will ask them to return? What a joke. What right does someone who has failed the assessment have to set foot into the Secret Order? Zi Yun, let's go. Gu Ruoyun calmly remarked with her back against Zi Yun, it's getting late. I'm hoping to reach the bottom of the mountain before it gets dark. Yes, Master. Zi Yun sent the Secret Order disciples one last glare before he turned towards Gu Ruoyun and approached her. He then noticed that Chu Luo had remained still and sent her a fierce glare as well. What are you still standing around here for? As they say, we need to live with dignity. It's not like our master can't live without that inheritance, so why must she tolerate this humiliation? Even if my powers are weak, as I'm only a cultivator in the exceptional state and I cannot be compared with a great organization like the Secret Order. However, I can be lofty and unyielding too. The Secret Order is just too infuriating. Chu Luo stared blankly at Zi Yun's furious features. She does not know why, but at this moment, she felt as if he has so much spirit. I never thought that despite your weak powers, your aura would still be quite strong. Chu Luo turned around and did not look at Zi Yun at all, concealing the blush on her face. From now on, I'm not going to tease you over your inferior powers, nor will I bully you anymore. At this moment, Zi Yun was boiling over with rage, so he missed the peculiar look on Chu Luo's face. He scoffed coldly and said, good that you know. Our master is such a powerful figure, on what grounds do these people have to insult her? They're only the Secret Order. What's so great about them? Sooner or later, the Devil Sect will surpass the Secret Order. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1351, Kept Outside, 5. Chapter 1351, Kept Outside, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The two Secret Order disciples who had remained silent could not help but burst into laughter when they heard Zi Yun's claims. Don't worry, the Secret Order won't be begging for your return, but you'd better not let us hear you humiliate Lord Left Emissary anymore. Otherwise, the members of the Secret Order won't ever let you get away with it. Actually, these two disciples might not have viewed Gu Ruoyun and her group with disdain if the Left Emissary had not led Wenya into the Secret Order first. As the Left Emissary never mentioned about anyone else following him, they had assumed that Gu Ruoyun was trying to take advantage and enter the Secret Order illegally. Why should they treat this illegal disciple with courtesy? Zi Yun, Chu Luo, let's go.
Gu Ruoyan did not hesitate any longer as she issued her command and descended the mountain. At this moment, an elder who was sitting with his eyes closed in meditation in the elder's chamber of the secret order instantly opened his eyes when he heard the report from the man in front of him. Even his breathing quickened. Are you saying that the kid, Mu Chu-1, has brought the winners of the assessment into the secret order? This means that he would soon be able to meet the sacred lady's daughter. Reporting to the elder, Lord Left Emissary has indeed returned with a few citizens from the outside world. Allow me to be so bold as to guess that those people are the winners of the assessment. Good. The elder's eyes flickered. Get the Left Emissary to bring the winners of the assessment into the main hall to see me. I will be heading over now. Understood, elder. The man joined his fists before he withdrew from the room. Even though the clan leader intends to test the sacred lady's daughter, I must receive her properly as she has journeyed from far away, so she would be left with a deep impression. Once the sacred lady returns, perhaps I can get the sacred lady's good favor out of this. Elder Tianrun quickly headed out of the elder's chamber at the thought of this. His hurried pace carried a sense of urgency, but most of it was a sense of anticipation. The secret order's main hall does not carry the resplendence and magnificence of the organizations in the world outside. Instead, it displayed a taste of ancient charm. At this moment, only 2 people were seated on chairs at the side passageway of the empty main hall. Lord Left Emissary, you say that Elder Tianrun wishes to see me? There was a graceful smile on Wenye's face, but one could see her excitement in her eyes. After all, Elder Tianrun was an elder of the secret order and his status was on par with the governor of First City. That's correct. A puzzled look flashed in the Left Emissary's eyes. Elder Tianrun has indeed asked me to bring you here to meet him, but I don't know what this is about. After all, the clan leader holds Elder Tianrun in the highest regard. His status is exceptionally noble, and even my master would need to show courtesy to him. The noble Elder Tianrun wants to see Wenye? The Left Emissary furrowed his brows, clearly unsure about the situation before him. Just as the two were in the middle of their conversation, an elderly figure slowly appeared from outside the main hall, coming into view. At the same time, Elder Tianrun also noticed Wenye, who was sitting right next to the Left Emissary. His eyes filled with excitement. I had asked someone to inform the Left Emissary to bring the winners of the assessment to see me, yet he has only brought one woman. If my guess is correct, this woman should be the sacred lady's daughter. Elder Tianrun thought it over for a while and was just about to walk up to her when he furrowed his brows. But her age doesn't seem to be correct. The sacred lady's daughter is only around 24 years old, yet this woman has clearly reached 30. Could it be that the sacred lady's daughter has gone through so much hardship over the years so she looks older than her actual age? Elder Tianrun mulled it over for a while and could only come up with this one possibility. He then discarded the thought from his mind and smiled at Wenye as he approached her. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1352, The Secret Order's Plea, 1. Chapter 1352, The Secret Order's Plea, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I believe that this woman must be the victorious genius of this round's assessment. Elder Tianrun flashed a kind smile on his face as he looked at Wenye and spoke in an amicable manner. I've heard of your name before, and now that I've met you, I can see that you are indeed young and talented. You've managed to break through all the tests set by the secret order and successfully defeated the other talents to come here today. The Left Emissary was a little shocked. When had the proud Elder Tianrun ever been so amiable? Besides, he also mentioned that he had heard of Wenye before? When did Wenye ever become so famous? The Left Emissary could not help but turn towards Wenye with a peculiar look in his eyes. Elder, you are too kind. Wenye quickly rose to her feet. A graceful smile played on her face and she looked absolutely bewitching as she stared back at him charmingly. It is my honor to be able to enter the secret order. After all, I have long heard of the secret order's great name before this, so when I heard about the secret order's assessment, I immediately went to participate. Who would have thought that I would have the good fortune to successfully receive the right to enter the secret order? Hearing this, Elder Tianrun nodded in satisfaction. This little girl is indeed the sacred lady's daughter. Neither servile or overbearing, nor is she anxious or impatient. She can retain her composure even when faced with a member of the secret order. To have such character at such a young age is very rare. Ha ha ha. Elder Tianrun burst into laughter as he stroked his beard and exclaimed, not bad at all. A genius like you is just what the secret order needs. Gu girl, you must expand your capabilities as much as you can in the secret order. The secret order certainly won't overlook a true genius. Wenye's body stiffened instantly when she heard Elder Tianrun's remark, and the smile on the corner of her lips instantly disappeared. Gu girl?
The left emissary was in shock.
His mind was momentarily stuck as he turned towards Elder Tianrun in astonishment and murmured awkwardly, "Elder, you've got the wrong person. Her first name isn't Gu, she's Wunya who had obtained the second place in the assessment."
"What did you say?" Elder Tianrun was shocked.
His elderly features sank instantly as he turned his sharp gaze towards the left emissary.
At this moment, why should he display his once amiable demeanor? "So you didn't escort the champion of this assessment?" "This." The left emissary's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, momentarily unsure of how to make an explanation. "Humph." Elder Tianren noticed that the left emissary was tongue-tied and scoffed icily.
He then straightened his sleeves and replied coldly, "I had wanted to meet the champion of this round's assessment, Gu Ruoyun."
"Why had you brought the second-place winner to me for? Where is Gu Ruoyun? I want to see her."
Wenya's eyes flicked and she smiled, "Please calm down, Elder.
Gu Ruoyun was delayed as she had some other matters to attend to.
Hence, I had come here first with Lord Left Emissary. I was not aware that you had wanted to meet Gu Ruoyun. If you want to see her, I expect that she should arrive around 2 days' time."
Most people, in general, would be greatly angered after being mistaken for another person. However, Wenya was not like that.
Even if her heart was spitting fire, she had forced it all down.
After all, this was the Secret Order's territory and not the Wen family's place. When faced with the elders from the Secret Order, she had to put her best foot forward.
This way, even if Gu Ruoyun was this round's champion, she could not defeat Wenya in the Secret Order. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1353, The Secret Order's Plea, 2. Chapter 1353, The Secret Order's Plea, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Left Emissary, I want you to give me an explanation now. Where's Gu Ruoyun? Elder Tianrun's expression was dark, cold, and terrifying as he released the aura from his body, suffocating everyone in sight.
You should know that anyone who wishes to enter the Secret Order must go through Deity Peak.
Deity Peak is littered with countless spiritual beasts. She's at the exceptional state, so how is she going to enter the Secret Order easily? Do not forget your duties as the Secret Order's emissary.
The more Elder Tianrun thought about it, the angrier he felt. If anything happens to the Sacred Lady's daughter in the Secret Order, when the Sacred Lady returns, the sky and the earth would turn upside down in the Secret Order.
Elder, the left emissary gritted his teeth.
I had intended to bring Gu Ruoyun to the Secret Order, but she informed me that she had some last-minute business, so she would arrive a little later. I thought about escorting Wenya to the Secret Order first before meeting Gu Ruoyun at Deity Peak again. Now that Wenya has arrived, I will descend the mountain to fetch Gu Ruoyun. I assumed that she should have just arrived at the foot of the mountain. Elder Tianrun nodded and replied with an apathetic look on his face, "Gu Ruoyun is the champion of the Secret Order's assessment. We have the responsibility to take good care of her. She is also a crucial figure this round. If she runs into any unexpected misfortune, I will hold you solely responsible."
Understood.
The left emissary wiped the sweat off his brow, joined his fists and replied.
"Wanya."
Elder Tianrun turned towards the woman in yellow robes behind him. His tone was indifferent and did not contain any trace of his previous warmth. "Now that you have entered the Secret Order, you must abide by the Secret Order's institutional regulations. Should you ever make any offense, I don't care whether the Wen family is on the governor's side, the Secret Order would not spare you so easily. As for the matter concerning your masquerade as Gu Ruoyun, I will not quibble with you. If you do it again, you won't be let off so easily." Wenya's expression changed a little and her heart filled with jealousy and hatred. Unfortunately, she could not do anything to Gu Ruoyun right now and could only let her jealousy and hatred engulf her heart.
However, when have I ever masqueraded as Gu Ruoyun?
Elder Tianrun was the one who had clearly mistaken me for another person without even clarifying. Especially since the person he had mistaken me for was my most hated enemy.
Yes, Elder, I understand.
Regardless of how unsatisfied she felt, Wenya did not have the courage to speak up. She lowered her eyes and face as she replied meekly.
Left emissary.
Elder Tianrun turned away in satisfaction after hearing Wenya's reply and placed his gaze on the left emissary once again.
He then continued in a cold voice, "I'll give you 1 day to bring Gu Ruoyun to see me.
If you do not bring her here in 1 day, don't even think about seeing me again."
"As you wish."
The left emissary joined his fists and lowered his head as he replied with reverence. In a lonely guest house located at the foot of Deity Peak. At this moment, Gu Ruoyun was sitting in front of a table, absent-mindedly sipping on a cup of tea in a room in the guest house. Her face was as cold and indifferent as ever, and not a single trace of emotion could be seen.
Master, are we really going to leave just like that?
Chu Luo still found it unacceptable. After all, they had gone through so many trials and tribulations to obtain such a good opportunity.
Was her master really going to give up, just like that? What, then?
Gu Ruoyun raised her brows. The disciples of the secret order have blocked my entry into the secret order.
Are you planning to fight your way in? It's late now, so you and Ziyun better get some rest. We will leave first thing tomorrow.
Chu Luo looked rather confused.
Before she could speak, Ziyun tugged her arm and exclaimed angrily, "Haven't you suffered enough humiliation?
I've already explained it to you back at the secret orders gate. We do not stand for things like this. Since our master has decided that we are leaving tomorrow, we shall leave first thing tomorrow morning. Besides, the secret order will regret this decision one day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1354, The Secret Order's Plea, 3. Chapter 1354, The Secret Order's Plea, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chu Luo was rendered temporarily speechless from Ziyun's rough scolding.
Her heart then filled with grief.
Was she not putting their master's needs into consideration? If their master enters the secret order and receives the inheritance, her powers would grow very fast. Someone's here.
Gu Ruoyun's eyes shifted as she curled her lips differently. Chu Luo, Ziyun, open the door and welcome our guest. As soon as Gu Ruoyun had spoken, Chu Luo and Ziyun looked at each other and saw the shock in their eyes respectively.
Someone was here? How had they not sensed them?
However, no matter how puzzled they felt, they immediately walked up to the door and unlocked it. Just as the room door was opened, a white light descended from the sky to stand in front of the door. When they lay their eyes upon the man who had descended from the sky, their faces immediately sank.
Ziyun exclaimed irritably, "What are you doing here? Are you going to hurt our master again? Master has already given up on the inheritance. If the secret order continues to pursue us, aren't you afraid that you'd become the butt of all jokes in the first city?" Ziyun.
Chu Luo's heart clenched as she quickly pulled Ziyun to her side. She then stared cautiously at the white-robed man who was standing with both hands behind his back.
"Get out of the way."
The left emissary's eyes were cold and distant and his voice was just as arrogant as ever. "I'm here to see your master."
"This has nothing to do with you. You." Ziyun was so angry that his body almost burst into raging flames.
If it were not for the fact that his powers were no match for the left emissary, he would have charged towards him and punched him until his teeth littered the ground. Just as he could no longer hold back the raging flame in his heart, an indifferent voice chimed in from inside the room. "So, this is how the members of the secret order pay their visits? I'm sorry, my small quarters are not suitable for the secret order's members. Please go back, I don't want the secret order's inheritance either." The left emissary's eyes sank as a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Lady Gu, I'm here to discuss a deal with you." A deal? The woman's clear and cold giggle rang out from within the room. "I don't think you're here to discuss deals with me but to cause trouble for me."
Ziyun, Chu Luo, send our guest away.
"Yes, master."
Ziyun instantly raised his head and puffed out his chest and blocked the doorway. He then stared disdainfully at the left emissary whose expression has become increasingly unsightly. "Didn't you hear what my master just said?
This place is not suitable for the secret order members, so please leave quickly. We aren't the only ones in this guest house, so if the secret order's attitude is exposed, you would be thoroughly embarrassed." The left emissary clenched his fist, but when he remembered the elder's order, he forced his rage down and his voice no longer held his initial arrogance. "Lady Gu, you have successfully obtained the title of the champion in the assessment. You have the right to enter and accept the inheritance. However, I had some matters to attend to and had to leave, so I could not escort you into the secret order. I just found out that you're staying in this guest house at the foot of the mountain, so I came here to welcome you. Please, Lady Gu, give me some face and follow me back to the secret order, alright?" Once the left emissary had spoken, a green light flashed across his eyes. The green-robed woman who had been sitting in the guest room suddenly reappeared in front of him. Her delicate features were cold and indifferent as her lips curled into an angle.
"If I remember correctly, didn't you escort Wenya into the secret order first?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1355, The Secret Order's Plea, 4. Chapter 1355, The Secret Order's Plea, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Gu Ruoyun's words caused a drastic change in the left emissary's expression. A sense of amazement flashed in his eyes as if he could not understand how she had found out about this matter. After all, when the left emissary had left the secret order, the two disciples who were guarding the secret order's gates had not mentioned Gu Ruoyun's appearance to him. Hence, he had no idea that Gu Ruoyun had already ascended deity peak. He was under the impression that she had grown afraid of the fearsome spiritual beasts in deity peak and had purposely stayed in the guest house to wait for him. I don't know whether you had thrown us aside because of some last-minute urgent matters or if you never had any intentions of letting us enter the secret order.
Gu Ruoyun smiled indifferently.
Since the secret order seems to be the type to go back on their word and would prevent the champions of the assessment from entering the secret order to accept the inheritance, I don't care if I don't go at all.
The left emissary's eyes sank.
He then laughed icily. Gu Ruoyun, you've already received the title of champion in the assessment. If word gets out that you didn't enter the secret order, it would certainly affect the secret order's reputation. You can't take this matter lightly and you must come back with me. Furthermore, you are not allowed to speak about me leaving first.
Otherwise, I will have ways to give you a hard time once we arrive in the secret order. In the beginning, the left emissary had abandoned Gu Ruoyun because he was not aware of Gu Ruoyun's importance in the secret order.
Hence, he believes that this woman was nothing more than a common genius and the secret order has no lack of geniuses. However, he never expected Elder Tianrun to place such importance towards her. As a result, it was now too late for him to have regrets. Unfortunately, the deed has been done and he had no choice but to think of a million plans to save himself. He would never have dared to exercise his private rights before Gu Ruoyun enters the secret order, but he had no choice. He had threatened Gu Ruoyun to prevent Elder Tianrun from finding out about what he had done. He was hoping that she would be perceptive enough to help him cover up his lie. Otherwise, if Elder Tianrun discovers that the left emissary had purposely cast Gu Ruoyun aside, it would draw the elder's ire towards him. After all, it was forbidden for one to use their position in public office to right private wrongs in the secret order. Even his master would not be able to protect him.
Master.
Ziyun turned towards Gu Ruoyun and said, "This dog's barking is too annoying, let's chase him away."
Zoom.
As soon as Ziyun spoke, a sharp light instantly flew towards him. That light may not be strong enough to kill him, but it was enough to inflict a heavy injury.
Ziyun, watch out. Chu Luo's expression changed drastically and she appeared in front of Ziyun in a flash.
She then raised her longsword and blocked the oncoming light. She was pushed backward with a loud clang and a sliver of blood trickled down from the corner of her lips. Chu Luo knitted her brows as she stared at the left emissary.
Gu Ruoyun. The left emissary turned towards Gu Ruoyun and said, "Strangling you to death would be as simple as crushing an ant. However, I haven't attacked you on account of your status as the champion of the assessment. Now, I'm going to ask you one more time, are you going to come with me to the secret order?" Gu Ruoyun looked at the wounded Chu Luo, then turned towards the left emissary.
A murderous intent flashed in her clear and cold eyes. "So, it seems that the secret order isn't going to let me off at all. Since that's the case, Zixi, help me send our guest away."
Zixi?
Chu Luo and Ziyun were in a daze. They had been following Gu Ruoyun for such a long time, but they have never heard of this name before. Besides, aside from us, there has never been another person following her. They simply could not understand who Gu Ruoyun was calling out to. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1356, The Secret Order's Plea, 5. Chapter 1356, The Secret Order's Plea, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Little girl, is this the fellow who's been bullying you? Suddenly, an indolent and demonic voice slowly rang out from the night sky. It rang in everyone's ear like a sexy demon's voice. Ziyun turned around in astonishment and stared at the purple-robed man standing next to Gu Ruoyun. He blinked dazedly, unable to comprehend when this fellow had appeared. The man was dressed in dark reddish-purple robes under the night sky. There was a demonic-looking smile on his handsome face and his cold, purple eyes were filled with murderous intent. He smiled viciously at the white-robed man in front of him as his body emitted an eerily cold and murderous air. "Zixi, send our guest away." Gu Ruoyun stared indifferently at the left emissary as she spoke in a clear and cold voice. "Don't worry, leave this to me." Zixi chuckled softly while he slowly approached the left emissary. He released a powerfully eerie aura with every stride, making it difficult for anyone to move. His long, purple robes rippled under the night breeze. The man's every move carried a sense of nobility like an ultimate and perfect god. To even glance at him one more time would be blasphemous. "This little girl is mine." Zixi curled the corners of his lips, but his smile did not reach his eyes. A sharp, demonic air had filled the depths of his purple eyes. I will never allow anyone to bully her. A sense of terror appeared in the left emissary's gaze as he stared at the demonic-looking man who appeared from thin air and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "You're not fit to know my name." Zixie's eyes swept towards the left emissary. Even that one look made his heart tremble and he could not help but stumble backward. This man is very powerful. His powers are at least at the rank of the elders. How could Gu Ruoyun possibly have such a powerful cultivator by her side? The left emissary's heart gradually entered an all-time low. He finally understood how this woman had managed to walk out of the 5th level of the training pagoda alive. It was because of this man's existence. His eyes turned towards Gu Ruoyun at the thought of this as he smiled icily. "Gu Ruoyun, this man comes from unknown origins. I assume that your success in obtaining the title of champion in this competition must have been connected to him in some way. However, you had not put his name in the competition, so he could only have helped you from the outside. The Secret Orders competition does not allow the use of any outside help, so you've cheated in this competition. I will report this matter to the elder once I return to cancel your right to the inheritance." As long as he could catch hold of the fact that she had cheated, even if he did not manage to escort her back, he had an explanation for the elders. "Would you like for me to send you off, or are you going to leave on your own?" Zixie stared domineeringly down at the white-robed man as murderous intent gradually boiled within his body. He then curled his lips into an eerily cold smile. "If you want me to send you off, I'd have to apologize first. I'm not very gentle." Aside from Gu Ruoyun, everyone else before him was like ants, highly dispensable. If Gu Ruoyun had not stopped him from killing this man, the white-robed man would have been turned into a corpse by now. "Gu Ruoyun, you've had your chance. Your refusal to come back with me to the Secret Order will be your loss. By then, I hope you won't regret this." The left emissary's eyes sank as he spoke icily. He then turned around and left without any hesitation. He moved as swiftly as the wind, afraid that Zixie would catch up to him, and disappeared in an instant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1357, The Secret Order's Plea, 6. Chapter 1357, The Secret Order's Plea, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Little girl, I've helped to chase him away. How are you going to thank me? Zixie's demonic, smiling eyes landed upon Gu Ruoyun as he spoke with a flirty voice. How about you devote your life to me? What do you think? Gu Ruoyun has learned to turn a blind eye to Zixie's cajoling, so she was able to remain calm in the face of his teasing. However, Zi Yun was not able to comprehend the situation as he stared cautiously at Zixie. This man was very powerful and should be on par with Lord Qianbei. How had Master gotten such a powerful man by her side? This man also does not seem to have normal feelings towards our master. Oh no, oh no. Lord Qianbei has a love rival. Ziyun's expression changed when he thought of this as his heart silently grappled with how he should report this to Qianbei Yi. After all, they were Qianbei Yi's subordinates in the past and Qianbei Yi had gifted the large palace to Gu Ruoyun. Hence, as a member of the devil sect, he holds the hope for Gu Ruoyun and Qianbei Yi to tie the knot eventually. Zixie. Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly. Let's continue to wait here. I believe that the members of the Secret Order will come again tomorrow. Chu Luo shook and stared at Gu Ruoyun in confusion. The members of the Secret Order will come again tomorrow? How was she so certain? Besides, she had not been in a hurry to leave this place. Was she able to anticipate the left emissary's arrival? Had she purposely waited for him here? Master, how do you know that the members of the Secret Order would come here again? Without waiting for Chu Luo to speak up, Zi Yun asked the question on her mind. The Secret Order has lived in secrecy for so many years, so why should they suddenly reveal themselves to the eyes of the world? They've even organized this assessment, so I don't believe that it was without reason. Gu Ruoyun's eyes flickered as her lips curled into a smile. Besides, do you think that the Secret Order would let the champions leave so easily? Hence, someone from the Secret Order will definitely visit us tomorrow. Chu Luo blinked in astonishment. You're saying that you already know that the Secret Order won't let you leave? Why were you so adamant on leaving while we were at the Secret Order's gate? Chu Luo now understands that Gu Ruoyun has not given up on the inheritance. At the same time, she had been unwilling to suffer a loss of dignity. That was why she had decided to leave then. Why do I want to stay? Gu Ruoyun looked at Chu Luo as she spoke calmly. This time, to have the opportunity to receive the inheritance can be considered as a narrow escape from death. If I were to give up on the inheritance, it would be no different from giving it to the runner-up, Wanya. Do you think that I would so easily surrender a prize which I've won with such great difficulty?
Especially since that person is my enemy.
If this had been anyone else, perhaps Gu Ruoyan would have turned around and left without any hesitation and would not have thought to return at all.
However, since the opposition was Wenye, she would never bow and give way.
It was all because Wenye was from the Wen family and the Wen family was the main culprit behind the hurt which her family had suffered. I won't give up on the inheritance, nor will I spare the left emissary so easily. Since he has chosen to lock us out, he must pay the price. Gu Ruoyun paused before she continued. Ziyun, Chu Luo, just wait. Tomorrow, it would be the elders who would pay us a visit. Chu Luo's heart trembled even more. She had thought that Gu Ruoyun had given up on her hard-earned opportunity. She never thought that this woman had other plans. Not only was she refusing to surrender the opportunity to Wenye, she was also fiercely attacking those who had opposed her in secret. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1358, The Secret Order's Plea, 7. Chapter 1358, The Secret Order's Plea, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Secret Order's Elder's Chamber was filled with ripples of powerful aura.
The old man, who was seated on the ground in cultivation, slowly opened his eyes.
He then looked at the man who had pushed the door and entered the room before exclaiming indifferently, "You've returned? What about the task I've given you? Where's Gu Ruoyun?"
A vicious light flashed in left emissary's eyes when he remembered Gu Ruoyun's rudeness to him, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he spoke reverently. "Elder, I believe that Gu Ruoyun has broken the rules of the competition and is not suitable to fulfill the expectations of a winner. Hence, I'd like to ask you to abolish her rights as the champion. You should place Wenye as the champion instead." Elder Tianrun's elderly face slowly turned cold as he replied icily, "Did you say that she has broken the rules of the competition?"
"That's right." The left emissary nodded and replied seriously.
"Yesterday, when I had gone to escort Gu Ruoyun to the secret order, she had used some man who had appeared out of nowhere to stop me. However, she had only registered as a group of 5 for the competition. Therefore, that man was clearly an outsider whom she had invited to help her. Please, Elder, pass your judgment on this transgression."
"Humph." Elder Tianrun scoffed icily as he looked at the left emissary in a cold and distant manner. "You mean to say that Gu Ruoyun had outside help?
Why had you not realized this during the competition, and now you claim to say that she's broken the rules of the competition?
Could it be that this is how you judge the competition after the secret order sends you off as a referee?"
It's been so many days since the competition. Even if another powerful cultivator appears by her side, it does not mean that she had used this cultivator to compete.
"Mu Chu, you've really let me down this time."
The elder shook his head and sighed. His expression was clearly filled with disappointment.
The higher the hope, the greater the disappointment.
This was exactly how Elder Tianrun now feels. Prior to this, he had intentions of nurturing the left emissary very well. After all, the left emissary's talents in the secret order were outstanding, and he was usually very fair in managing other matters. Unfortunately, he could sense the left emissary's prejudice against Gu Ruoyun at this moment. He does not know where this prejudice had come from, but he understands that Mu Chu no longer has the right to take on the position of the left emissary.
"Mu Chu, come with me. We shall pay Gu Ruoyun a visit."
Elder Tianrun slowly rose to his feet, stared coldly at Mu Chu and said, "I know that you must be very puzzled over why the secret order had organized this assessment.
I understand what you're thinking.
However, since Gu Ruoyun is the champion of this assessment, she must accept this inheritance. Even if you have the intention of helping when you receive this inheritance, that fact will never change." Elder Tianrun's voice paused before he continued, "Furthermore,
when we return, you will unburden yourself of the position as the left emissary. Get some rest for a few months and we'll talk again then."
He shook his head and his voice carried an unmistakable sense of sympathy.
Mu Chu's body stiffened and his handsome face instantly turned very pale.
He lowered his head, temporarily unsure of what to say. "I know that you find this unacceptable, but such are the rules of the secret order. Your behavior is unjust and you've already broken the secret order's rules. If this reaches the clan leader's ears, you might even receive a more severe punishment." Elder Tianrun stared at Mu Chu indifferently as he spoke in a cold and distant voice. If this reaches the clan leader's ears, Mu Chu would only need to face punishment. However, if the sacred lady finds out that her daughter had received unfair treatment in the secret order, it was likely that Mu Chu's life will be used as an explanation.
"Yes, Elder, I understand.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1359, The Secret Order's Plea, 8. Chapter 1359, The Secret Order's Plea, 8.
Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Mu Chu lowered his head while his hands, which were hanging by his tights, tightened their grip. He knows that he has indeed broken the rules this time. However, he does not regret it since he had done it to help the Wen family.
More importantly, Gu Ruoyun's older brother had the audacity to use Yuer's kindness to escape.
He would never spare the two siblings simply because of this. Otherwise, if Gu Ruoyun was allowed to grow, Yuer would be in danger. He does not want this to happen, which was why he had broken the secret order's rules and acted unfairly.
Let's go. Elder Tianrun laughed bitterly.
Mu Chu may not be his disciple, but he had watched him grow. However, he never thought that he would have done something so disappointing now. It looks like he would have to urge his master to watch over this kid very carefully in case he continued to treat Gu Ruoyun so unfairly. Once Mu Chu had left, Gu Ruoyun knows that the members of the secret order would return once again. Besides, they would not send only an emissary like Mu Chu. However, she never expected the members of the secret order to reappear so quickly. Furthermore, the person who had arrived would be an elder of the secret order. Gu Ruoyun gently raised her brow and stared at the secret order's elder as she slowly walked towards him. She curled the corners of her lips as a smile appeared in her dark eyes and her voice was clear and cold as ever. The members of the secret order have already visited once.
I never thought that you would come again.
May I ask what business do you have with me? Even though Gu Ruoyun was already aware of the old man's intentions, she still asked the question despite already knowing the answer. A cold light flashed in her smiling eyes as she stared with a fixed smile at the old man who was seated in front of the table, sipping his tea.
Are you Gu Ruoyun?
Elder Tianrun carefully observed Gu Ruoyun. The more he observed, the more shocked he felt. This woman was indeed the sacred lady's daughter, she was an exact copy of her likeness. The only difference was, in contrast with the sacred lady's icy cold air, this woman was as lofty and unyielding as a bamboo tree. Her clear and cold gaze carries a subtle sense of pride.
That's right.
Gu Ruoyun smiled serenely, yet her eyes pierced at Mu Chu, who was standing behind Elder Tianrun.
What? I had just chased the younger generation of the secret order away, so are you here to avenge him?
Elder Tianrun gently furrowed his brows and glanced at Mu Chu, who was standing right behind him. As Elder Tianrun had rushed over, he had not questioned him in detail about what had happened. Hence, after hearing what Gu Ruoyun had said, he was puzzled.
What exactly happened between the two of them which would cause Gu Ruoyun to view him with such enmity? Mu Chu, explain this to me, what on earth is going on? Elder Tianrun's expression sank. I had asked you to escort the Gu girl to the secret order. What had you done which would cause her to chase you away? Furthermore, you've even returned and blamed her for cheating in the assessment?
Mu Chu's expression changed drastically and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Elder, I did pay her a visit to escort her into the secret order, but she had refused. I did not raise any dispute with her. Please pass your judgment fairly, Elder. As he spoke, Mu Chu continued to send warning looks at Gu Ruoyun. He has obviously forgotten about the powerful shock Zixi had given him. After all, if the elder were to find out about what he had really done, he would not be simply dismissed as the left emissary.
He might have to endure a much heavier punishment.
Hence, he could only ask Gu Ruoyun to help him out this time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1360, The Secret Order's Plea, 9. Chapter 1360, The Secret Order's Plea, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lord Left Emissary, is there something wrong with your eyes? Ziyun looked at the left emissary's actions and laughed icily. You're sending my master meaningful looks. What's this about? If there's something wrong with your eyes, please go back and see a physician for medication. Don't come here and obstruct others. The left emissary's expression changed once again because he could already sense Elder Tianrun's increasingly cold aura. A layer of sweat formed on his forehead. Nevertheless, he did not dare to make any more moves as he quickly lowered his head and looked at his feet. Elder Tianrun glared icily at the left emissary before turning towards Gu Ruoyun. He then spoke with a light, breezy voice. Gu girl, can you explain to me what this child, Mu Chu, had done to offend you and caused your refusal to accept this inheritance? The left emissary has never offended me. Gu Ruoyun smiled indifferently and her voice was as clear and cold as ever. Mu Chu lifted his head in disbelief and stared in astonishment at the delicate and pretty face. Clearly, he had not expected Gu Ruoyun to stand up for him at a time like this. The shock in his heart was unimaginable. Only Ziyun continued to carry his disdainful smile. During the past half year, he had already managed to grapple with Gu Ruoyun's true personality.
This woman has always been the type of person who would avenge a grudge and repay any kindness. She would never let herself lose out. Otherwise, Chu Luo would never have fallen into her hands. Chu Luo had really got the wrong end of the bargain then. She was interested in Qian Beiyi and had run towards the palace day and night. Not only was she unable to get a glimpse of Qian Beiyi's face, she had also offended Gu Ruoyan. She then ended up losing her freedom for the rest of her life because of Gu Ruoyan's poison. Hence, why would Gu Ruoyan let Mu Chu, who had committed so many offenses, off the hook so easily? Much less about her standing up for him. Gu girl, are you sure that he has never offended you? Elder Tianrun was rather shocked this time. Initially, when he heard Gu Ruoyan's words, he had assumed that Mu Chu had done something which had caused her to fly into a terrible rage and had him chased out. However, why was she now saying that the offender has never antagonized her? It's true that the left emissary hasn't offended me. Gu Ruoyan shrugged her shoulders. Even though he had accidentally sent me to the 5th level of the training pagoda, that was part of the assessment. I was just particularly unlucky, but that's alright. It's very normal for things like this to happen in an assessment. It was a good thing that I had managed to leave unscathed. As for the left emissary leaving us behind, that's because he had some urgent matters to attend to and had left early. I can understand that as well. Anyone can run into some last-minute business, right? This time, my luck was not like Wenya's to be able to run into the left emissary along the way and smoothly enter the secret order through the left emissary's escort. One should not assume that Gu Ruoyan was explaining the situation favorably for the left emissary. In reality, she was exposing everything he had done. After listening to Gu Ruoyan's statement, Elder Tianrun's elderly face grew even colder and distant. A powerful aura was beginning to envelop his body. Furthermore, Gu Ruoyan paused and looked at the ashen-faced left emissary before she continued with a tight smile. The left emissary's memory isn't too good. After entering the secret order, he had forgotten to instruct the 2 disciples guarding the secret order's gate. As a result, I had been kept outside. However, I can understand this as well. After all, he has a beautiful woman like Wenya in his grasp, so how could he possibly remember anything else? As for his earlier visit, there's the matter of him asking me to follow him back to the secret order or he would show me grief. Mu Chu. Before Gu Ruoyan could finish speaking, the elder roared loudly and frightened Mu Chu so much that he threw himself kneeling to the ground. Cold sweat poured profusely down his body as terror filled his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1361, The Secret Order's Plea, 10. Chapter 1361, The Secret Order's Plea, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Tianlan's face was livid and his expression was filled with a fiery rage. Gu Ruoyan's words have clearly caused his anger to explode and he no longer carried his previously encouraging manner. Didn't you say that she was the one who had some last-minute business so she could not come with you to the secret order? What is she talking about now? She's saying that you're the one who had abandoned her. If I remember correctly, the secret order has never given you any other task. Mu Chu was now pale with fright and he was unable to retort at all. He lowered his head and did not even dare to look at the ashen expression on Elder Tianrun's old face. After all, at a time like this, any other explanation would be futile. Besides, for the sake of having some time alone with Wenya on the road, you would cast the champion, Gu Ruoyan, away? Elder Tianrun laughed icily. His expression carried a sharp and cold air as he continued, I really never thought that as an emissary of the secret order, you would commit such an offense. You had clung to the charms of a woman and allowed that tea interfere with the matters of business. You are completely unworthy of the clan leader's faith in you. Elder Tianrun. Mu Chu gritted his teeth and said, I've been in the secret order for so many years, don't you trust me at all? The relationship between Wenya and me is strictly professional, it's nothing like what Gu Ruoyan's implying. He glared fiercely at Gu Ruoyan as he said this. That was right, he had indeed abandoned Gu Ruoyan. He would own up to this, but he refuses to bear a crime he had not committed. Besides, the one he loves is Wenyu. Naturally, his relationship with Wenya would be strictly professional. Why would he throw himself into the arms of a beautiful woman on the road? You're saying that Wenya and you have a professional relationship? Gu Ruoyan stared at Mu Chu in shock as if she really was not aware of the innocent relationship between the two of them. During the assessment at Celestial Mountain, I had noticed that Wenya had gone to your guest room alone many times. Besides, you've even abandoned me for her sake, so I thought that you were afraid that my presence would disturb your lovey-dovey time together. I thought that you had cooked up an excuse so you could her and leave. Are the two of you actually not involved with one another? Gu Ruoyun spoke in a puzzled manner but had undeniably blurted out Wenya's solitary visits to Mu Chu's room.
Upon hearing this, Elder Tianrun's expression became increasingly ugly. He tried to force the exploding rage down in his heart as much as possible. Gu Ruoyun, you're spitting venomous slander. Mu Chu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood as he glared angrily at Gu Ruoyun. He looked at her as if he wanted to chop her into 10,000 pieces. Gu Ruoyun curled her lips and stared at Mu Chu with a forced smile. I'm spitting venomous slander? Do you have the courage to swear that Wenya has never visited your guest room alone? You. Mu Chu was filled with rage and a thick aura exploded from his heart. Wenya had indeed visited him, but they were discussing how to get rid of Gu Ruoyun. However, he definitely does not have the courage to admit to this. Otherwise, this would certainly enrage Elder Tianrun more than the matter surrounding his relationship with Wenya. Gu Ruoyun also knows that he could not explain himself. This was why she had purposely said all these things. Her eyes carried a clear and cold light, yet the corners of her lips were curled into an angle. Mu Chu. Elder Tianrun's eyes have become increasingly sharp and he shot his glare at Mu Chu like a blade. Can you give me an explanation regarding this matter? Or is it all just as the Gu girl had said? Do you have some lewd relationship with Wenya? You had purposely abandoned the Gu girl just to enjoy Wenya's affection without any disturbances? The rules of the secret order have always been strict. Mu Chu has always abided by these rules and never made any mistakes all the while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1362, The Secret Order's Plea, 11. Chapter 1362, The Secret Order's Plea, 11. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Now, Elder Tianrun could not understand how Mu Chu has become so selfish. Mu Chu, once we return to the secret order, you may accept your punishment on your own. Elder Tianrun has figured out the answer based on the expression on Mu Chu's face. He shook his head in disappointment before he straightened his sleeves and turned towards Gu Ruoyun. Elder Tianrun smiled calmly as he said, Gu girl, it was indeed a member of the secret order's mistake. He will be punished severely once we return to the secret order, so I hope that you will still enter the secret order to accept the inheritance, alright? Gu Ruoyun laughed. The secret order were the ones who had organized the assessment, so I had participated. However, I never thought that the secret order would go back on your word after I had passed the assessment. You even kept me outside your gate. If this is how the secret order works, I don't want to be a part of the secret order at all. Elder Tianrun stared coldly at Mu Chu, who was kneeling behind him, before he turned away again. His eyes no longer held the cold and distant air that he used when faced with others. Gu girl, consider it as a favor to me. Please forgive the secret order this time. After all, it was Mu Chu who had committed the mistake. He had gone against the secret order's rules and committed a sin which cannot be erased. I certainly won't let him off so easily. This girl was the sacred lady's daughter. If any misunderstandings were to arise between her and the secret order and the sacred lady were to find out about it, forget about the kid, Mu Chu, many others in the secret order would also be finished. Therefore, at this moment, Elder Tianrun was dearly hoping that he could have Gu Ruoyun's forgiveness. It's not like I can't forgive the secret order. Gu Ruoyun paused as a clear and cold light flashed in her eyes. I can forget about Mu Chu trying to hurt me time and time again, but after all of that, not only had he provoked me, he had even hurt my subordinate. I want him to apologize to my subordinate and allow them to vent their frustrations on him. I won't set foot in the secret order unless their anger has been fully appeased. She had insisted on this. Though she had waited for the members of the secret order to arrive because she could not completely give up on this inheritance, she would not suffer in silence for the sake of it. If the secret order insists on covering up their mistakes, there was no point for her to go to such a place. Gu Ruoyun, you'd better not be so insatiable. Mu Chu's eyes were spitting fire as he glared angrily at Gu Ruoyun and roared furiously, you want me to apologize to these two? There's no way for that to happen at all. The secret order's rules were indeed very strict, but as a disciple of the secret order, Mu Chu's heart has some degree of pride. His pride would not allow him to lower his head and apologize to anyone. Especially since those two were Gu Ruoyun's subordinates. If he really does apologize, that means that she would have kicked him while he was down. How could the usually proud Mu Chu endure this? Gu girl, I can make Mu Chu apologize to you and also leave you to vent your frustrations. However, I'm afraid that these two subordinates. Elder Tianrun was a little hesitant as well. He does not have any objection when it comes to Mu Chu apologizing to Gu Ruoyun. She was the sacred lady's daughter after all. However, those two were only her subordinates with lowly positions. Regardless of how great Mu Chu's mistakes were, he was still a disciple of the secret order. How could he apologize to those two?
I'm sorry, if the secret order can't do this, please leave. The smile on Gu Ruoyun's face gradually faded as she slowly rose to her feet and replied indifferently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1363, The Secret Order's Plea, 12. Chapter 1363, The Secret Order's Plea, 12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even though I had stayed here and waited for the members of the secret order to arrive, I now think that I've made the wrong choice in doing this. I thought that the members of the secret order were reasonable people, yet I never thought that they would insist on covering up their mistakes. I regret that I didn't leave sooner and had wasted my time here. Ziyun, Chu Luo, make your preparations. We'll be leaving after this. She had her back towards Elder Tianrun and her voice was light and casual with no signs of emotion at all. Elder Tianrun's expression changed several times as if he never expected Gu Ruoyun to be so insistent. He fell silent and his thoughts were shrouded in mystery. Master. Chu Luo had jumped in fright from Gu Ruoyun's response and glanced worriedly at the silent Elder Tianrun before she quickly said, "It's a minor matter to me, so there's no need for you to raise a dispute with the members of the secret order. The secret order has great power, especially this one, who is an elder of the secret order. If we offend him, I'm afraid." Gu Ruoyun shot Chu Luo an indifferent look. Her one look made Chu Luo shut her mouth. She could only at her master in a fidgety manner. Chu Luo, I know that my methods in subduing you were not honorable. After a long pause, Gu Ruoyun slowly explained, but you are someone on my side at least and I have the right to keep you from being wronged. While it's true that I want the inheritance or I would not have waited here for the members of the secret order. However, she paused and laughed icily, if the secret order is determined to let my people suffer, I don't mind giving up that inheritance. Perhaps I shouldn't have stayed here in the first place. Chu Luo felt as if her heart had been hammered. She lowered her pretty eyes as a peculiar emotion flashed across them. She had never been happy with Gu Ruoyun from the very beginning. If she had not fallen for Gu Ruoyun's plot, she would not have lost her freedom for the rest of her life. Gu Ruoyun's display of her own abilities over the past few days had shocked Chu Luo thoroughly and caused her to respect her master on a whole new level. Chu Luo has become more accepting of her master, but she was never sincerely convinced of Gu Ruoyun's intentions. Only now did her heart truly turn towards Gu Ruoyun. How many people have been yearning for the secret order's inheritance? How many people would give up on the inheritance for the sake of righting wrongs for an insignificant subordinate? She was probably the only one in the entire world who would be so aggressive and firm. She would give up on the secret order's inheritance. All for the sake of Ziyun and her. Ziyun, Chu Luo, what are you standing around here for? Pack everything up and leave this place. It's no unfortunate event for us to miss out on the inheritance, my powers will rise through my own efforts sooner or later anyway. When Gu Ruoyun noticed that the two had remained dazed on the spot, she had furrowed her brows and calmly ordered. Ah. Ziyun instantly reacted and quickly nodded, alright, I'll pack up and leave this place immediately. He then quickly turned around and began walking back to his room to pack. However, just as he lifted his feet to walk away, an elderly voice chimed in from behind him. Hold it. Ziyun instantly paused and turned to face an exasperated Elder Tianren before he looked at Gu Ruoyun questioningly. Elder Tianren sighed. Mu Chu, apologize. What? Mu Chu was shocked as if he never thought that Elder Tianren would make such a decision. He went into a daze. Elder, what did you say? Apologize. Elder Tianren sighed and coldly ordered again. Boom. Mu Chu felt as if his head was going to split open. He was dumbstruck as he turned around foolishly, stared at Ziyun and Chu Luo's offending features and spoke reluctantly, Elder, you want me to apologize to them? On what grounds? He has never been wronged like this in his entire life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1364, The Secret Order's Plea, 13. Chapter 1364, The Secret Order's Plea, 13. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If you intend on returning to the secret order, you will apologize. Elder Tianrun furrowed his brows as he repeated himself. This little girl was the sacred lady's daughter, so her subordinates were also members of the secret order. Once Elder Tianrun thought about it this way, he had felt much more at ease. If Mu Chu were to apologize to the members of the secret order, it was not quite as humiliating. Of course, Mu Chu was not aware of Gu Ruoyun's identity, so he would not think of it that way. His handsome face has gone entirely red as he glared furiously at Ziyun and Chu Luo.
His fists were tightly clenched and his entire body was trembling endlessly. In the end, he was forced to walk towards the two under Elder Tianrun's sharp gaze. He then took a deep breath, bowed and said, "I'm sorry that I had been rude to you. I hope that you can both forgive me." At this moment, he felt completely powerless. His handsome face looked extremely uncomfortable, and it was likely that in his entire life, he has never had to apologize to anyone.
Chu Luo, Zi Yun. Gu Ruoyun stared at the two dazed people, curled her lips indifferently and said, "You may pay him back for hurting the both of you, but..." Even though Mu Chu had not managed to hurt Zi Yun because of Chu Luo's actions, he would have certainly ended up with heavy injuries if she had not taken the blow for him. Mu Chu's attack had been able to injure Chu Luo, who was at the refined state, as well.
One could imagine how much force he had used to attack Zi Yun.
Gu Ruoyun's eyes flickered as the corners of her lips curled into a cold smile. Her body was shrouded with a murderous intent. However, she knows that now was not the time to kill Mu Chu.
He.
Zi Yun looked at Mu Chu, who had lowered his head in apology, and laughed icily.
"I never thought that the majestic Lord Left Emissary would apologize. Had you not barged into the guest house and haughtily insisted for my master to leave with you? Where's your self-important attitude now? I really don't know what kind of bewitching potion Wenya has given you that you would do whatever she wants you to do. You would even break the rules of being a referee, but..." Each time Zi Yun recalled how this fellow had sent them all to the 5th level of the training pagoda for Wenya's sake, he would feel the urge to tear this B***** into 10,000 pieces. If anything had happened to their master in the training pagoda, he believes that Lord Xianbei would bathe the whole of First City in blood to avenge her death. Mu Chu bit his lips and did not say a word, leaving Zi Yun to scold him in a humiliating manner.
For Yu'er, forget about enduring such insult. Even if he had to plunge into the 18 levels of hell, he would not regret it. Hence, if he was given another chance, he would have done the very same thing even if he ended up failing again. At least he would have worked hard for Yu'er's happiness.
That was enough. "Master, can I really let out my frustrations?" After berating Mu Chu, Zi Yun looked at Gu Ruoyun apprehensively as he asked, "If I hit him, will the secret order not make us pay for it?" Actually, knowing Zi Yun's testy nature, if Mu Chu had been anyone else, he would have made his move already. However, he was Mu Chu from the secret order, so Zi Yun did not have the courage to do it. He was afraid that punching this fellow would draw the secret order's ire and drag his master down in the process. After all, he was not on his own and could not make rash actions at will. He would need to consider his master in everything he did. This should be a question for the elder of the secret order. Gu Ruoyun then shrugged her shoulders, turned towards Elder Tianrun and said, "The left emissary had previously injured my subordinates, so I must return this debt to him. I wonder if you have any objections, Elder? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1365, The Secret Order's Plea, 14. Chapter 1365, The Secret Order's Plea, 14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Tianrun laughed bitterly as he thought, "Objections? Do I have any objections? This girl is the Sacred Lady's daughter. If I had any objections and the Sacred Lady was to find out about that, I will have to accept the consequences. Gu girl, if this were anyone else, I would never allow them to insult the secret order in that manner. However, since your party was the champion of the assessment, I will allow you to avenge this grudge. I only hope that you will do me a favor and not publicize this matter. Otherwise, the secret order will certainly lose face in the First City." Elder Tianrun's eyes flickered as he slowly replied. He could never tell Gu Ruoyun the real reason why he had allowed this, so he had used her status as the champion as an explanation. This way, it would also be enough to convince others. "Zi Yun, Chu Luo." Gu Ruoyun looked at the two behind her and coolly instructed, "Since the elder has spoken, you may go ahead and avenge yourself on the wrongdoer however you wish. In the meantime, I have some matters to discuss with the secret order's elder." Zi Yun shook and sent Elder Tianrun a warning look. "Master, this fellow is from unknown origins. I worry about leaving you alone here. After all, Zi Yun does not have a good impression of the secret order because of Mu Chu's prior actions. Zixi is with me, so I won't be in any danger. You may leave while I discuss some things with the secret order's elder." Gu Ruoyun curled her lips indifferently and looked at the elder before her with a forced smile. Zi Yun was about to speak when Chu Luo stopped him and hauled him out. The unfortunate Mu Chu was also dragged out at the same time. In less than a moment, they could hear Mu Chu's cries, which were equivalent to a pig being slaughtered. "Tell me," Gu Ruoyun turned her attention to Elder Tianrun and smiled calmly. "I reckon that the secret order isn't shielding me just because I'm the champion of the assessment. There must be some other reason, and you don't need to use that kind of explanation to deceive me. I don't believe you. The secret order has strict rules and would never allow their members to break these rules in the outside world. Also, self-respect was more important than anything else to an organization like the secret order. This was why Gu Ruoyun does not believe that Elder Tianran would allow Mu Chu to be beaten up just because she had won the championship title. Elder Tianran looked a little embarrassed. The clan leader had issued the order that she wanted to test this little girl. Hence, it was not possible for him to blurt the matter of the sacred lady to her. Besides, based on Gu Ruoyun's situation, she was probably not aware that she was the sacred lady's daughter. Cough, cough. Elder Tianran coughed dryly at the thought of this and said, Gu girl, do you know why the secret order had organized the assessment? Gu Ruoyun raised her brow. How would I know anything about the secret order's matters? Elder Tianran sighed gently and smiled bitterly. Little girl, there is one thing that I can tell you very clearly. Each year, the secret order will grant the process to accept the inheritance to a few gifted and outstanding disciples. Even though they have received a remarkable increase in power after accepting the inheritance, those inheritance were actually failures. Gu Ruoyun's heart sank heavily. A failed inheritance process can still bring about such a huge change in power. If someone was to successfully receive the inheritance, how great would the changes be? Little girl, this inheritance has been passed down from a powerful cultivator 10,000 years ago. It was also an item which the cultivator had managed to obtain after spending all of their attention on this vast mainland. However, it is unfortunate that the cultivator did not have the ability to use this inheritance for themselves and had left it here. The members of the secret order were ordered to watch over it before the cultivator disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1366, The Secret Order's Plea, 15. Chapter 1366, The Secret Order's Plea, 15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Tianran looked at Gu Ruoyun's silent expression before he continued to speak. As a means of repayment for the secret order, that cultivator has allowed the members of the secret order to accept this inheritance. However, this privilege was only limited to one person per year. The cultivator had clearly explained that only those who were fated to have the inheritance would be able to obtain this inheritance. Everyone else would fail despite having accepted it. Even so, this inheritance has caused the secret order's powers to increase by leaps and bounds, which was how we have arrived at where we are today. Gu Ruoyun raised her head as her gaze landed upon Elder Tianran's elderly features. She then slowly asked, This must be the secret order's closely guarded secret. Why would you want to expose this to an outsider like me? Elder Tianran smiled, Because you are the champion of the assessment and the secret order has something which requires your help, but... Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun laughed indifferently. I'm sorry, the secret order has such great power, so why would you need my help? Besides, my life has barely even begun. I'm not willing to involve myself in the secret order's business. Gu Ruoyun does not know what the secret order wants her to do, but there was no way it was anything good. Otherwise, why would Elder Tianran lower himself in front of her? Besides, she really does not think that she would be able to help the secret order based on her current ability. Little girl, please listen to what I have to say first. A light flashed in Elder Tianran's eyes while a smile appeared on his face. Following that powerful cultivator's wishes, the secret order had just stationed ourselves on Deity Peak when that powerful cultivator arrived again. This time, he had brought another person. Gu Ruoyun did not speak as she listened solemnly to Elder Tianran's explanation. He sealed that person in the training pagoda and entrusted the training pagoda to the secret order's care. He then disappeared and was never seen ever again. The training pagoda? Gu Ruoyun was shaken. The stone dragon that she had run into in the training pagoda had told her that its duty was to guard the person sealed in the training pagoda. If her guess was correct, the person which Elder Tianran had mentioned should be that same person. She wondered what kind of a person they could be that the secret order would have to guard them for over 10,000 years. Not too long ago, the seal in the training pagoda began to weaken. Our clan leader then sensed that the person we have been guarding would soon emerge. Besides, that person's powers are too great. If they were allowed to make an appearance on this mainland, a calamity would fall upon us all. Unless that powerful cultivator who had granted the secret order the inheritance were to appear again, no one in this world would be able to subdue him. Hence, the secret order took the risk to recruit the talents of the mainland to accept the inheritance. If someone is able to successfully accept the inheritance, perhaps they would be able to subdue that person. Gu Ruoyun's eyes shifted before she asked, Do you happen to know the identity of the person who had granted the inheritance to the secret order? That person. Elder Tianran paused before he replied with longing on his features. That person could not be considered human but a god.
There are records in the Secret Order archives where our late ancestors had addressed him with the word God.
God? Gu Ruoyun's eyes flickered.
When a cultivator has achieved cultivation in the full circle state, they would become equivalent to a god. However, the most powerful cultivators were currently only at the 9th transformation state on this mainland. No one in the full circle state has ever appeared. Could it be that the cultivator mentioned by Elder Tianran was at the full circle state? Are there any records of the situation surrounding that cultivator in your Secret Order's archives? Gu Ruoyun furrowed her brows. After all, if she was to accept the Secret Order's task, she would need to understand everything about the enemy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1367, The Secret Order's Plea, 16. Chapter 1367, The Secret Order's Plea, 16. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Tianrun shook his head.
Our ancestor had not described him very much. They had only claimed that he was a god and that to even look upon him would be blasphemy.
That cultivator must be very powerful to have earned such great reverence from our ancestor.
However, the ancestor had pointed out in the archives that the cultivator had one characteristic, which was his silver hair. That's right, silver hair. It was said that the cultivator had a head full of beautiful silver hair, as if it had some shocking power.
Silver hair? Boom!
Those two words were like a bolt of lightning in Gu Ruoyun's heard and made her expression change instantly. Silver hair and crimson robes, those were Chen Beiye's distinctive features. Furthermore, Chen Beiye had come from unknown origins and had been asleep for a long time. Could it be that the person this Secret Order's elder had mentioned was him? If it really was him, she absolutely must enter and explore the Secret Order. Perhaps she would find more answers inside.
All right, I promise you.
Gu Ruoyun lifted her head as a light flashed in her eyes. I will enter the Secret Order and I will help you vanquish that person who had been sealed away.
However, the Secret Order is not allowed to force me into doing anything.
Initially, she had not intended to butt in, but if this matter concerns Chen Beiyi, she could not leave it alone.
Besides,
Gu Ruoyun's heart slowly sank. She does not know why, but she suddenly recalled the white-robed man who had addressed himself as this Holy One. Before she had become a martial saint, she had thought that the white-robed man, who had wounded Zixi, was only at the martial saint rank. However, after she had truly experienced the powers of a martial saint, she knows very well that the man's power must have been above the martial saint rank. If he turns out to be the man under the Secret Order's guard, when he emerges, the first people he would look for would be Chen Beiyi and her. Since that was the case, she had to accept the Secret Order's inheritance. If she succeeds, perhaps she would have the power to fight him in the future.
Ha ha! Elder Tianran burst into laughter and felt his worries being put at ease. He then smiled and said, Gu girl, would you come back with me to the Secret Order now?
No. Gu Ruoyun shook her head. It's late now, so I will start my journey tomorrow. Furthermore, I hope that you can send someone to greet me outside the Secret Order's gates in case I get barred by the Secret Order's disciples again.
After hearing this, Elder Tianran looked rather awkward.
He then cleared his throat drily and replied, Don't worry, Gu girl, I will send someone out early in the morning. This time, I guarantee that no ignorant disciples would bar you outside the gates.
All right.
Gu Ruoyun smiled as she calmly replied. Previously, she had been suspicious over Elder Tianran's friendliness towards her. Now, she understands everything. As it turns out, the Secret Order was in danger and was asking the mainland for help. She, on the other hand, had coincidentally entered the Secret Order to receive the inheritance and face the oncoming danger. As their discussion ended, the group from outside walked in again. Muchu was now sporting a bloody nose and a swollen face from all the beating. His hair was disheveled and hung behind him. He did not have the courage to even look at Elder Tianran, scared of displaying the hatred in his heart. I won't disturb your rest anymore today. Gu girl, goodbye. Elder Tianran rose to his feet and joined his fist at Gu Ruoyun before he looked at Muchu and said, Let's go.
Yes, Elder. Muchu quickly followed behind Elder Tianran with a lowered head.
Once they had left the guest house, Elder Tianran paused in his footsteps and sighed, Muchu, there's something which I was not able to tell you due to the Gu girl's presence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1368, The Secret Order's Plea, 17. Chapter 1368, The Secret Order's Plea, 17.
Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Muchu was dazed and he stared at Elder Tianran in confusion. Don't think I can't read your actions. Elder Tianrun scoffed icily and said, "You cannot offend that girl. Otherwise, forget about me. I'm afraid that not even the clan leader can protect you." "Even the clan leader would not be able to protect me?" Mu Chu was dumbstruck. Just who was Gu Ruoyun?
After all, in the first city, even the Lord Governor has to give way to the clan leader.
Yet, Elder Tianrun has said that if he were to offend Gu Ruoyun, not even the clan leader would be able to protect him? That's all I have to say, so you'd better think it through.
Furthermore, to avoid having you make any more unforgivable mistakes, you will stand in the corner and reflect on your mistakes for the next 3 years. Over the course of these 3 years, you are not allowed to even take one step out of this place.
I will speak to your master about this matter.
Once he had finished talking, Elder Tianrun walked towards the mountain range in front of him and did not spare Mu Chu another glance.
Mu Chu fell silent for a while before he ran after the elder.
Perhaps what Elder Tianrun had said to him had an effect, as he did not cause any more trouble for Gu Ruoyun after that. However, as he had been made to shut himself away and ponder his mistakes from the moment he set foot in the secret order, he had no way of informing Wanya about this. As a result, the Wen family then committed an unforgivable mistake and caused their own tragic downfall in the end. Elder Tianrun had just walked into the clan hall when he noticed the clan leader who was seated there and waiting for him. He quickly stepped forward, joined his fists and asked, "Clan leader, is there something you wish to talk to me about?" The clan leader gently replied.
"Elder Tianrun, I heard that you descended the mountain?"
Elder Tianrun was shocked before he explained his reasons for descending the mountain to the clan leader. He looked rather exasperated as he said, "It's all because of that child, Mu Chu. That kid had clung onto the charms of a woman and abandoned Gu Ruoyun. Worst of all, he had even humiliated her. I had descended the mountain to convince Gu Ruoyun to come to the secret order. However, that little girl's temper was rather stubborn. In this, she is very much like the sacred lady. She simply isn't willing to suffer any losses, and would conceal faults."
"Oh?" The clan leader's eyes lit up. "You've met that little girl, Gu Ruoyun?"
"That's right."
Elder Tianrun nodded.
"I think very highly of that little girl. She has a temperament which will not suffer any grief. With that kind of character, she could easily grow into a peerless cultivator. Unfortunately, this little girl had grown up in the West Spirit mainland. If she had started out from the secret order 20 years ago, I dare to guarantee that no one would be of any match for her in the secret order now."
The clan leader chuckled.
"Looks like that little girl isn't too bad at all to be able to receive such a high evaluation from you. However, Elder Tianrun, I still wish to give this little girl a thorough test. Therefore, I won't let her accept the inheritance just yet." Elder Tianrun was a little shocked and asked in a puzzled manner, "What's the reason for that, clan leader?" "Because I want to know just how great her powers and talents are and if she could lead us through the oncoming dangers on the mainland." The clan leader took a deep breath and said, "Besides, I'd like to see if she has the power to ride the sacred beast."
"Elder, haven't you heard of the phrase, 'The color blue is made out of indigo but is more vivid than indigo'? Yuer's daughter would certainly turn out to be more powerful than Yuer." Elder Tianrun was very shocked.
After all, in all these years, the secret order's sacred beast has only ever acknowledged the sacred lady alone. It had even ignored someone like the clan leader. It would only ever act slightly more intimate with the sacred lady, but, even so, the sacred lady has never been able to successfully ride the sacred beast. Now, the clan leader was placing her hopes on the sacred lady's daughter? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1369, Defiance, 1. Chapter 1369, Defiance, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Clan leader, even though that little girl's talents are rather substantial and she's also the sacred lady's daughter, the sacred beast is very proud.
How can it allow itself to be driven so easily?
I feel that we shouldn't pile too much of our hopes on her."
Elder Tianrun furrowed his brows.
While he truly admires that little girl, that does not mean that she has the power to steer the secret order's sacred beast. After all, this sacred beast has a very bad temper. It would only act more gentle in front of the sacred lady.
The clan leader smiled calmly as she replied, "How will we ever know if she can if we don't even try?
She is Yuer's daughter and her power would certainly surpass Yuer, so I'm very confident in her. Furthermore, Elder Tianrun, for the sake of the little girl's test, you must not let anyone else find out about her identity as the sacred lady's daughter. You must not grant her any special treatment either. Otherwise, everyone else in the secret order will be able to find out the special characteristic of her identity. This would forfeit her test." "I understand." Elder Tianrun took a deep breath and said, "I will do as you say, clan leader." Whether she gains the right to meet the sacred beast would depend on whether she can smoothly pass the test. After all, the sacred beast has a bad temper. If they hastily brought Gu Ruoyun to see it, it would be greatly angered. Hence, the clan elder had decided to test her first. Only when she has passed the test would she be able to meet the sacred beast.
Alright, you may retire.
The clan leader waved her hand and spoke indifferently. Once Gu Ruoyun has entered the secret order, there is no need to bring her to me in case anyone else accidentally finds out. I'd like to personally witness how powerful this little girl's abilities are.
I have absolute confidence in her.
The clan leader displayed a smile on her face and her words were filled with warmth. Obviously, she has high expectations of Gu Ruoyun.
Besides, one should always keep the talents in the family, right?
Dongfang Yu was her disciple after all. Naturally, she would hope that her daughter would succeed in taming the sacred beast. It was the next day at first light. The same two disciples were standing guard in front of the secret order's mountain gates. Both of them were a little excited because the usually secretive Elder Tianran has appeared and he seems to be waiting for someone. However, that did not stop the two disciples from trying to worm their way into being friends with Elder Tianran. After all, very few people have had the opportunity to meet one of the secret order's elders. If they could win this great elder's favor, perhaps they could leave the mountain gates and would no longer need to stand guard here.
Elder Tianran, however, remained preoccupied.
His eyes continued to stare at the bottom of the mountain and did not hear what the two fellows had been talking about at all. He only nodded his head indifferently and randomly murmured a few words in return. Despite that, those words had completely overwhelmed the two disciples who felt a great urge to rush towards him, bow and lick his feet. Initially, Elder Tianran had considered sending someone else to greet Gu Ruoyun but was afraid that some other blind fool would anger her again. Therefore, after considering it for a long while, he finally decided that it would be safer to step forward personally. Besides, as the champion of the assessment, it was natural that he should personally greet the little girl. It would also not expose her identity. Just as Elder Tianran had been waiting anxiously, a few figures finally arrived very slowly. His eyes lit up as he quickly rushed forward to greet them. At the same time, the two disciples also noticed Gu Ruoyun approaching them and frowned.
What is this fellow doing here again? Could it be that they've sworn not to give up on worming their way into the secret order?
Besides, now that Elder Tianran is still here, if we accidentally allowed this fellow to enter the secret order, the elder would certainly punish us for our lapse in managing our duties. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1370, Defiance, 2. Chapter 1370, Defiance, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The two disciples of the secret order felt mildly annoyed. They laughed icily and were about to speak when they suddenly noticed Elder Tianran walking towards the oncoming Gu Ruoyun.
They were in shock as their eyes followed Elder Tianran's movement in astonishment. Could it be that the elder knew that these people were spies with intentions of sneaking into the secret order? Was that why he had decided to act personally? However, that does not seem correct as well. There were no signs of anger on the elder's face and instead, he was smiling. Furthermore, it was unusual for Elder Tianran to be standing outside the gates. They suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Elder Tianran is actually here to personally greet us, you overwhelm us with your favor. Despite her words, the smile on Gu Ruoyun's face was indifferent.
There was no sign of surprise on her face at all.
He.
Elder Tianran chuckled. I heard that you had been barred outside the gates yesterday. To avoid anyone else from acting out of ignorance, I felt that it would be better if I had come here personally. Little girl, I've already made arrangements for your room to be tidied up, come with me.
All right.
Gu Ruoyun curled the corners of her lips indifferently and slowly walked into the secret order as the two disciples at the gates watched in terror. The two disciples were entirely shocked. They were unable to regain their senses even after those figures have disappeared. They continued to stare dazedly at Gu Ruoyun and the others as they slowly made their way in. A sense of terror then crept up from within the disciples' hearts which made them tremble. We're finished. They were really guests of the secret order and we had stopped them from entering, but... The two secret order disciples felt an urge to bang their heads against the wall at the thought of this to make up for their previous mistake. Gu girl, these are the living quarters which we've arranged for you. After leading Gu Ruoyun into the courtyard, Elder Tianran turned around and fixed his gaze upon her with a smile. This courtyard belongs to you. Besides, no one will disturb you here no matter what you wish to do. However, there is one thing I need to inform you. What is it? Gu Ruoyun raised her brows and asked. Little girl, even though you have received the title of champion, Whether you can accept the inheritance will depend on your performance in the secret order.
Our clan leader will be testing you personally.
Once you have passed the tests, the secret order will then give the inheritance to you. Elder Tianran looked at Gu Ruoyun and said, after all, your powers are still not strong enough.
In order to successfully receive the inheritance, there is no other way.
Most importantly, the clan leader had wanted to test her and see if she has the right to meet the sacred beast.
I understand. Gu Ruoyun nodded. What should I do next? He. Elder Tianran laughed. You don't need to do anything. Just cultivate in the secret order, that is enough. The spiritual energy in the secret order is much denser and this is very useful for your cultivation. I hope that you will value this opportunity.
All right.
Gu Ruoyun smiled faintly and replied airily, I will then enter cultivation in a while. The spiritual energy in the secret order is dense enough.
With the addition of the spirit gathering pill, her cultivation process would be half the work with twice the effect.
Gu girl, if there's anything that you need, you can come to see me at the Elder's Courtyard.
After all, you are the champion of the secret order's assessment. Whether it's the clan leader or me, we look forward to seeing your progress. Elder Tianran then laughed heartily before he kindly exclaimed to Gu Ruoyun, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1371, Defiance, 3. Chapter 1371, Defiance, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun gently nodded and did not say anything else.
Elder Tianran did not disturb her anymore as he chuckled and headed out from the courtyard, soon disappearing from view.
Master, what do you think the secret order is trying to do?
They had asked you to enter the secret order to accept the inheritance, yet they are now asking you to go through some test. I can't shake off the feeling that they do not harbor goodwill.
Ziyun scoffed.
It was obvious that he was still pretty sore about what had happened with Mu Chu, and he believes that the members of the secret order were not good people. Chu Luo rolled her eyes at him and exclaimed with mockery and ridicule, you better concern yourself with your own matters. Master can take care of herself, so there's no need for you to say anything more. Besides, I don't think the members of the secret order could keep anything from our master.
Ziyun scoffed and did not say anything more.
The two of them had been in conflict since half a year ago. To this day, nothing has changed very much. However, if one were to observe carefully, one would notice a peculiar look in Chu Luo's eyes whenever she looked at Ziyun. Let's go. Gu Ruoyun turned away and calmly mused, let's go back and cultivate. There are 3 rooms here. You can make your own arrangements for the other 2 rooms. After saying her piece, Gu Ruoyun walked into the room in front of her on her own. After she entered the room, she immediately began to cultivate. At her rank, she would have forgotten all about time upon entering cultivation. If it had not been for the sounds of a quarrel from outside her door, she would not have stepped out of her cultivation state so soon.
Wanya, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here.
Ziyun's voice was filled with rage and he could be heard outside the door. When Gu Ruoyun heard the name Wanya, a cold light flashed in her eyes. She then slowly rose to her feet and opened the door.
Creak! The room's door opened and the sunlight illuminated Gu Ruoyun's delicate features.
Wanya's heart was filled with jealousy. In contrast to Gu Ruoyun's private courtyard, she had been forced to cram into a large courtyard with the other disciples of the secret order, and the environment was not so clean either. If it had not been for Gu Ruoyun, the title of champion of the assessment would belong to her. This courtyard would also have belonged to her. She took a deep breath and looked at Gu Ruoyun, who had just emerged from her room. A friendly smile hung on her beautiful and graceful face as she said, Gu Ruoyun, I've something I need to talk to you about, may I come in and discuss it with you? Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun glanced at her and calmly replied, what? You haven't had enough of a taste the last time? I have 100,000 types of pills to use against you. I wonder which would you like to choose? Wanya's expression changed. She then clenched her fists in a tight grip to suppress her anger, but her expression remained just as graceful and beautiful as ever. Gu Ruoyun, in the secret order, we are both strangers in a strange land. We need to stick together, that's the only way for us to stand firm on the ground. Wanya then smiled and said, I know that I've done wrong in the past, all of that had been for the sake of obtaining the title of champion in the assessment. Actually, at the end of the day, we do not have a deep hatred between us. Why should we fight senselessly? Gu Ruoyun smiled icily, no deep hatred? Shall I tell you everything the Wen family has ever done to me? Who were the ones who had ordered the Lin family to capture my big brother and caused my parents to separate?
who also refused to let him go after all these years and tried to refine him into a puppet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1372, Defiance, 4. Chapter 1372, Defiance, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Upon hearing this, Wenya's expression instantly turned pale.
She bit her lip as she tried to defend herself. Guru Wayan, I admit that the Wen family has wronged your family, but isn't your family reunited now? Gu Shengshao is also now safe and sound, so can't you spare me?
If you help to get rid of the poison inside me, the Wen family can agree to help you stand on your own 2 feet in the secret order. Besides, my little sister is going to marry the secret order's emissary. With the addition of this connection, you never need to worry about suffering any abuse in the future. At this moment, Wenya was clearly not aware that Mu Chu was already being punished because of what he had done to Gu Ruoyan. Hence, she had said these things due to her ignorance. As soon as she had spoken, a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Once Gu Ruoyan gets rid of the poison inside me, I will have other ways of getting rid of her. Now, each time I think about treating her unfavorably, my head would feel a pain as if someone was punching on my skull. Even my soul would feel a searing agony. So, as long as the poison is still inside me, I can never have my revenge for the rest of my life.
Wanya, next time you want to plot against me, you'd better put your vicious currents away. Gu Ruoyun smiled indifferently.
Otherwise, the aura in your body would betray your own intentions. Besides, I'm not so stupid as to create trouble for myself. If I really want to cure you of your poison, I'm afraid that from now on, I'd have to face the Wen family's relentless assassination attempts.
I'll never have a moment's peace. Wanya's expression changed again.
She stared at Gu Ruoyan in shock as if she never expected this little girl to see right through her intentions.
How great you are, Wanya.
Even to this moment, you're still scheming against my master.
Ziyun was angered and he glared furiously at Wanya. How can my master allow you to provoke her? Haven't you had enough after the lesson you've received in the arena?
I really can't understand how someone like you refuses to repent at all. If you really end up defying my master, no one can save you.
Lord Xianbei loves their master deeply. How could he allow anyone to plot against her? If this reaches Lord Xianbei's ears, the entire Wen family would suffer a calamity. After all, that man's power was too horrifying.
He has grown much too quickly, and it was likely that it would not take too long before even the great protectors would be unable to match up with him.
Gu Ruoyun, I don't know what you're trying to say.
Wenya put the emotions in her eyes away and smiled gracefully. I merely want to ally myself with you. If we join forces, we would certainly stand firm in the secret order. At this moment, she no longer held the murderous intent in her eyes. It was replaced with a sense of sincerity. The cold smile in Gu Ruoyun's heart deepened. If she had not been aware of Wenya's personality for a long time, she might have been fooled by the sincerity in her eyes.
Unfortunately, she knows this woman's sinister cruelty better than anyone else.
Once she cures her of her poison, there would be countless troubles coming her way. She was confident that the Wen family would not be able to kill her, but she could not destroy the entire Wen family either.
Hence, in order to avoid trouble, she could never take the poison away.
Wenya, after the Wen family had torn our family apart, you should have known that you would have to pay the price for your actions sooner or later.
Gu Ruoyan lifted her gaze and stared indifferently at Wenya.
Even 10 years is not too late for someone to take vengeance. One day, I will make the Wen family disappear from this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1373, Defiance, 5. Chapter 1373, Defiance, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Wenya's eyes darkened. Even though she was aware that Gu Ruoyan was not someone who could be easily controlled, she never thought that she would reject her in such a straightforward manner. She had not even spared the Wen family's dignity. Wenya took a deep breath at the thought of this and flashed a graceful smile on her face. Gu Ruoyan, I thought that you would put the fact that we had both entered the secret order at the same time into consideration and agree to join forces with me. I never thought that such a smart person like you would be so ignorant of what's good for you. She then looked at Gu Ruoyan and slowly exclaimed, besides, let me tell you something, only the members of the secret order have ever been allowed to obtain the secret order's inheritance. After all, only one person is allowed to have this chance every year. Yet now, you, as an outsider, have taken the inheritance away.
There are many people in the secret order who are not satisfied with this.
By then, many will step forward to provoke you. If you join forces with me, I can ask the left emissary to protect you. Otherwise, you have no kin or purpose in the secret order. I'm afraid that you won't be able to survive for very much longer.
Zi Yun was extremely angry and glared at Wenya.
He was just about to point out that Mu Chu was now powerless to defend himself but was cut off by Gu Ruoyan's calm, breezy voice.
If the purpose of your visit here is simply for these matters, you can leave now.
I have no interest in joining forces with the Wen family.
Wenya's expression turned extremely cold. She laughed icily as her dagger-like glare turned towards Gu Ruoyan.
Gu Ruoyan, I had given you a chance but you were the one who did not value it.
Don't blame me for not helping you out next time.
After saying her piece, she turned around and walked out the courtyard without any hesitation. Very soon, her figure disappeared from view.
Gu Ruoyan fell silent as she stared at Wenya's disappearing figure.
After a long pause, she said, Zi Yun, Chu Luo, Wenya is right about one thing, the disciples of the secret order highly covet the inheritance. They have worked hard just so they could have the chance to receive the inheritance.
Now, I've taken that chance away.
They would never leave us to cultivate in peace so easily.
You must be ready to face them at any time.
Just because the secret order had concealed itself from the world for so many years does not mean that everyone was united to one purpose.
How could there not be any infighting in such an ancient order?
They were only united in the face of outsiders. Internally, they would squabble over promotions just like every other organization. If an order loses its competitive strength, it would be very close to destruction. Only a strong competitive spirit would motivate the disciples of the order to work hard in their cultivation. Hence, the elders of the secret order had tactfully accepted this. Master, Zi Yun shook and stared at Gu Ruoyun puzzledly.
Elder Tianren seems to be treating you very well.
With him around, perhaps no one would dare to cause trouble for us.
Otherwise, the left emissary would never have received such a severe punishment.
Gu Ruoyun shook her head. Elder Tianren had punished the left emissary because he had used his public office position to avenge private wrongs. Not only had he prevented us from entering the secret order, he had also secretly tried to hurt us.
However, it's an entirely different matter after entering the secret order.
Only the capable deserve the inheritance.
If we can't even deal with nitpicking disciples, how can we successfully receive the inheritance?
Hence, if a disciple really does cause trouble for us, Elder Tianren will not stand up for us.
He might even silently allow this kind of attitude. Master, wouldn't it be troublesome for us in the future?
Zi Yun furrowed his brows and asked worriedly. Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly and replied in her usual nonchalant manner, since we're here now, we might as well stay and make the best of it. If the disciples of the secret order really do come and provoke us, I have nothing to fear. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1374, Defiance, 6. Chapter 1374, Defiance, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zi Yun nodded after hearing what Gu Ruoyun had said. I understand, Master. If anyone really dares to cause trouble, I'll show them the devil sex might.
As soon as he had spoken, footsteps sounded from outside the courtyard.
Gu Ruoyun turned around and immediately saw a group of people dressed in the secret order's attire walking in.
The leader of the group was a young man. The space between his brows was filled with arrogance as he stared coldly at Gu Ruoyun's group in front of him.
Are you the champions of this round's assessment? The young man swept his gaze from Gu Ruoyun to Zi Yun. He then looked at Chu Luo, who was standing right behind Gu Ruoyun.
Based on his observation, Chu Luo's power was the strongest amongst the three of them. She was the only one who has already entered the refined state. Hence, it was clear to him that Chu Luo was this group's master. I don't understand what the elders are doing these days. The inheritance belongs exclusively to the secret order, yet they've allowed an outsider to accept it without offering any good reason. As a result, the secret order's outstanding disciples have lost their chance for nothing. The young man's tone of speaking clearly displayed his jealousy. He could be considered as one of the more outstanding disciples in the secret order. Initially, he had the chance to obtain the inheritance, yet these outsiders have now snatched his chance away. He would not have taken it so hard if this inheritance had fallen into another disciple's hand. So, you think that outsiders should never be able to accept the inheritance? Gu Ruoyun raised her brows calmly as she looked at the young man with a rigid smile. Based on Elder Tianren's explanation, a powerful cultivator had left this inheritance here on a temporary basis. He had then ordered the secret order to guard it but had not given the inheritance to the secret order's members. However, after so many years, the secret order has long turned the inheritance into an exclusive item and no one else was allowed to profane it. Humph. The young man laughed icily and exclaimed haughtily, that's right.
This inheritance has always belonged to the secret order and none of you belong to the secret order. What right do you have to fight with the secret order's disciples over this inheritance? Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders. If you have any objections, you can speak to the secret order's elders. After all, they were the ones who had organized the assessment. I was only lucky enough to receive the champion's title. You? The young man's expression changed drastically. Raise my concerns to the elder? Would I even have the courage? If I had the audacity, I wouldn't need to cause trouble for these people now, would I? I have no interest in speaking to you. The young man replied disdainfully and turned to look at Chu Luo, who was right behind Gu Ruoyun. You must be the devil sect's master. Doesn't the devil sect have any rules? You've even allowed a subordinate cut into a conversation like that. If this were the secret order, no one would ever be allowed to say a single word during an elder's discussion. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. However, I find it hard to imagine that the devil sect would lack so much discipline. Chu Luo eyed the young man as if she was looking at an idiot. Her exquisitely beautiful face then lit up with a disdainful smile. Secret Order's members really are quite well behaved. You can't even differentiate who the real master is before sprouting such brash accusations. The devil's sect is just fine without having to learn from this kind of behavior. The young man's expression instantly turned as cold as ice. His haughty face then displayed a flaming rage. What is this fellow talking about? What does she mean by you can't even differentiate who is the master? Unless. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1375, Defiance, 7. Chapter 1375, Defiance, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Suddenly, the young man returned to his senses and his handsome face turned rather unsightly. So, what this fellow means to say is that this puny exceptional state woman is their master? His face turned extremely ashen at the thought of this as he turned defiantly towards Gu Ruoyun and asked in a dark voice, "Are you the devil sect's master?" Gu Ruoyun smiled indifferently and declined to provide a reply. The young man instantly reacted when he saw her smile. I've just acknowledged the wrong person. After all, most people would have assumed that the most powerful person would be the master while the rest who were weaker than her would be the subordinates. However, how could anyone have guessed that Gu Ruoyun, who was only a cultivator at the exceptional state, would have a cultivator at the refined state as her subordinate? Humph. The young man returned to his senses with great difficulty and scoffed as he said, "Since you're the devil sect's master, I want to have a competition with you. I certainly would like to see what kind of power you hold to be able to obtain the secret order's inheritance." Each time he remembers how an outsider had obtained the chance to receive the inheritance, the young man would feel very annoyed and grit his teeth furiously. He felt a great urge to throw the entire group out of here. What do you want to do? Gu Ruoyun fell silent for a while before she asked indifferently. It's simple, I want to challenge you. The young man pointed at Gu Ruoyun and raised his chin haughtily before he coldly exclaimed, "If you can't even defeat me, what right do you have to accept the secret order's inheritance? I want you to promise me that if you lose in this competition, you will leave the secret order and you will never be allowed to set foot in here again." Gu Ruoyun looked at the young man and asked, "And if I win?" He. The young man laughed icily and replied disdainfully, "If you defeat me, I will apologize to you for my rudeness today. Furthermore, I will run errands for you from then on." Which meant that if Gu Ruoyun could defeat him, he was willing to be made into her little brother. However, was this even a possible outcome? Gu Ruoyun was only at the late stage of the exceptional state. He, on the other hand, has already stepped into the refined state not too long ago, but there was a massive difference in power between the exceptional and the refined state. It would be quite impossible for her to surpass him. This was why the young man had dared to have such confidence. All right. Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly and replied breezily, "I'll leave you to determine the time and venue." 3 days later. A cold light flashed in the young man's eyes as he stared dominantly down at Gu Ruoyun, who was standing before him. "I'll give you 3 days to prepare. You are also allowed to back out during this time. As long as you back out, I will spare you with the condition that you must leave the secret order of your own accord. Who cares if this woman is the champion of the assessment? The people of the secular world are nothing but a pile of garbage. They can't be compared to a true genius from the secret order. Now that they've entered the secret order, I'll definitely make them understand what it means to be a true genius." Gu Ruoyun shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. "What about the venue of the contest?" "The secret order's tournament plaza." The young man's eyes flashed with arrogance, clearly viewing Gu Ruoyun as an insignificant being. "I will be waiting for you at the tournament plaza in 3 days. I will also make you understand the difference between a disciple from the secret order and an outsider like you. Chu Luo and Ziyun's faces filled with rage when they heard what the young man had said. However, Gu Ruoyun did not give the order, so they did not have the courage to charge forward irrationally, lest they end up causing even more trouble for her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1376, Defiance, 8. Chapter 1376, Defiance, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I will step forward in 3 days' time. If you have no other business, you can leave now. Gu Ruoyun raised her brow and stared at the young man with a smirk. I'm aware that many of the Secret Order's members aren't satisfied with me winning the championship. Since that's the case, we can call upon a general tournament on that day. Anyone who feels unsatisfied with me can challenge me. Everyone is welcome. Ziyun, Chu Luo, let's go. After saying her piece, Gu Ruoyun turned around and walked back into her house. The door banged noisily as it closed, startling the young man back to his senses. His eyes turned icy cold and sour as he scoffed with an emotionless look on his face. What extreme arrogance! She's only a woman at the late stage of the exceptional state, yet she wants to challenge so many of us? She has really overestimated her abilities. I'd love to see what kind of ability she has. News of the upcoming fight between Gu Ruoyun and the Secret Order's disciple instantly spread throughout the entire Secret Order. Not only had Wenya, who had arrived at the same time as Gu Ruoyun, found out about this, it has also reached the ears of the clan leader, who had remained behind closed doors the entire time. A white-haired old woman was seated on the ground in the clan hall. Her eyes stared calmly at Elder Tianren before her as she spoke in a voice steeped with experience. Elder Tianren, I heard that Yunyan has challenged the Gu girl? That's right. Elder Tianren nodded. Yunyan would have had the chance to receive the inheritance this year, yet the Gu girl had snatched the chance away unexpectedly. He could not accept it, so he challenged the Gu girl and wants to use it as a means to force her out of the secret order. Clan leader, should we stop this? After all, Yunyan's power has reached the refined state while the Gu girl has only just entered the late stage of the exceptional state. The clan leader fell silent and asked, has the Gu girl accepted the challenge? Elder Tianren flashed a bitter smile when he heard this and sighed exasperatedly. Now that you've mentioned this, I myself can't seem to understand what the Gu girl is thinking. If she had not accepted the challenge, she would still remain as the heir to the inheritance and no one can shake her from her position. Yet, she had insisted on accepting it. What if she loses to Yunyan? How will things end then? Clan leader, we must stop this competition before it starts. Otherwise, Gu Ruoyun might actually have to leave the secret order. Elder Tianren admires Gu Ruoyun very much because of her shocking level of talent. However, the difference between an early-stage refined state cultivator and a late-stage exceptional state cultivator was far too great. Not many can overcome this gap in power. By accepting this challenge, it was equivalent to Gu Ruoyun giving up her rights on the inheritance. Therefore, Elder Tianren felt very exasperated. No. The clan leader thought for a moment before shaking her head. Since the Gu girl has accepted this challenge, we shall sit back and observe the show. You don't need to stand up for her, as I believe that Yuer's daughter would have inherited her character. Besides, it's the perfect timing for us to assess the Gu girl's capabilities. The clan leader holds such a strong belief in Gu Ruoyun's capabilities mainly because she was Dongfang Yu's daughter. Elder Tianren was a little shocked at the clan leader's decision. However, since the clan leader has spoken, he did not say anything more. However, his heart was still full of worry and his elderly eyes filled with hesitation. Elder Tianren, you may retire. Remember, there's no need to interfere in these matters. I believe that Yuer's daughter has the ability to handle this. The clan leader paused before she continued. Besides, if she can't even deal with these matters, do you really think she'll be able to accept the inheritance successfully? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1377, Defiance, 9. Chapter 1377, Defiance, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Tianren fell silent. After a long pause, he nodded. You're right, clan leader, regardless of how powerful the Gu girl's talents are, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to shoulder this responsibility if she can't even solve her own problems. I understand what should be done now. He joined his fists before he turned around to leave the clan hall. Once Elder Tianren has left, the clan leader closed her eyes once again and entered into her secret cultivation. Wenya, who was in the secret order disciples' living quarters, raised the teacup in her hand and gently took a sip. She then put it back down on the table. Her graceful face carried an unreadable light as her lips curled into an angle. Is what you said true? Gu Ruoyun has accepted the Secret Order Disciples' challenge?
Upon hearing this, the young guard who was standing behind her joined his fists and said, "Reporting to you, my lady. I have indeed heard the Secret Order Disciples' discussion. It's likely that everyone in the Secret Order has heard of this matter. I had got the news from their own mouths. Also, Gu Ruoyun promised that if she lost the competition, she would leave the Secret Order on her own accord, but..."
Wen Ye's eyes flashed. The Secret Order disciple who had challenged Gu Ruoyun, what state is he in?
The guard continued to report, "It is said that the Secret Order disciple has reached the refined state. He is a rare genius in the Secret Order as well."
Refined?
The smile on Wen Ye's face deepened and she muttered to herself, "Gu Ruoyun, you rejected the offer to cooperate with me, so you should be aware of this kind of situation."
Wen, where has the left emissary gone off to in the last few days? Did you manage to find out?
Upon hearing this, the guard who was addressed at Wen eyed Wen Ye cautiously, "Eldest lady, I've already investigated this. The Lord Left Emissary seems to have offended Elder Tianran and has been locked in confinement. I'm afraid that he won't be coming out anytime soon."
Locked in confinement?
Wen Ye was shocked for a moment. She then threw this information out of her mind and slowly raised the corners of her lips. Her eyes carried a serene light. "Forget it, even without the Left Emissary's help, it would not be too difficult for me to stand firm in the Secret Order with my own abilities. Only that hateful Gu Ruoyun had actually dared to poison me, and that is preventing me from having any venomous thoughts towards her, or I would have to suffer an intolerable agony. However, one day, I will make her personally remove the poison from my body."
Wen Ye gritted her teeth.
Even though her heart was filled with maniacal rage, she did not dare to curse Gu Ruoyun in her heart. Otherwise, once those thoughts appeared in her mind, she would feel an unbearably agonizing pain exploding in her mind.
If she had not been limited by this poison, Gu Ruoyun not be of any match for her.
Besides, that woman must be terrified of the Wen family, or she would not have poisoned her otherwise. Of course, what Wen Ye does not understand was the Gu Ruoyun was not afraid of the Wen family. As long as she wants to escape, the Wen family would never be able to catch her. However, she could not neglect her family members who were on two different mainlands. She also does not want to constantly face this kind of trouble after drawing the Wen family's ire. Wen Ye took a deep breath as a light flashed across her eyes. "Wen, you may retire.
If you have any more information, come back and report to me."
"Young lady."
Wen fell silent.
After a long pause, he slowly replied, "I've heard a rumor, but I'm not sure if it's accurate. That's why I had hesitated to tell you."
"Is it related to Gu Ruoyun?"
Wen Ye raised her willowy brows. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1378, Defiance, 10. Chapter 1378, Defiance, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Wen Ye was only interested in news concerning Gu Ruoyun. "Yes," Wen replied reverently, "I overheard the Secret Order's disciples say that the elders should have immediately brought Gu Ruoyun to accept the inheritance once she has entered the Secret Order as the champion of the assessment. However, the elders have not let her set foot into the inheritance area but had arranged it all at will. The disciples took this to mean that there were many elders in the Secret Order who were not happy with Gu Ruoyun as the champion and did not want her to accept the inheritance." He paused before he continued, "Besides, no elder has stepped out to stop them after they had openly challenged Gu Ruoyun. Perhaps the elders want to use the Secret Order's disciples to force Gu Ruoyun to give up on the inheritance on her own. After all, if such a large organization like the Secret Order goes back on their word, they would suffer from gossip. As for why they had assigned a private living quarter and courtyard to her, it was for the sake of their reputation. They could not let anyone else in the first city know that the Secret Order was treating the champion unfairly. Hence, these elders are waiting for an opportunity. Once Gu Ruoyun loses the competition, she would have no choice but to give up the inheritance." Wen Ye's eyes flickered as a sense of joy flashed across her eyes.
"If Gu Ruoyun gives up the inheritance, doesn't that mean that I would still have a chance?"
At this moment, Wen Ye was blinded by greed. Even if Gu Ruoyun lost her chance to accept the inheritance, there were still many other disciples in the Secret Order in line to the inheritance and she would still have no chance at all. Unfortunately, her entire head was now filled with thoughts about the inheritance and she lost her powers of judgment. A few days ago, she had secretly received information on the Secret Order's situation from the Left Emissary. All the disciples who had received the inheritance would experience a sudden spike in power, so Wen Ye knew that they had all failed in accepting the inheritance fully. Even after failing to receive the inheritance, they would still gain such a sensational effect.
If someone were to succeed, how powerful would they become? By then, the entire mainland would trample beneath her feet.
Besides, if she successfully accepts the inheritance, the members of the secret order would certainly have a whole new level of respect for her. She might even have the chance to climb her way up to the clan leader position. After all, so many geniuses in the secret order had failed to fully accept the inheritance. If she manages to accept it, why should the members of the secret order not put her in high regard?
Guru Ayun, are you not powerful? But so what? That inheritance will belong to me.
A fierce light flashed in Wenye's eyes and she no longer held her once gentle and graceful air. Even her voice has become sinister. No one should be able to continue living safe and sound after crossing me, Wenye. Once I've successfully received the inheritance, forget about you, even the sacred lady of the secret order will have to grant me some leeway.
Perhaps the entire secret order would turn into useless scoundrels before her.
Wening did not react to her sinister face as if he already knows Wenye's personality like the back of his hand.
As her trusted aide for so many years, how could he not be aware of the young lady's personality?
Her attitude to the situation now could be considered pretty good. After all, she had never spared anyone who offended her interests even if they were her own brother or sister.
Wening, you may leave.
Wenye put her intentions away and calmly mused, furthermore, watch Guru Ayun's every move. I cannot let her accept the inheritance.
Understood, young lady. Wening joined his fists and took his leave after receiving the order.
Once Wening had left, Wenye's body crumbled and she nearly fell to the ground. At this moment, her face was extremely pale and sweat was slowly forming on her forehead, soaking her entire head.
Even if I'm not even planning to hurt Guru Ayun, I can still feel such agony. Are the effects of the poison really that powerful until I can't even talk about her? Why is this poison so potent to actually be able to control my every move? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1379, The Challenge, 1. Chapter 1379, The Challenge, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 3 days later.
A young man was holding his sword firmly in his hand as he stood in the Secret Order's tournament stage. His eyes were filled with disdain as he stared at Guru Ayun who was slowly walking towards him. He then raised the corners of his lips and said scornfully, Guru Ayun, I thought you would retreat at the last minute.
I never thought that you would have the courage and audacity to challenge me. Since that's the case, I will make you understand the price of your egotistical attitude.
Guru Ayun slowly stepped up the tournament stage amidst Yunyan's disdainful sneers. Her green robes fluttered gently against the wind, making her resemble a tall and proud bamboo tree. The space between her brows was filled with a fresh, cool air. Since I've agreed to the challenge, I would definitely keep my promise. Guru Ayun's eyes were just as cool and indifferent as ever as her gaze enveloped Yunyan like the clear and cold light from the moon. It gave Yunyan's heart a rather uncomfortable feeling. However, that feeling quickly disappeared and he quickly returned to his senses. He laughed icily as he said, Guru Ayun, remember our promise. If you lose the competition, you must honor your word and leave the secret order. The crowd watched as Yunyan pointed his sword at Guru Ayun. His eyes were filled with arrogance as if Guru Ayun was of no importance at all.
Hearing this, Guru Ayun smiled indifferently, if I lose, I will leave immediately. However, if you lose, you must honor your word that from then on, you and your life shall belong to me. Gasp. The crowd burst into a sensation when they heard her words and their shocked stares gathered upon her figure. They have long been aware of Yunyan and Guru Ayun's challenge but they never knew about this bet. If she lost, she would only have to leave the secret order but if Yunyan became the loser, his life would then belong to her. Was there anyone in this world who was more malicious than this woman? Yunyan's expression changed drastically as well. I only promised to become your little brother, I never agreed to give my life to you. Stop making false accusations against me. Guru Ayun glanced at him and gently raised the corner of her lips. What's the difference between becoming my little brother and giving your life to me? It's fine if you don't agree, this fight will then end here. Ziyun, Shu Luo, let's go. After Guru Ayun said her piece, she turned around and made to leave the arena. As the crowd watched the woman who was about to walk off the tournament stage, their cries could be heard. Senior brother Yunyan, she's only a cultivator at the late stage of the exceptional state while you are already at the refined state. Besides, you also have a spiritual weapon in your hands. What are you afraid of? This woman is no match for you. She had said those things on purpose. She's probably regretting her decision in accepting the challenge and is trying to make you give up on your own. You must not fall for her trap. Make this woman understand the might of the secret order's disciples. Yunyan's expression slowly returned to normal from his initial ashen expression. He looked at Guru Ayun and exclaimed disdainfully, Woman, you asked for this. I promise you that if I lose, I will give my life to you. Be it to kill me or cut off my flesh, it's up to you. However, since you're using my life as a bargaining chip, then I must have another in return. He took a deep breath and spoke with a sharp look in his eyes. If you lose, I don't need you to leave the secret order anymore. Instead, I want you to warm my bed. As he spoke, Yun Yan raised his head and stared domineeringly down at Guru Oyen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1380, The Challenge, 2. Chapter 1380, The Challenge, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Warm your bed? Guru Oyun's eyes narrowed instantly. Murderous intent began to explode around her body as she turned her clear and cold eyes to glare at the arrogant-looking Yun Yan. Are you sure? Boom. After hearing Yun Yan's demands, Zi Yun and Chu Luo were instantly enraged. Their rage began to spill over as they glared furiously at the young man in front of them. This damned bastard wants their master to warm his bed? How could they not feel enraged at such an insult? It was especially hard for Zi Yun to tolerate as Chen Beiyi had placed master in their care before he left. They have the responsibility to protect her in his stead. Now, he has to watch Guru Oyun being insulted by another. How could he tolerate this? That's right. Yun Yan laughed icily and turned his mocking gaze towards Guru Oyun. If you want my life, I want you to warm my bed in return. These are our stakes. What? No guts to accept it? He had made this decision not because he was interested in Guru Oyun but because this woman had wanted his life. Since she dared to humiliate him, he must make her pay tenfold. He will make her understand that the people of the secret order are not so easily abused. If you want me to warm your bed, you must at least have that power. Guru Oyun raised her lucid and cold eyes. Her vision focused upon Yun Yan as she exclaimed indifferently, I accept your wager. The only thing is, I won't be giving you the opportunity to win. Ha ha ha. Yun Yan laughed maniacally. He finally stopped laughing after a long time as a disdainful smile appeared on his handsome face. Guru Oyun, I'll let you make the first move. You can't possibly defeat me anyway, but... If this had been anyone else, they would certainly be more courteous to Yun Yan after hearing his declaration. However, Guru Oyun was not like most people, so naturally, she attacked immediately without holding back. Crackle! A small cluster of flames appeared in Guru Oyun's palm. She then reappeared in front of Yun Yan in a flash and her palm slammed fiercely on his head, carrying an aura which was similar to breaking a bamboo tree. Yun Yan laughed nonchalantly. His feet had remained perfectly still as he raised his hand leisurely to block Guru Oyun. However, in the next second, a heart-wrenching scream sounded. It pierced through the clouds and slammed against everyone's hearts. Arg! The scream made everyone jump in fright as they all lifted their heads in unison to look at Yun Yan, who was screaming his head off. Some of them could not understand what was going on and asked dazedly, Senior brother Yun Yan, what's happening? At this moment, Yun Yan was in so much pain that he could not speak. Cold sweat began to drip down his forehead and he stared at Guru Oyun with a pale look on his face as he spat. What was that secret weapon you had concealed in your hand? Why do I feel such a piercing pain when I went up against your palm? You mean this? Guru Oyun slowly opened her hand. In that instant, a small cluster of black flames appeared in her palm. They flickered and danced in the wind and looked as if they could be snuffed out by a small gust of wind. However, that piercing pain had felt so clear that Yun Yan did not dare to underestimate her anymore. This is... Elder Tianren had been observing the battle from a hidden location. He instantly rose to his feet and stared fixedly at the 9 underworld flames in Guru Oyun's hand. His elderly features were filled with shock followed by a strong sense of excitement. Are those the 9 underworld flames? That's right, those are the 9 underworld flames. I never expected this little girl to have such good fortune and manage to obtain the 9 underworld flames. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1381, The Challenge, 3. Chapter 1381, The Challenge, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The 9 underworld flames were legendary. It was said that the 9 underworld flames' power was exceedingly great. Once the flames were fully grown, they could instantly destroy an entire city. Amongst the many flames on the mainland, it was second only to the ancient divine phoenix's flames of world devastation. However, the ancient divine phoenix had disappeared many years ago. Perhaps he has never even existed in this world.
Hence, when Elder Tianren noticed the flames in Gu Ruoyun's hand, he was so shocked that his face drained of color. Elder Tianren's expression began to change unpredictably at the thought of this, but his eyes continued to stare fixedly at the flames in Gu Ruoyun's hand. In the beginning, he had no idea why the clan leader holds such a strong belief in her abilities. Now, after seeing the 9 underworld flames, his heart was filled with confidence. Even if Gu Ruoyun was at the exceptional state at the moment, that does not mean that she has no way of defeating Yun Yan, who was at the refined state. If Yun Yan ever finds out what Elder Tianren was thinking, he would probably have gone mad with rage. After all, he was a disciple of the secret order, yet an elder of the clan had actually placed his hopes on an outsider's victory? I have truly underestimated Gu Ruoyun. A sharp, cold light flashed in Wen Ye's eyes as she stood in the crowd and stared icily at Gu Ruoyun, who was at the tournament arena. She then slowly exclaimed, "I never thought that she would hold such a treasure in her hands. This time, perhaps Yun Yan will really go down." Upon hearing this, the guard behind Wen Ye was filled with shock. He finally spoke with reverence after a long pause. "Young lady, since Gu Ruoyun holds such a precious treasure in her hand, why don't we use the Wen family's might and take it for ourselves?" Wen Ye raised her willowy brows and stared at Wen Ying indifferently. Her face was a little pale as she spoke in a calm voice. "What do you think the 9 underworld flames are? It's not a divine weapon. Once a divine weapon has recognized a master, that divine weapon would have no master if their master was killed. Flames are different. The 9 underworld flames could not be subdued by anyone, but Gu Ruoyun had managed to easily obtain it. Now, these flames have already merged with her body. Even if we kill her, no one else could ever hold the 9 underworld flames after her. If Gu Ruoyun dies, the 9 underworld flames will vanish along with her." This was why Gu Ruoyun was bold enough to display the 9 underworld flames on the tournament stage. In life or death, the 9 underworld flames which she had subdued would only ever fight for her forever. Even if her soul was destroyed, the 9 underworld flames will never leave her physical body. I admire Gu Ruoyun most for this. Her luck is extraordinarily good. Wen Ye's heart was filled with jealousy. After all, Gu Ruoyun has managed to obtain a mystical object like the 9 underworld flames. How could Wen Ye not fall into maniacal jealousy? However, Wen Ye curbed her jealous feelings, as she would never be able to take the 9 underworld flames away from Gu Ruoyun. In the tournament arena, Yun Yan was staring in shock at the dark blue-black flames in Gu Ruoyun's hand. He could not believe that these small, flickering flames had managed to hurt him. The assimilating temperature which the flames emitted has created a lingering fear in his heart. Even so, he was not willing to lose to Gu Ruoyun just like that. Besides, there were so many people watching him in this fight. If he were to lose, he would also lose his dignity in the secret order. Yun Yan gritted his teeth at the thought of this and said, "Gu Ruoyun, I admit that these flames are unlike any other kind of fire. However, you must be living a fool's dream if you think that you can use them to defeat me. This flame can't make up for the distance between a refined state cultivator and an exceptional state cultivator. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1382, The Challenge, 4. Chapter 1382, The Challenge, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zoom. Yun Yan's body instantly turned into a sharp light as he charged towards Gu Ruoyun. At that moment, his body resembled an incomparably piercingly sharp sword and carried a powerful stabbing force. "Gu Ruoyun, since you refuse to admit defeat, I will beat you until you cannot stand up." Boom! A powerful force stabbed out from the young man's fist and brought a powerful wind whirling towards Gu Ruoyun's body. In that instant, his waving fist was about to land on Gu Ruoyun's face. His movements were as quick as the wind and could not be seen by the naked eye. Hence, everyone assumed that Gu Ruoyun would not be able to avoid the attack. The audience's hearts began to race as they stared at the two figures on the stage, unable to turn away. Even though the crowd in the secret order were standing on Yun Yan's side, it was undeniable that they all wished for the opposite result. This way, the fight would be much more exciting. Bang! A hand appeared and grabbed hold of the young man's insufferably arrogant attack. A thread of dark flames then emerged from her cold and greasy-looking hand and wrapped around Yun Yan's fist. The dark blue flames displayed an eerily cold aura, silencing the chattering crowd. She had caught it? She had managed to catch Yun Yan's attack? After all, Yun Yan was a refined state cultivator, so his speed was vastly faster than a cultivator in the exceeding state. Nevertheless, she had managed to catch the attack of a refined state cultivator. Yun Yan had not expected Gu Ruoyun to see through his actions. His expression changed drastically and a burning pain from his fist made him gasp. "Gu Ruoyun, you have the right to become my match." After a long pause, Yunyan slowly returned to his senses and stared coldly at Guruoyan.
However, do you think that this is the full extent of my power?
It's true that I admit you stand a chance against a refined state cultivator like me with the help of those flames. Unfortunately, you're not the only one who holds a precious treasure in your possession. As he said this, Yunyan raised his head arrogantly and spoke in a condescending manner. If you can defeat the spiritual weapon in my hand, I will willingly serve you. To him, she would never be able to defeat a refined state cultivator who holds a spiritual weapon in their hand.
A spiritual weapon?
Guruoyan glanced indifferently at the longsword in Yunyan's hand and gently raised the corners of her lips. It's only a spiritual weapon. Do you think you're the only one who has such a weapon?
It's only a spiritual weapon? After hearing Guruoyan's exclamation, many of the disciples in the secret order lost their cool. Does this woman even know what a spiritual weapon is? She even dares to spout such egotistical words.
A spiritual weapon was an extremely precious item in the secret order, and most disciples only hold a crippled spirit weapon. There were only a few at Yunyan's stage who were specially allowed to hold a true spiritual weapon. Even if this was only a low-class spiritual weapon, it could draw admiration amongst everyone on the mainland. If someone wanted to receive a middle-class spiritual weapon, they had to crawl to the elder's position. As for a high-class spiritual weapon, only the clan leader was allowed to hold that weapon. There were very few high-class spiritual weapons on the mainland. Aside from the one in their clan leader's hand, the rest were lying covered in dust in the tombs of ancient powerful cultivators. One could imagine that in contrast with the powers in the secular world, the secret order was much more well off. Since you look down on my spiritual weapon so much, it's your turn to show me what you've got. Yunyan laughed icily, but he was shocked after saying his piece. What did he just see? When had a broken sword appeared in that pure and honest-looking woman's hand? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1383, The Challenge, 5. Chapter 1383, The Challenge, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Forget about Yunyan, even Elder Tianrun, who had been watching the fight from the back, was shocked.
At this moment, Guruoyan was a thorough fool in everyone's eyes. The opposition was utilizing a spiritual weapon in a fight against her, but in the end, she had chosen a broken sword? Does she really believe she could depend on this sword to defeat Yunyan? Yunyan remained shocked for several seconds before he could not help but burst into scornful laughter. Guruoyan, have you run out of weapons to think of using a broken sword to fight against me? How very laughable. If you don't have any weapons, I don't mind lending you 100 gold pieces so you can buy a weapon to your heart's satisfaction. In a fight like this, you're actually using a broken sword to go against me. If you're not living in a fantasy, you're looking down on me. In Yunyan's heart, by using a broken sword against him, Guruoyan was looking down on his abilities by thinking that a broken sword could actually defeat him. This was an insult, so how could the arrogant Yunyan endure this? If he does not teach this little girl a lesson, he would never be able to quell his anger. Guruoyan stared at Yunyan indifferently. Her eyes were pure and cold, as if she paid no attention to Yunyan's disdain. Her indifferent attitude made Yunyan furious. His gaze, which was previously sober and calm, turned red. Without preamble, he turned towards Guruoyan and launched his attack. The longsword in the young man's hand carried a sharp aura as he brought it downwards in a furious slash. The attack was like a bolt of lightning, shooting across the sky towards Guruoyan, who was standing on the ground. Despite facing such a powerful attack, Guruoyan's facial expression had not changed at all. A great wind rose and her green robes gently fluttered in the wind. Whoosh! As the energy from Yunyan's sword fell from the sky like lightning, Guruoyan finally made her move. However, everyone could only see her raising her broken sword very slowly and brandishing it towards the powerful sword energy. Her fine hair fluttered in the wind and slowly brushed across her delicate features. The crowd stared at her without turning away. They really wanted to know if the broken sword really could block Yunyan's attack. However, the crowd soon laughed mockingly at themselves. After all, not only was Yunyan at the refined state, he was also using a spiritual weapon in his attack. Guruoyan was only at the late stage of the exceptional state. How could her broken sword block his attack? In the very next moment, the mocking smiles on their faces disappeared and were replaced by a sense of shock. As the sword energy, which was as powerful as a bolt of lightning, sliced towards the broken sword, a protective shield seemed to rise towards it, blocking the sword energy. That was right. She had actually managed to block the attack. She had used only a broken sword to block Yunyan's attack. In the next instant, the entire place fell silent. It was so quiet that they could hear the anxious breathing of the person next to them. Out of everyone else, no one was more shocked than Yunyan. He knows better than anyone else of the scale of his own spiritual weapon's power. However, an attack from such a powerful spiritual weapon has actually been blocked by this broken sword? Could it be that this broken sword was in a higher class than his spiritual weapon? A middle-class spiritual weapon. Yunyan's heart trembled violently. The spiritual weapon in Gu Ruoyun's hand was a middle-class spiritual weapon. Otherwise, it would not have such great power. As for why Yunyan had not considered it to be a high-class spiritual weapon, one would need a weapon spirit to promote a middle-class weapon to a high-class spiritual weapon. Without a weapon spirit, the highest rank that sword could have was at middle class. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1384, The Challenge, 6. Chapter 1384, The Challenge, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Have you used all of your attacks? Gu Ruoyun glanced at the ashen-faced Yunyan and spoke indifferently. If that's the case, it's my turn now. Yunyan was momentarily dazed. While he was still in his daze, Gu Ruoyun aimed her broken sword at him and a thread of dark blue flames filled the air, gathering towards the blade. He does not know why, but when he saw the dark blue flames merging with the blade, Yunyan felt very uncomfortable. He has never felt such an uncomfortable feeling before. You said that if I were to lose, you would make me warm your bed? Gu Ruoyun turned her gaze towards Yunyan and smiled calmly. Since you said something like that, you should have been prepared for failure. Boom! Just as Gu Ruoyun spoke, the broken sword with the dark blue flames instantly shot towards Yunyan. At that moment, Yunyan's face drained of color as he raised his longsword in panic, blocking the force that caused him to feel palpitations. Clang, dot. A clear, ringing noise sounded and the dilapidated broken sword suddenly became extremely sharp, instantly slicing Yunyan's sword into two. Yunyan felt a coolness on his neck and the eerily cold broken sword was now pointed at his throat, carrying a chilling temperature. Yunyan's face was completely ashen as if he did not know what Gu Ruoyun had just used to defeat him. Out of everyone in the crowd, perhaps only Elder Tianrun understood that Gu Ruoyun had completely utilized the power of the 9 underworld flames in order to use this broken sword to defeat the refined state Yunyan. Without the 9 underworld flames, she would never have been able to display such great power with only the broken sword. Elder Tianrun sighed and flashed an exasperated, bitter smile. I really don't know what kind of luck this little girl has run into to enable her to obtain the 9 underworld flames. Now, even though she is only at the late stage of the exceptional state, she can use the 9 underworld flames to fight against a refined state cultivator. This was the power of the 9 underworld flames. Unfortunately, Gu Ruoyun was not powerful enough at the moment and could not display the 9 underworld flames' power to its true potential. Gu Ruoyun, I have unfortunately lost to you. I will keep my word, so you may kill me or cut my flesh. Do whatever you please. Yunyan then shut his eyes, calmly accepting his fate. After all, Gu Ruoyun had mentioned that if Yunyan lost, he would have to give his life to her. Would she not want to kill him now? Gu Ruoyun put the broken sword in her hand away. She then swept her clear and cold eyes across Yunyan's body as she replied calmly, That's true, your life now belongs to me. Hence, from now on, you must listen to my orders. Yunyan was shocked. His eyes opened wide as he stared at Gu Ruoyun in disbelief. You're not going to kill me, but why would I kill you? Gu Ruoyun looked at Yunyan and asked. This time, Yunyan was in a daze. He muttered, Didn't you want me to give my life to you? I thought that you were going to kill me. Could I have misunderstood her? Yunyan looked rather embarrassed at the thought of this. I had said things like warming my bed to her because I thought that Gu Ruoyun had intended to kill me. Yet, I now realize that I've misunderstood her. At this moment, Gu Ruoyun also arrived at a sudden realization. As it turns out, Yunyan had misunderstood her wager from the very beginning. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1385, The Challenge, 7. Chapter 1385, The Challenge, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I never had any intention of killing you, I only wanted you to follow me, but Gu Ruoyun returned to her senses and calmly replied. Upon hearing this, Yunyan sighed with relief. As a disciple in the secret order, he has his pride. This pride had driven him to issue a challenge to Gu Ruoyun. Similarly, it has also caused him to concede defeat. If he had vehemently refused to admit to it after his defeat, he would have caused the secret order to lose face.
Hence, as the Secret Order's disciple, Yun Yan may have looked down on Gu Ruoyun in the beginning, but he was daring to act and courageous enough to take responsibility for it. If Gu Ruoyun really did kill him, he would have been perfectly happy to accept death all for the sake of his pride. However, who would not be afraid of death in this world? Even though he had willingly accepted the punishment of defeat, it does not mean that he does not want to live. To be able to live was good news. Hence, once he found out that Gu Ruoyun had no intentions to kill him, his heart relaxed. I can promise that aside from the Secret Order, you are someone whom I will pledge my loyalty to. However, if you ever harbor any bad intentions towards the Secret Order, I will take my word back even if I have to endure the scorn of everyone in the world. In Yun Yan's heart, the Secret Order was still the most important to him. It was also a part of him that he could not live without. The reason why he had willingly conceded defeat was also because of the Secret Order's good name. To him, the Secret Order's dignity was far more important than his one surname. Don't worry, as long as the Secret Order doesn't do anything to hurt me, I won't harm the Secret Order. Of course, if the Secret Order does try to hurt me, I won't spare you either. Gu Ruoyun smiled faintly. Her voice rang through the air and was just as light and airy as ever. Yun Yan pursed his lips and did not say anything more. He knows that from now on, aside from the Secret Order, he has to listen to this woman's orders. Master. Zi Yun and Chu Luo stepped onto the stage simultaneously and walked towards Gu Ruoyun's side. They then spoke in unison, "Congratulations, Master, you've gained another subordinate. Zi Yun, Chu Luo, let's go." Gu Ruoyun yawned, looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late. Let's go back and continue our cultivation." "Yes, Master." Zi Yun and Chu Luo joined their fists and quickly chased after Gu Ruoyun. A complex look appeared in Yun Yan's eyes as he stared the three departing figures. At the same time, a torrent of comments has risen in Tournament Plaza. Not a single disciple ever thought that senior brother Yun Yan, who was at the refined state, would lose to a woman at the late stage of the exceptional state. If this matter were to leak out, the entire mainland would dive into a sensation. Of course, they would never reveal how a disciple of the Secret Order had been defeated by an outsider even if they were beaten to death. Otherwise, the Secret Order would lose face. Thus, the Secret Order's disciples cordially sealed off this piece of information, and the people of the secular world were ignorant of the matters surrounding Gu Ruoyun in the Secret Order. As a result, news of Gu Ruoyun's arrival in the Secret Order never reached Dongfang Yu's ears. As for Wen Ye, there was not even a need to mention this. She would never proclaim her own enemy's rise to fame. At the disciples' chamber in the Secret Order, Yun Yan closed his eyes to regain his composure and began to cultivate the mental energy which he had used up in the day's fight. Another disciple walked in and joined his fists as he said, "Senior brother Yun Yan, Wen Ye has requested for an audience." "Wen Ye, who's that?" Yun Yan furrowed his brows and asked, mildly astonished. Reporting to senior brother, Wen Ye is the runner-up of this round's assessment. The left emissary had personally escorted her into the Secret Order. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1386, The Challenge, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Secret Order's disciple replied with reverence. "Oh?" Yun Yan responded in surprise. She had received the right to enter the Secret Order along with Gu Ruoyun? They must have an amicable relationship. Since that's the case, let her in. Remember to be more cordial to her. If she has a very good relationship with Gu Ruoyun and you offend her, it might anger Gu Ruoyun. Yes, senior brother Yun Yan. Upon hearing this, the Secret Order's disciple retreated. Not too long after, he led a figure into the room. When Yun Yan laid his eyes upon the graceful figure, his eyes flashed with clear surprise. Soon, his surprise vanished, but even so, Wen Ye had caught it easily. There was a sweet smile on her flawless and beautiful face, but her heart was filled with disdain. She never expected that Yun Yan, despite being a disciple of the Secret Order, would turn out to be such a pervert. He could not even bear to blink after seeing her. Since that was the case, it would be much easier to use him. Senior brother Yun Yan, Wen Ye slowly stepped forward as her smile grew even more graceful and moving. Her light yellow robes made her look absolutely stunning and even more seductive. I've heard of your great name, senior brother Yun Yan, long before I had set foot in the Secret Order. Now that I've seen you, you are indeed young and highly talented, senior brother, as well as outstanding and magnificent. If you had not met that opponent who holds the 9 underworld flames in her possession, you would not have lost the competition today. The 9 underworld flames? Upon hearing the name of the flames, Yun Yan's interest was piqued. You're saying that the flames in Gu Ruoyun's hands are the 9 underworld flames? As expected. Wenya's smile deepened when she heard the way Yun Yan had addressed Gu Ruoyun. Judging by the way this fellow had addressed Gu Ruoyun by her name directly, that means that he has not accepted her as a leader from the bottom of his heart. After all, as a disciple of the secret order, Yun Yan has always been placed high above everything else. How could he possibly agree to become someone else's subordinate? However, Wenya was not aware that Yun Yan had not changed his manner of address, not because he has not accepted Gu Ruoyun as his master, he had merely slipped up at the moment.
That's right, those are indeed the 9 underworld flames.
I happen to be fortunate enough to have heard of those flames. Wenya's eyes flickered as she spoke sympathetically. If the 9 underworld flames were in your possession, I believe that your power would increase twofold, senior brother Yun Yan. This also meant that the 9 underworld flames were wasted on Gu Ruoyun. Nevertheless, because of Gu Ruoyun's poison, Wenya had not dared to say it explicitly and only hinted at it. Besides, she believes that even as a disciple of the secret order, Yun Yan might not be aware of the fact that the 9 underworld flames cannot be passed to a different master. After all, she had also accidentally discovered this fact herself. Yun Yan was laughing icily in his heart, but his expression was one of ignorance. How unfortunate that I can't take the 9 underworld flames for myself. These things are prohibited in the secret order. If I do that, the elders of the secret order will never let me get away with it. His voice was filled with regret, as if he really did believe that Gu Ruoyun's possession of the 9 underworld flames was truly a pity. Realizing the implication in his words, Wenya's heart leaped with joy. Senior brother Yun Yan, if you need help, I will never refuse you.
Help? How can that be the case?
She was merely using this man, so why should she take the risk and help him? Gu Ruoyun was such a sinister character, and being her enemy would result in having her bones turned to dust if she was not careful enough. Besides, she was still poisoned. Each time she has intentions of hurting Gu Ruoyun, she would suffer a searing pain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1387, The Challenge, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Hence, she has no way of helping Yun Yan in her present condition.
Help me? Yun Yan's eyes darkened as a smile hung on his face. I wonder how you would like me to repay you for providing this help to me?
Wenya bit her lips before she raised her head to look at Yun Yan's handsome face and said, I want the secret order's inheritance.
The secret order's inheritance? Ha ha ha.
Yun Yan laughed maniacally internally.
He then turned his disdainful glare towards Wenya. Wenya, aren't you overestimating yourself? You even had your eyes set to obtain the secret order's inheritance as well?
Keep dreaming, the secret order will never give the inheritance to a sinister and vicious woman like you. Wenya was shocked. She stared at Yun Yan in astonishment, as if she could not understand how this man had managed to change his demeanor so quickly. Besides, you also tried to trick me into stealing the 9 underworld flames.
Do you take me for a fool?
The 9 underworld flames only acknowledges one master and will never change alliances. Even if Gu Ruoyun dies, the 9 underworld flames would never bow to anyone else.
Do you think that I don't know that?
Yun Yan's words were filled with rage. In the beginning, he thought that Wenya has a good relationship with Gu Ruoyun, which was why he had agreed to see her. However, he never thought that this woman would try to trick him into stealing the 9 underworld flames. Wenya's face drained of color, as she never thought that Yun Yan would know about this.
Didn't grandfather tell me that he was the only one who knows that the flames would never change their allegiance?
How did the members of the secret order find out about this? Unfortunately, despite Wenya's lifelong intelligence, she had been fooled by her general impressions. The secret order has 10,000 years worth of history. How could they fall behind the other organizations? They could not possibly be ignorant of these kinds of things. Otherwise, Gu Ruoyun would never have had the courage to unveil the 9 underworld flames in front of the secret order's members. She understood that the members of the secret order would know that the 9 underworld flames would never change its allegiance. Senior brother Yun Yan, Wenya bit her lips and tried to explain herself, but she suddenly realized that all forms of explanations would be useless. She could not manipulate this man. Hence, Wenya would rather shut her mouth and say nothing at all.
Wenya, let me give you a piece of advice. You better mind your actions in the secret order.
Yun Yan laughed icily. Though you and Gu Ruoyun may not be considered as permanent members of the secret order, you two are now considered as partial disciples of the secret order. The secret order abstains from hurting members of our own clan above all else.
If you can't accept that, you can settle it in the tournament arena.
We don't allow private conflicts and killings.
This secret order's rule. It was also a rule which they have always abided by. Even if Gu Ruoyun was not Yun Yan's superior right now, he would never allow Wenya to act with such impudence for the sake of the secret order's rules. Senior brother Yun Yan.
Wanya returned to her senses as she flashed a graceful smile on her beautiful face once again. She then acted as if nothing had happened and spoke gently, "Thank you for your tutelage and I recognize my mistake. That's right, I'm jealous of her and I can't accept that I've received the second place. Hence, I wanted to join forces with you for the sake of obtaining the inheritance. As for the fact that the allegiance of the 9 underworld flames cannot be changed, I was not aware of this." No matter what, she was never going to admit that she had purposely tried to manipulate Yunyan. Yunyan did not say anything else. He then waved his hand and said, "Remember what I've told you. If this happens again, I will report this to the elders. By then, you will have to leave the secret order. You may now take your leave. Furthermore, stop scheming against Guru Oyun. She is now my superior, so if you ever dare to attack her, I will never let you get away with it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1388, The Inheritance, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wanya turned very pale in the face. She immediately lowered her eyelids, concealing the cold light within her gaze. "Senior brother Yunyan, I understand. I can guarantee that I'll never do this again." Upon hearing this, Yunyan's expression softened. "All right, you may leave." Wanya took a deep breath upon hearing Yunyan's words. She then slowly left without another word. However, when she closed the door, her graceful and beautiful expression turned horrifyingly sinister. In the room, Yunyan stared at Wanya's departing figure and entered into deep thought. "This Wanya is not like anyone else," he exclaimed after a long pause. "She could still manage to explain herself so calmly after I had chastised her. Not many would have such wisdom. I want you to go pay Guru Oyun a visit now and inform her of this matter so that she can be aware that this had happened." "Yes, senior brother Yunyan." After hearing Yunyan's instructions, the disciple by his side joined his fists in respect. His expression was filled with reverence. Guru Oyun was seated cross-legged with her eyes closed in her room. A faint spiritual energy circulated around her body, expanding and contracting according to her pores before being absorbed into her being. Suddenly, a knock on the door disturbed the peace and quiet of the room, snapping her out from her cultivation state. "Come in," Guru Oyun replied calmly. The room's door was then pushed open and a secret order disciple walked in. He joined his fists in reverence and said, "Lady Gu, I've come here under senior brother Yunyan's orders to provide you with some information." "What is it?" Guru Oyun paused and asked. "Lady Gu, Wanya had visited senior brother Yunyan and tried to manipulate him into attacking you. Senior brother was able to see right through her schemes. Even so, senior brother asked me to report this to you and asked you to be more careful in case you end up falling into danger." But after the secret order disciple had conveyed his message, a small smile formed on Guru Oyun's face. "I understand. Wanya? Looks like she still can't get rid of her inclination to destroy me despite after contracting my poison. However, I want to make the Wen family pay, so I need to eliminate the entire Wen family in one stroke. Hence, it's not the time for me to go up against the Wanya yet. However, if Wanya really insists on attacking me time and time again, I'll have to kill Wanya even if I end up alerting the enemy. Lady Gu, I've completed the task which senior brother Yunyan has given me, so I should take my leave now," said the secret order disciple with a joined fist. Guru Oyun nodded. The secret order disciple then slowly withdrew and closed the door to Guru Oyun's room as he left. "Master!" A childish voice rang out from Guru Oyun's side. She then saw the little vermilion bird who had appeared out of thin air by her side. Her adorable face was filled with rage. "I'm going to slaughter Wanya." Guru Oyun smiled and replied faintly, "I've already poisoned Wanya so she can't create too much trouble. Now, the most important thing is the inheritance. Once I've accepted the inheritance, I can search for Xiao Yi and Big Brother." Guru Oyun had never considered Wanya as her rival from the very beginning. To her, Wanya was an insignificant figure, so how could she be compared with the inheritance? She smiled bitterly at the thought of this as her cool eyes turned towards the blue sky outside her window. "I don't know where Big Brother and Xiao Yi are right now, either," she murmured. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1389, The Inheritance, 2. Chapter 1389, The Inheritance, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The sky was a brilliant red like a raging sea of flames, covering the world in an omnipresent manner. Underneath the sky, a large dragon was spitting flames. Its red pupils carried a ferocious light while its entire body was filled with a powerful deterrent force as if it was ignited with flames. However, most importantly, the dragon has 3 heads. Each head had an enormous mouth which would spew out flames, terrifying the humans who were standing beneath the flames. A head of silvery hair was fluttering in the wind in front of the 3-headed hell dragon. The crimson-robed man was standing tall in a cold and distant manner in midair. His eyes carried a bloodthirsty light and his vicious glare was fixed upon the ferocious 3-headed hell dragon. Qianbei Yi, cough, cough. Suddenly, someone coughed near the silver-haired man in crimson robes. A heavily wounded man in black robes with a mask covering his face crawled to his feet from the ground. His handsome face was entirely pale and his voice carried an obvious sense of astonishment. Why? Are you here? What about my little sister? Where is she? Qianbei Yi looked at the cold and grim black-robed man before he placed his attention on the 3-headed hell dragon. He then spoke in a cold and vicious voice, "Let him go." The 3-headed hell dragon fell silent, but his eyes remained just as fearsome as ever. His icy cold voice carried a murderous intent as he replied, "I never thought that someone as powerful as you would invade my dark earth realm all for the sake of one small, insignificant human. How are you related to this human? He's my brother-in-law, a precious relative of my bride-to-be. I'm going to take him with me no matter what today, Ha ha ha." The 3-headed hell dragon burst into laughter as if he had just heard a hilarious joke. Bride-to-be? I never thought that a cruel, bloodthirsty man like you would fall in love with a woman and would willingly journey to the Dark Earth realm for the sake of her relative. Unfortunately, I cannot let you take this man away. He had the audacity to enter the Dark Earth realm and had tried to steal the Dark Earth realm's treasures. Hence, I will never let him go. Hearing this, Gu Shengxiao laughed bitterly. He had been turned into a half-puppet by the Wen family and he had heard that the Dark Earth realm was the only place which contains the Earth Lotus Heart which could restore him into a full human once again. Hence, he had taken the risk and stepped into this place. However, he never expected to bump into the 3-headed hell dragon once he had entered the Dark Earth realm. And if I insist on taking him away? A wave of eerily sinister aura erupted from Qianbei Yi's body as his bloodthirsty eyes glared at the 3-headed hell dragon. I admit that you were very powerful in the past, but you aren't at your peak strength now. Do you think that you can defeat me with your current abilities? However, on account of our old friendship, I can give you a choice. You can stay in the Dark Earth realm in exchange for his freedom. The 3-headed hell dragon laughed sinisterly, but his eyes were filled with mockery as if Qianbei Yi was only a toy in his hands. Qianbei Yi raised his head. His features became increasingly magnificent in the face of the raging flames as he said, "All right, I'll agree to it." The 3-headed hell dragon was shocked as if he never expected Qianbei Yi to agree so readily. Qianbei Yi, don't forget, you have countless enemies in the Dark Earth realm. If you remain in the Dark Earth realm, there are many who would want to turn your bones into dust. Are you truly willing to exchange yourself for this human's freedom? The Dark Earth realm, also known as the Underworld, was, of course, different from the mythical underworld where humans would journey to after death. This underworld was not very much different from the mainland where the people of the world reside. It was made up of large organizations and orders as well. However, humans who live in the underworld have extremely long lives. Hence, the gate to the Dark Earth realm was guarded by the 3-headed hell dragon so people from the outside could not enter and those on the inside could not escape. Hence, after a long period of time, the underworld has turned into a myth. A rumor then appeared from out of nowhere, saying that great sinners would be sent to the underworld upon death. Actually, that was not the case. The underworld was only a small, sealed-off dimension. As it was far too mysterious, rumors like that had begun to circulate on the mainland. I had promised my bride-to-be that I would bring her big brother back to her. Qianbei Yi looked at the 3-headed hell dragon and said, I will keep every promise I've ever made to her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1390, The Inheritance, 3. Chapter 1390, The Inheritance, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Qianbei Yi, since you've made this decision, you better not regret it. The 3-headed hell dragon laughed icily. There was a dense, cold light in his malicious eyes as he turned towards Qianbei Yi. You shall stay here. As for this human, I will send him off later. Gu Shengxiao's body stiffened when he heard this and he quickly rose to his feet. The cold and grim face beneath his mask was filled with anxiety. If you're staying behind, what about little sister? A faraway look flashed in Qianbei Yi's eyes as if he was thinking of the woman's elegant features. After a long pause, he gathered his emotions before calmly replying, You must help me cover up the fact that I've been detained in the Dark Earth realm. Don't let her find out about this. Otherwise, knowing her, she would disregard everything and storm into the Dark Earth realm.
The Dark Earth realm is fraught with danger and she's still in the midst of her growth. I cannot let her take this risk.
Xian Beiyi paused and his eyes softened as he instructed Gu Shengxiao, tell her that I've run into some favorable circumstance and I would need a few more years before I return.
Ask her to wait for me.
No. Gu Shengxiao clenched his fists in a tight grip while his grim eyes filled with a sense of determination. I don't want to owe you this favor.
Besides, I don't want you to leave Yuner either.
You should leave, there's no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. He was already far too indebted to his younger sister.
How could he possibly bear being the cause of his little sister's loss of happiness?
The Dark Earth realm was so treacherous.
Once someone enters this realm, they would never be able to leave for the rest of their life.
Since that was the case, Gu Shengxiao might as well continue to stay here. Xian Beiyi was powerful enough to ensure his younger sister's safety for the rest of her life, there was no doubt about that.
Xian Beiyi's eyes turned to look at Gu Shengxiao.
He then approached the latter. Xian Beiyi's silver hair rose beneath the blood-red sky. His crimson robes were the color of blood as if he had molded into the skies of the Dark Earth realm.
What are you doing? Gu Shengxiao's mental state began to expand as he watched Xian Beiyi approach him.
He stared warily at the peerless-looking silver-haired man.
Go back and tell Yuner that I will find her again in a few years' time.
However, you must not tell her about the fact that I'm in the Dark Earth realm. I don't want her to take this risk for me.
You?
Gu Shengxiao looked at the man before him and was just about to speak when a powerful force landed upon his body. Before he could react, he had been sent flying. His body flew across the air like an arrow released from its bow before turning into a ball of light under the blood-red sky. His figure then vanished. Once Qian Beiyi saw that Gu Shengxiao had left, he slowly turned around. His cruel and bloodthirsty eyes swept towards the three-headed hell dragon behind him as a cold, sinister smile appeared on his peerless features. You want me to enter the Dark Earth realm? Aren't you afraid that I'll raise foul wind and bloody rain there? But the three-headed hell dragon laughed icily. In the past, you would indeed have had this ability, but now, you are no longer at your peak. There are countless powerful cultivators in the Dark Earth realm. I don't know if you'll be able to leave this place alive. Xian Beiyi did not reply, but a sliver of red light flashed across his bloodthirsty eyes. It was almost unnoticeable under the contrast of this blood-red sky. However, the three-headed hell dragon paused and stared at the man's peerless features with disdain. I never expected a valiant man like you to show such deep affection to a woman. You had plunged into danger without any hesitation just to save her older brother. If I were that woman, I would be filled with great emotion to have received such affection from you in this lifetime.
Let me guess who this woman is. Could it be that person? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1391 The Inheritance, 4. Chapter 1391 The Inheritance, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The three-headed hell dragon then shook his head at the thought of this and murmured to himself, that can't be right, the woman you love deeply shouldn't be her.
I remember that this person is already dead. Besides, she did not have an older brother either.
I heard that you had put yourself into a deep sleep for 10,000 years in order to avenge that person. Xian Beiyi stared at the three-headed hell dragon in a cold and distant manner as an eerily cold aura rose from within his being. After sensing the aura from the man, the three-headed hell dragon's cruel eyes filled with shock.
Xian Beiyi, so she's still alive.
You've hidden her very well. The three-headed hell dragon chuckled. His smile then filled with an obviously sinister air. That's right, 10,000 years ago, she was the woman whom you had fallen deeply in love with. Knowing the deep affection you had for her, it can't possibly have changed after so many years. There is one possibility, that person may have perished but her soul had not been destroyed. Hence, you had found her reincarnation and had continued to stay by her side. Unfortunately, even if you manage to keep this a secret now, you can't hide it forever. If those people find out about her return, it would be difficult for her to escape death. Go away. Boom. The aura from Xian Beiyi's body stirred before slamming towards the three-headed hell dragon with the force of a mountain. However, the three-headed hell dragon continued to smile sinisterly as if he did not fear Xian Beiyi at all. Have you been shamed into anger? If I had known that that fellow was her older brother in this life, I would never have let him leave so easily. Besides, do you really think that she'll thank you after everything you've done to her? The day she regains her memories will be the day you two will part. Xian Beiyi gently closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a cold murderous intent flashed across his pupils as he stared icily at the three-headed hell dragon. You underestimate her. She trusts me just like how I have faith in her. I believe that even when she regains her memories, we will not be torn apart as some people have hoped.
Ha, Chen Beiyi, stop believing in your own lies. If you really think that she believes you, why haven't you told her everything?
The three-headed hell dragon burst into laughter. You don't trust her at all. You believe that if she finds out about what had happened, she would leave you. That's why you've kept this from her and have not said a single word. The three-headed hell dragon's words were like a fist which slammed fiercely into Chen Beiyi's heart. His heart trembled. This fellow was right. He was afraid that Gu Ruoyan would leave him once she found out about their past history. Furthermore, she would not be willing to believe in any of his explanations. He was afraid of losing her, which was why he never told her about the past. That was why she had been kept in the dark. Once I leave the Dark Earth realm, I will tell about all the disputes with full honesty.
Chen Beiyi's eyes flashed with determination. Even if she doesn't believe me, I won't hide anything from her.
The three-headed hell dragon sneered, leave the Dark Earth realm? I'm afraid you won't have this chance, not in this lifetime. Once you've entered my territory, I will never let you leave. Whether you have faith in each other or not, you'll never be able to see each other again for the rest of your lives. Chen Beiyi swept his eyes across the three-headed hell dragon before he spoke in a voice with a faint, eerily cold air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1392, The Inheritance, 5. Chapter 1392, The Inheritance, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This time, I'll stay behind willingly. If I really want to leave, I'm afraid you'll never be able to stop me. Ha ha.
Hearing this, the three-headed hell dragon burst into laughter again.
Since you have such great self-confidence, let's wait and see.
Outside the Dark Earth realm, Gu Shengxiao rose to his feet as he stared at the tightly shut door. He then balled his strong fists into a tight grip. No one knows how much his heart was trembling at this very moment. If he had not taken the risk to enter the Dark Earth realm for the sake of freeing himself from his half-puppet body, he would never have dragged Chen Beiyi down with him. Now, he had to stay in a place like that for the rest of his life. No, I must find little sister. Only little sister can save him now. Gu Shengxiao did not know when he had begun to have so much faith in Gu Ruoyan. In his point of view, there was nothing his little sister could not do. Therefore, Gu Ruoyan has now become his greatest support. He believes that his little sister would certainly find a way to save Chen Beiyi from the Dark Earth realm. As long as Chen Beiyi could be saved, Gu Shengxiao would have no regrets no matter what he needs to do. Gu Shengxiao looked up at the faraway blood-red sky again as he thought about this. His grim eyes then filled with a sense of determination before he slowly turned around and disappeared in the opposite direction. His figure then vanished in the blink of an eye. At the 5th level of Training Pagoda, a stone dragon was hovering around some ruins as his fearsome eyes fixed unblinkingly at the seal area. His gaze was filled with vigilance. There was a visible figure in white in the distance within the seal area. The figure looked like an illusion yet was emitting a powerful energy. It has been 10,000 years. The man opened his eyes. His pupils were filled with arrogance and a demeanor which looked at the world disdainfully out of the corner of his eye. I never thought that time would pass by so quickly. It won't be long before I can leave this place and make that damn Chen Beiyi pay. If Gu Ruoyan were here, she would definitely recognize this man. The man before her was the same man who had addressed himself as this Holy One in the ruins. Besides, he was the one who had killed Zixi back then. Even though that man's entire body had been shrouded in darkness at the time, Gu Ruoyan could never forget his voice. However, if Gu Ruoyan could see that man's face, she would be extremely shocked. His peerless face was carved from the same mold as Chen Beiyi. His silvery hair even gave him an air of refinement like a celestial being. While Chen Beiyi's beauty was the type which could shock all living things with its magnificence, this man was like a sacrosanct god instead which no one would dare to approach. There can only be one ruler in this world. If I had not killed all of them at that time, I would never have been elevated into such a powerful state. The man stroked his face as his handsome features filled with a cold and distant air. Unfortunately, I had wasted my mental state in order to kill her that year. I had even used this face to successfully approach her body. After I had killed her, you took advantage of my weakness and imprisoned me here. However, you could not kill me. The man laughed icily. There is no one who can kill me in this world, so it doesn't matter if you've imprisoned me here. The day I leave this place will be the day you die. Besides, even if I'm shut away here, that doesn't mean that I have no way of hurting you. I'm sure you never would have expected that someone on my side is actually right next to that woman, Gu Ruoyan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1393, The Inheritance, 6. Chapter 1393, The Inheritance, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun.
Gu Ruoyun was in the midst of cultivation in the Secret Order's disciples' chambers when someone called her name. Just as she opened her eyes, the door to the chambers was pushed open and she saw a green-robed Yunyan rushing in frantically.
Gu Ruoyun looked at the anxious Yunyan as she raised her brow.
However, with this one action, Yunyan's body stiffened and he immediately cried out in confusion, "Leader." Only the heavens know how reluctant he was to address her in this manner, but he had no other choice. It was his own fault for losing to this woman and making such a promise. The members of the Secret Order have always kept to their word, so no matter how proud he was, he could never go back on his promise.
Is something wrong? Gu Ruoyun's eyes swept towards Yunyan's nervous expression as she asked indifferently.
Oh, it's like this. Yunyan calmed himself down and said, "Leader, I'm afraid that your claim to the inheritance is in danger and I'm here to inform you of this matter."
Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun's heart thumped instantly. She then furrowed her brows and asked, "Did something happen in the Secret Order again? Is someone trying to challenge me again? This is far more complicated than just a challenge."
Yunyan eyed Gu Ruoyun cautiously before he continued, "Leader, I heard that the clan leader has issued an order that they would be selecting the heir to the inheritance once again."
Gu Ruoyun's heart instantly sank to an all-time low.
She could not relax her furrowed brow and her elegant features were filled with a cold and distant air. Her expression was indifferent as she said, "It seems that the Secret Order has a fondness for going back on their word." This statement caused an embarrassed look to appear on Yunyan's proud face.
"I don't know what's going on."
According to the order, only the person who can tame the clan's sacred beast will be allowed to accept the inheritance. Even though I don't know the truth behind all this, I understand that the Secret Order has always kept their word. If the clan leader has issued such an order, something must have inevitably happened in the Secret Order.
Gu Ruoyun smiled lightly.
Since this inheritance belongs to the Secret Order, it doesn't matter how many times you do a reselection.
That's your business.
Of course, this doesn't mean that I will give up the inheritance. Yunyan felt embarrassed as he stared at Gu Ruoyun. He wished to say something but he did not know what. In the end, he could only silently walk away. Prior to this, he would probably have rejoiced when he heard about the reselection.
However, he had pledged his loyalty to Gu Ruoyun with full sincerity after being defeated by her.
Hence, he now felt a faint sense of dissatisfaction towards the Secret Order's decision. Still, he was only a disciple, so how could he determine the clan leader's decision? Therefore, no matter how unsatisfied he felt, he had no choice but to suppress it. In the clan leader's chambers, Elder Tianran looked at the old woman, who had her eyes closed in meditation, and asked puzzledly, "Clan leader, aren't we assessing the Gu girl? Why did you suddenly decide on selecting a new heir to the inheritance?" The clan leader laughed bitterly and opened her eyes. She then shook her head exasperatedly. "This was not my idea, it was the sacred beast's decision."
The sacred beast? Elder Tianran's eyes widened instantly when he heard this. He stared at the clan leader's elderly face in astonishment as he asked, "Clan leader, what did you say? Had the sacred beast finally spoken to you?"
The clan leader gently closed her eyes. After a long pause, she opened them again and replied in a faint voice, "I don't understand what the sacred beast is thinking either. It had communicated with me through its soul last night and gave me several instructions. As for what it plans to do, I'm not too sure. Besides, in the Secret Order, only the Sacred Lady is allowed to communicate with the sacred beast without any hindrance. Since the Sacred Lady is away, I'm not too sure of what the sacred beast is trying to convey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1394, The Inheritance, 7. Chapter 1394, The Inheritance, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Tianran was shocked.
If this was the clan leader's decision, perhaps he could have said something.
However, he had not expected the sacred beast to be the one who actually made the decision. But,
"Clan leader, why does the Lord Sacred Beast want to personally make an appearance before the eyes of the world? This simply defies all common sense. I can't help but feel that something has happened. Besides, ever since the Gu girl and the others have entered the Secret Order, the Lord Sacred Beast has become restless and impatient. Still, he has never communicated with anyone. Now that he has issued this order, does he plan to appear in front of the Gu girl?" Elder Tianran knitted his brows. He simply could not comprehend what was going on which would cause the Lord Sacred Beast to make such a decision.
The clan leader laughed bitterly and shook her head. How can we guess the meaning behind the sacred beast's decision? Regardless of his motives, we only need to listen to his orders. Don't forget that back then, that Lord was the one who had left the sacred beast here. He's also the foundation of the secret order's establishment. Hearing this, Elder Tianran was just about to speak but ended up swallowing his words. There was an exasperated smile on his face. Clan leader, this is something that the secret order has already determined, yet we've suddenly changed our decision. How should we explain this to the Gu girl? After all, she was the champion of the assessment. Logically speaking, she should be the one receiving this inheritance. The clan leader nodded. Though the Gu girl is yours daughter, the secret order cannot give her any preferential treatment. However, if she ends up losing the inheritance, I will still grant her an unsurpassed position within the secret order. Even if Gu Ruoyun was not the champion of the assessment, she would still have a leading position in the secret order simply due to her status as Dongfang Yu's daughter. Elder, you may take your leave. Make preparations for the event in the next few days. The clan leader closed her eyes once again after saying her piece and did not say another word. Elder Tianran took one last look at the clan leader before he sighed and turned around to leave. He then closed the door to the clan hall on his way out. At the disciples' chambers. Unlike Gu Ruoyun's living quarters, the disciples' chambers were rather average with several large beds scattered all over the place and one simple wooden desk placed in front of each bed. A woman dressed in yellow robes was sitting at one of the wooden desks. Her graceful and noble air contrasted greatly with the simplicity in the disciples' chamber. Is what you've said true? The secret order is going to re-elect the heir to the inheritance? Wenye's eyes flickered and her eyes flashed with an unreadable light. Eldest lady, my information is accurate. They said that the secret order's sacred beast had issued the order and only the person who manages to successfully communicate with the sacred beast will become the heir to the inheritance. Communicate with the sacred beast? Doesn't that mean that anyone who manages to tame the sacred beast will become the heir? I heard about the secret order's sacred beast from the Lord Left Emissary. The meaning behind this sacred beast's name is very different from an average martial saint spiritual beast. Instead, his name represents divinity and nobility. I've also heard that in the secret order, the only one who truly keeps to his word is the sacred beast. Even the sacred lady of the secret order is beneath the sacred beast. The sacred beast is the only one who lives in solitude at the back of the mountain and pays no attention to the matters of the secular world. Hence, though the clan leader is tasked with managing the secret order, in truth, the sacred beast's words are far more powerful than the clan leader's. There was a graceful smile on Wenye's face as her beautiful eyes flashed with a faint light. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1395, The Inheritance, 8. Chapter 1395, The Inheritance, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If I can tame the sacred beast, from that moment on, the members of the secret order must listen to my commands. That was right. In Wenye's opinion, the inheritance was no longer her goal. Her goal was now the entire secret order. The guard behind her was not at all shocked by Wenye's words. In the Wen family, eldest Lady Wenye has always been the most ambitious. Besides, he believes that it was only a matter of time before the eldest lady becomes the most powerful cultivator on the mainland. I want you to continue to gather information. Wenye's eyes fixed into position as she commanded. I had lost to Gu Ruoyun during the last assessment. I won't lose again. She turned her gaze towards the blue sky outside her window as a cold smile appeared on her graceful and beautiful features. Gu Ruoyun, I had the misfortune to lose to you in the previous assessment. This time, I will not lose. Wenye turned away and concealed the cutting look in her eyes. Perhaps, based on power alone, she could not defeat Gu Ruoyun. However, when it comes to taming beasts, no one was better than the Wen family. The Wen family had always had the ability to tame beasts. Even the most stubborn spiritual beasts would be made to serve the Wen family obediently if they fell into the Wen family's hands. Therefore, Wenye has great confidence in this area. Shouldn't I thank the secret order for giving me this chance? Wenye giggled at the thought of this. Ever since she had left Yunyan's cultivation chamber, she thought that she would no longer have any chance of obtaining the inheritance. Now, not only does she have the chance to recover the inheritance, even the secret order's sacred beast could belong to her too. From then on, who in this mainland would dare make an enemy of the Wen family? It was obvious that at this very moment, Wenye already considers the sacred beast and the inheritance as her possessions. Based on her point of view, the only people in the world who could tame the sacred beast was the Wen family. 3 days later. The plaza was crowded with people. Elder Tianren spotted Gu Ruoyun, who arrived late behind the crow. He wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say and could only stare at her apologetically. "You're here, Gu girl?" Gu Ruoyun nodded her head indifferently. "I'm very curious about the Secret Order's sacred beast. The only thing is, I don't know what kind of effort I'd have to go through this time in order to obtain the inheritance." This Elder Tianren laughed in embarrassment. "Gu girl, the Secret Order's sacred beast is not like any other spiritual beast. It's a little more difficult to communicate with him. Now, amongst the myriad of people in this world, only the Sacred Lady alone can communicate with the sacred beast. If you manage to communicate with the sacred beast, the inheritance is yours without a doubt." Gu Ruoyun smiled and did not say anything more. However, the dignity in her gaze was entangled with a sense of indifference as she drifted away in thought. Just as Elder Tianren was about to speak, a graceful voice suddenly rang out. It diverted his attention and made him furrow his brows. "Elder Tianren, I wonder if you remember me? The left emissary had brought me to see you on the first day of my arrival in the Secret Order." Elder Tianren frowned as he turned to look at Wenya's beautiful face. After a long pause, he replied in sudden enlightenment, "Oh, I remember you, you're the girl from the Wen family. You had pretended to be the Gu girl at the time and caused me to mistake you for someone else." Wenya's smile stiffened. She never expected Elder Tianren to reveal this matter in front of so many people. Besides, it was not like she had intended to pose as her rival at the time. It was this old fellow's fault for mistaking her for Gu Ruoyun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1396, The Sacred Beast, 1. Chapter 1396, The Sacred Beast, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wenya felt an agitated sense of nervousness on her face, as if she could sense all the disdainful stares directed towards her. She immediately felt the strong urge to squeeze into a hole in the ground. Elder Tianren did not think too much of it. To him, he was only making casual conversation. He then returned his attention to Gu Ruoyun and was just about to speak when a dragon's roar shook the ground. The crowd lifted their heads and turned around. Their eyes immediately set upon a large white dragon hovering in the sky. It was so big that its gigantic body almost covered the vast expanse of the sky. This white dragon was twice the size of the dragon in Gu Ruoyun's possession. Of course, its power was no small matter either. Even standing beneath this great white dragon was enough to feel its powerful suppression. "That's the sacred beast." Wenya stared dazedly at the sacred beast in the sky and a hint of greed flashed in her eyes. If this large dragon could serve her, who on this mainland would ever dare to threaten her again? This can't be right. Just then, Gu Ruoyun's voice rang out, "That's not the sacred beast. Lady Gu, while I may admire your talent and power, your knowledge of things is still not all that great." Wenya shook her head and laughed. "Since such a spiritual beast has appeared right here, if that's not the sacred beast, then what is? Besides, this white dragon is extremely powerful. I believe that it has surpassed the refined state." Surpassed the refined state. That's the mythical ninth transformation state. That's one step away from the power of a god. The disciples of the Secret Order have never seen the legendary sacred beast before. After hearing Wenya's explanation, they all nodded in agreement. Even Yunyan, who was standing next to Gu Ruoyun, tugged on her sleeve and whispered softly, "Leader, I remember that there is only one spiritual beast in the Secret Order. Therefore, this white dragon should be the sacred beast." Gu Ruoyun calmly swept her gaze towards Wenya. She then turned her eyes towards the white dragon in the sky. Roar! The white dragon let out another roar which raised a great wave in the sky. It then made a move and charged downwards. The entire air was immediately filled with excitement. The crowd quickly withdrew and created space for the white dragon to land. Once the crowd had taken several steps back, its large landed on the ground with a crash. Dust flew into the air and covered the entire plaza. "Welcome, Lord Sacred Beast." The disciples of the Secret Order knelt to the ground and welcomed the dragon with reverence. Wenya, who was already drooling over the sacred beast, stared fixedly at the dust-filled space. Her eyes were filled with nervousness and anticipation. There was even a sense of determination for victory. A gust of wind rose and the dust which covered the white dragon's body dispersed. However, when everyone saw the white dragon again, they could not help but feel shocked. They saw a spiritual beast which was only the size of a palm sitting on the white dragon's enormous head. That spiritual beast's entire body was as white as snow and looked fluffy and cute. Its large, adorable eyes carried a bewildered light as it observed the people around it curiously. What is this? How is this spiritual beast so bold that it would dare sit on the sacred beast's head? Some were unable to return to their senses for the time being and scolded the little snow-white beast angrily. To them, the sacred beast was the secret order's treasure, yet a little beast had the audacity to climb onto the sacred beast's head. It was digging its own grave. However, what many people in the crowd could not understand was why the proud sacred beast would allow this little beast to occupy its head. Is it because the little beast was skilled in acting cute so the Lord Sacred Beast could not bear to chase it away? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1397, The Sacred Beast, 2. Chapter 1397, The Sacred Beast, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As when you listened to the discussions, an uncomfortable feeling suddenly emerged in her heart and her eyes slowly shifted towards Guru Oyun's face. When she saw her calm and indifferent expression, the anxiety in her heart became even deeper. She almost opened her mouth to speak but stayed quiet in the end. Roar! The white dragon roared loudly and caused the entire ground to tremble. At this moment, the entire plaza became silent and not a single sound could be heard. The crowd then watched as the white dragon lowered his proud head and placed his head firmly near the ground, allowing the little beast to slide down from the top of his head. The dragon's expression was filled with reverence. That was right. Reverence. This piece of knowledge put the crowd in the plaza into a daze. Where did this little beast come from to be able to receive such a respectful treatment from the secret order's sacred beast? The little beast was clearly shocked by the situation before it. After a long pause, it returned to its senses. It pointed its small, white paw towards the people around it who were crying out in a hubbub of voices. It looked extremely furious. This spiritual beast can't talk? A sense of contemplation flashed in Guru Oyun's eyes. Some spiritual beasts could speak conceited nonsense upon reaching a certain state, yet this spiritual beast does not speak any human language. Even so, Guru Oyun did not dare to underestimate this seemingly unaggressive little beast. This spiritual beast's power should not be a small matter for it to be able to receive the title of the secret order's sacred beast, nor does it lack killing power as its exterior suggested. The clan leader has arrived. The crowd instantly created a small path when they heard this announcement. A white-haired old woman with a walking stick slowly walked towards them from a short distance away from the plaza. Her footsteps were light, quick and vigorous, very different from her old and wrinkled features. I, the Secret Order's clan leader, pay my respects to you, Lord Sacred Beast. The clan leader walked towards the furry little beast, joined her fists and spoke with a respectful look on her face. Boom, dot. The clan leader's words were like a shocking bolt of lightning as it fell into the crowd. It also brought Wenya's uncomfortable feeling into reality. Sacred beast? This little beast is the sacred beast? No wonder it was allowed to sit on the white dragon's head and that the white dragon would treat it with such reverence. The real secret order's sacred beast was actually this unassuming little creature. Wenya's face slowly drained of color and she looked at Guru Oyun and bit her lip. She then took a deep breath and calmed the turbulent emotions in her heart before returning once again to her usual graceful state. She must tame this sacred beast no matter what. Only then would she be able to surpass everyone else and become the heir to the inheritance. The little beast became instantly more enraged when it saw the clan leader. Its tiny paw pointed at her, almost touching her nose, as it made a string of incomprehensible noises. Based on its expression, it was not hard to imagine that the little beast was definitely scolding the clan leader at this point. An embarrassed look appeared on the clan leader's face as she said, "Lord Sacred Beast, I don't understand what you're saying." The little beast's eyes were now spitting fire as it glared fiercely at the clan leader. Didn't I send an order to this old fart to have the old fart bring the heir to the inheritance to see me? It thought angrily. I had rushed forward in high spirits when the white dragon had arrived to escort me. Who would have thought that this old fart ended up putting me on public display? Doesn't she deserve a scolding? Poor clan leader, she does not know what she had done wrong. Even though the sacred beast had previously agreed to communicate with her, a miscommunication had arisen because this little fellow could not accurately convey its thoughts. As a result, the clan leader thought that this little fellow had wanted to re-elect the heir. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1398, The Sacred Beast, 3. Chapter 1398, The Sacred Beast, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lord Sacred Beast, I've obeyed your order and gathered everyone here so that you can make your choice. The person you choose can then head to the inheritance chamber and accept the inheritance. May I ask if you have any further orders, Lord Sacred Beast?
The clan leader's entire face was full of respect as she slowly replied. The little fellow was completely confused.
When have I ever given such an order?
I had clearly informed her that I wanted to meet this round's heir to the inheritance.
When did I ever say that I wanted a reselection? What on earth are these humans doing?
The little fellow pointed at the crowd at the thought of this and cried out in an incomprehensible manner once again. It was asking the clan leader to get rid of the crowd. Unfortunately, the clan leader misunderstood its meaning again as she smiled and said, Lord Sacred Beast, don't worry, I've already made preparations.
We can now begin your selection, Lord Sacred Beast. I will get them to step forward one by one after this. The person of your choice will become the heir to the inheritance one.
After saying her piece, the clan leader turned to look at the young geniuses in the plaza and smiled calmly as she said, which one of you would like to try first? After all, this inheritance was an item coveted by everyone. Once someone has the good fortune of successfully obtaining this inheritance, the first city would pretty much belong to the heir of the inheritance from that moment on. Hence, as soon as the clan leader asked her question, many disciples immediately stepped forward, rubbing their fists in excitement.
Senior brother Yun Yan, weren't you very interested in the inheritance? Why don't you lead the way?
One of the disciples spoke up when he noticed that Yun Yan had not made any move. Yun Yan was mildly dazed. Honestly speaking, to say that he has no inclination towards the inheritance was a lie. After all, he had made many preparations throughout the years for the sake of this inheritance.
However,
he looked at Gu Ruoyun and his hesitation did not diminish. Gu Ruoyun seemed to sense his thoughts and swept her eyes indifferently towards his confused face. Those who are capable deserve the inheritance.
If you have this power, why not give it a try? Hearing this, Yun Yan sighed in relief. Since that's the case, I'll give it a go.
He then stepped forward and approached the little fellow in front of him. The little fellow glanced at Yun Yan who was approaching it. A bewildered look flashed across its eyes as if it did not understand what he was going to do. Its large eyes continued to stare blankly and adorably at him. He, Lord Sacred Beast, I am a disciple of the secret order and there's a saying that one should keep good things to oneself. Why don't you cooperate with me? Even though this little fellow was the secret order's sacred beast, Yun Yan was unconsciously treating as like a cutesy, adorable little animal. At that moment, the white fur on its entire body was standing on end like a startled little cat as it stared vigilantly at Yun Yan who was approaching it.
Don't worry, I'm a very gentle person.
Yun Yan smiled warmly and raised his hand to touch the little fellow's head. The little fellow immediately reacted like a bird startled by the twang of a bow and a powerful energy erupted from its tiny little body, instantly flinging Yun Yan out of the way.
Everything immediately went quiet.
Yun Yan blinked, unable to believe that he had failed just like that. Furthermore, he had not even touched the little beast's body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1399, The Sacred Beast, 4. Chapter 1399, The Sacred Beast, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The clan leader shook her head as a sense of disappointment flashed in her eyes. The sacred beast had always been known to have a bad temper, yet Yun Yan had the audacity to tease it. The fact that it had not killed him was already saving the secret order some dignity.
Without meaning to, the clan leader's gaze landed upon Gu Ruoyun.
She wondered if she would be the one to be able to tame the Lord Sacred Beast smoothly. After that, several other secret order disciples slowly stepped up. However, they ended up just like Yun Yan and failed before they could even get close to the sacred beast. The initial bright spark on their youthful faces was now filled with an ashen sense of defeat.
Who wants to try next?
The clan leader's eyes scanned her surroundings as she spoke indifferently.
I'd like to try.
A soft and gentle voice slowly rang out from the crowd. The clan leader then noticed a woman who was dressed in light yellow robes appear before the eyes of the crowd with a graceful smile. It goes without saying that Wenya was indeed very beautiful. Her graceful air of nobility instantly attracted every secret order disciple's eye in the plaza. Their eyes were all turned towards her as an obvious sense of mesmerization flashed in their gaze. Wenya has experienced this type of attention from a very young age, so there was not even a hint of emotion on her face. The smile on her face continued to glimmer with a gentle light.
Who is she?
The clan leader furrowed her brows and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Elder Tianrun quickly explained, reporting to you, clan leader.
This woman is the second place winner in the previous assessment.
She's the eldest lady of the Wen family, Wenya. She is also one level beneath the Gu girl. According to principle, she also has the right to join the Lord Sacred Beast's test. The clan leader nodded as her eyes turned to look at Wenya's beautiful face. She then spoke blandly, since you've entered the secret order, you can be considered as a partial disciple in the secret order.
As long as you manage to pass the test, I will keep to my word.
Wanya smiled and replied in a neutral voice, Lord Clan Leader, I've long held a fascination for the secret order's sacred beast.
Hence, I only want to give it a try.
Whether I fail or succeed, I will have no regrets. The clan leader could not help but admire Wanya's words. Her face softened a great deal and she replied indifferently, you may start.
Yes, Lord Clan Leader.
Wanya had a smile on her face the entire time and her beautiful eyes were full of confidence. As someone who has received the Wen family's training from a young age, she has absolute confidence that she would be able to tame the sacred beast. She turned her gaze away at the thought of this and walked towards the little fellow in front of her. When the little fellow noticed Wanya's approach, it blinked and stared at her in confusion, clearly unsure of what this extremely pretty woman wanted with it. The other thing was, this little fellow could not resist beautiful women at all. Therefore, it did not view her with hostility like the way it had treated the secret order disciples in the beginning, allowing Wanya to approach it. Lord Sacred Beast, I have held you in high esteem for a very long time.
I never thought that I'd have the good fortune of meeting you today.
If you are willing, I can have the inheritance in a well-reasoned manner. Of course, if you are not willing, I can accept my failure this time. After all, in my opinion, the greatest benefit of my arrival in the secret order is to be able to meet you, Lord Sacred Beast. It goes without saying that Wanya has a good grasp on how spiritual beasts' hearts work. She understood that be it humans or beasts, neither one of them can resist praise. Indeed, upon hearing her words of reverence, the little fellow's behavior softened and it looked as if it was in a state of bliss. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1400, The Sacred Beast, 5. Chapter 1400, The Sacred Beast, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Lord Sacred Beast, perhaps my next course of action would be a little disrespectful to you, but I'm only giving it a try.
Please forgive me, Lord Sacred Beast.
As she spoke, Wanya placed her hand on the little beast's head. Realizing that the little beast did not resist her touch, her heart filled with joy.
I've done it.
Wanya's heart filled with excitement at this very moment.
Only one last step and the Lord Sacred Beast is mine. This entire sacred order, including the legendary inheritance, will soon be as good as mine.
It was obvious that Wanya had misinterpreted the clan leader's meaning. The clan leader had only allowed the sacred beast to show up and choose the heir to the inheritance. She never said that she would hand the secret order to the person who receives the sacred beast's approval.
That was an impossible situation. Yet, Wanya had arrogantly concluded that obtaining the sacred beast was equivalent to obtaining the entire secret order. Master.
Ziyun and Chu Luo's hearts clenched. If Wanya receives the sacred beast's approval, the situation would become extremely dangerous for them.
However, Gu Ruoyun did not react at all.
She only stared calmly at Wanya, who was in the midst of domesticating the little beast. It looks like the Lord Sacred Beast approves of Wanya. Sigh, I never thought that the secret order's inheritance would still be given to an outsider in the end. However, I am rather satisfied with it going to Wanya. She's the eldest lady of the Wen family after all, and she was born into a famous house of nobility. Furthermore, she is talented and beautiful and also conducts herself well. It would not hurt the secret order's reputation if she receives the inheritance. The crowd sighed and they spoke as if they had confirmed that Wanya has received the sacred beast's approval. They had assumed she was successful because no one else had managed to get close to the sacred beast. Since she was the only one who has managed to touch the sacred beast, does that not mean that the sacred beast approves of her? Wanya ignored their discussions as she gathered her spiritual into the palm of her hand and began to transfer it to the little beast's head. When Wanya saw that the spiritual energy was about to reach the little beast's soul, a smile appeared in her eyes.
Just a little more and I'll be successful.
The little beast, which had been basking in Wanya's flattery, suddenly opened its eyes. A ferocious light then flashed across its large, bright and intelligent eyes before. With a loud bang, a powerful energy erupted from its little body. It flowed through the thread of spiritual energy and into Wanya's mind. She instantly screamed and her body was flung out of the way. Even though the little beast had hurt Yin Yan and the others before, it had acted out of impatience towards humans. However, at this moment, its body now emanated a thick murderous intent.
What had Wanya done which made the sacred beast want to kill her? The clan leader was shocked.
She stared puzzledly at Wanya before turning towards the little beast again. She then asked reverently, Lord Sacred Beast, what has caused you to become so angered? The little beast pointed at Wanya furiously and screeched incoherently. It looked as if it wanted to tear her to shreds.
A blazing rage enveloped its little body until even the white dragon next to it was terrified.
It lowered its head and did not dare make a single sound.
Zixi, do you know what it's saying? Gu Ruoyun lowered her head and asked Zixi those soul telepathy. Dot.
Zixi's low, demonic and gruff voice rang out from within her soul, it scolding Wenya and calling her out for being extremely daring and using words to mystify it before trying to place it under contract.
Under contract? Gu Ruoyun shook and she turned her eyes towards the angry little beast.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.